Hello guys, how you doing? Good morning. I am excited for today's trial. I'm hanging out here a little early. Going to go over a couple things. If you don't know who I am Carolyn from Moms for Justice. I've been covering this trial and we have a great community here. So hopefully you'll hop on board, hang out with me today. We'll be live streaming all day long. So the goal of my channel is to help separate rumor and speculation from proof. And today is Friday, February 27th, 2026. We are live today with day 5 of the trial of Kouri Richins. She is a Utah mother and children's book author, accused of murdering her husband, Eric Richins. This is at their home, March 2022, by allegedly giving him fentanyl. And prosecutors say this is intentional, financially motivated. Yeah, pretty crazy. But we're on here early, so hopefully we could chat together and talk about some things. I got the stream up right now. And it's all ready to go. As soon as they go live, I'll be switching to live. I will do very little talking, if any at all, during the testimony. I do speak in between sidebars, breaks, things like that. Wait for others to hop on here. So, and I expect my full crowd to be on today. So you guys might be a revolving door. Some of you guys are working. Some of you guys are at work and you just, you have the buds in your ears. Some of you are at home. I've got my strawberry refresher this morning, dropped my kid off at school and, put some sweats on, hang out on the couch, fold some laundry, start dinner. We could talk about on the breaks, what we're going to make for dinner tonight. That'll be fun. But yeah, I love this community and everybody's very respectful. Even if they have a different opinion, I'm totally fine with different opinions. Yeah. So yesterday was an important day. I think it was the highlight so far. That was day 4. Jurors heard multiple witnesses. And these witnesses really mattered yesterday. They touched on different pressure points of this case, how fentanyl shows up in Eric's body, whether investigators found any fentanyl in the home, and whether the state can credibly connect fentanyl pills to Kouri through a cooperating witness. That connector witness yesterday was her former housekeeper, Carmen Lauber, and it's expected to continue this morning. And there's a credibility battle here for her. And I don't think it matters. I really don't, because there's so much evidence to back up that Kouri bought drugs. No matter what you think about Carmen Lauber, she bought drugs. There's a check written. There is text messages. And, it's crazy. Hey, how are you today, guys? Please comment below. Let me know where you guys are from. Hit the like button for me. It's going to be a long day. Definitely a long day. So let's go through a little bit of the witnesses from yesterday just to update y'all. And, it's important because some people have missed some of the days of the trial. So I like to try to update everybody as we go along and, slip in where we are to bring us up to date. So we got Chelsea Gibson. I loved this witness. She was the lead evidence technician and crime scene investigator. She continued her testimony yesterday morning about the repeated searches of the home and items that were collected, including THC gummies and other materials. Okay, she testified that investigators returned to the home on multiple times, and that a private investigator's information led to at least 2 additional retrievals, including a voice recorder, and then later a letter retrieved on November 7th, 2024. Now, she discussed the searches involving vehicles and whether certain trucks were searched or personally searched by her. Let's keep in mind that it was seen that Lisa Darden, the mother, was in the garage near the truck. And I think that that is very suspicious, very sus. Okay. Why does this matter, though, all of this? It supports the defense's theme that they searched repeatedly and still didn't recover the fentanyl. But here's the thing. Kouri told everybody that he was not a drug addict. Okay. You can't get away from that. That's what I don't get about this whole thing, is that she wanted everybody to believe that he was getting drugs from Mexico, but obviously was not thinking about what her story would be on the day of his killing. I'm calling it a killing right now, allegedly, because the police, she was adamant. She was like slamming it in their face that he didn't use drugs at all. And you know what? The hydrocodone bottle from 2016 still had pills in it. Now, I don't know about you guys or what you guys know about drug addicts, but when you have a drug addict that's living in your home with you and you got stuff laying around from previous surgeries, or, let's say you had a knee replacement. Ladies, let's say you had a hysterectomy. Let's say you had a tooth pulled. There's prescriptions like Vicodin, hydrocodone, Adderall. There's all sorts of stuff in your house, okay? And usually your average person takes only what they need, and they're always prescribed way more than you should. And then you got a bottle laying around for a couple years with, 7 to 15 pills still left inside. When you have a drug addict that's living with you, none of that stuff has to either be hidden or it's going to be eaten. And I say the word eaten because a drug addict will take anything. They will take anything. So if he was a drug addict, those hydrocodone pills would not have been in the bottle. That's all I'm saying. Let's say hello to Annie. Hello, girl. Welcome back. Hey, Mike Berry, 1514. The defense lawyer bringing Carmen's mental health and her daughter into questioning was disgusting. Yeah, I could not agree with you more. Good morning, MSS 1974. Oop, I was born in 1974. We got Snow Country, Connecticut in the house. Vancouver in the house. Kawarthas, Ontario. Ain't no hollaback girl. She's a repeat viewer. Let's see. Alberta, Canada. Hello. Hello, Brenda from North Carolina. And then we've got, hi, Andrew from Fort Lauderdale. Hello, Tiffany. New Jersey girl in the house. I'm a Jersey girl. What exit are you from, Tiffany? I mean, Kathy. Kathy's a New Jersey girl. What exit? Thank you so much. Is it Lori? I'm assuming it's Lori. Spicy Burrito. Hello. Good morning. Yeah. So the defense went way too far yesterday, and I don't think the jury is going to like that very much. Pointing out the fact that this woman who clearly appeared remorseful, but pointing out the fact that she has learning disabilities. Like how low can you kick somebody in the gut? Unreal. Smash that like button for me. I'm going to be on all day today. Now, sometimes I get up and I step out, but I'll always have the stream going. And I do talk, but I do not talk over testimony, which is great. but I do like to have a conversation going with all of you, and I will do that in between the testimony when there is a sidebar or there's a break. Sometimes I leave, but I always leave it up. So it'll be good. I do have to, around lunchtime, go pick up my youngest daughter from school, but the stream will always be up. So we're all going to hang out here together. Adriana, I love your name. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous name. And I love your spelling. That is usually a Hispanic spelling. Like Adriana Italian is Adrianna. And usually, Puerto Rican, Mexican would be the one N. It's a beautiful name. Hello from Sweden, Daniel. Hi. Thanks for being back. Okay, so then we had Brian Holden yesterday morning. Brian Holden was Utah Bureau of Forensic Services State Crime Lab. Okay, he testified he was asked to test multiple items that were submitted specifically for fentanyl, and that he was not able to confirm fentanyl on the items he had tested. He also indicated that he wasn't asked to test items for oxycodone or hydrocodone as discussed in questioning. Now, what were they trying to do with this? A big, simple line that jurors remember is the lab didn't find what they're trying to imply was there. So just trying to throw monkey wrenches into this case as best as they can, because I do think they have a horrible case. But I do think if the defense has made any good points, it's been now and early in the trial, and I think it's going to go downhill for them pretty soon. And I think the way they treated Carmen yesterday, it only hurt the entire defense completely and hurt Kouri. I mean, let's face it. Kouri bought drugs, whether Carmen's a liar or not. Okay, whether Carmen is still using or not, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter because, we know Kouri bought the drugs, and there's so much evidence to support that. Oh, that's interesting. Pamela, hey, welcome aboard. I zoomed in on the hydro bottle, and on the right side, it looked like the prescription was only for 5 milligrams for a grown man. Well, you know what? Hydrocodone is not prescribed to make you an addict. When you get a prescription of it, it's just enough to help you take the edge off. So, yeah, even for a grown man, 5 milligrams should be all it is. I mean, these doctors are real careful now because people are getting hooked on drugs. So just from, recovering from a surgery, you know what I mean? So you can, personally for me, I've had several surgeries and I can't go more than one day on that stuff. I switch to Tylenol or Advil as soon as I possibly can. I agree. I loved Carmen. She really tugged at my heartstrings. And you know what? If she's tugging at mine or yours, she's tugging at the jury. And another point I wanted to make out was that you got to remember, and the defense should have remembered this, that you might have somebody that is on that jury that has a relative or loved one that has been addicted to drugs in the past. Okay? And then worse, I don't know if anybody thought about this, but, for every 5 families, you're going to have maybe at least 3 of them that know somebody that has learning disabilities, or maybe struggles, maybe they have, because I would even carry that over to children and young adults with autism. Okay, that struggle to learn, because there are some with, on the spectrum that struggle to learn. And I don't know, I've heard recently that people that have learning disabilities, that was the word that they would use back in the day when they didn't have a word for autism. But then again, There are wonderful young adults, kids, just people in general that have autism that are amazing, and they have like the most amazing qualities, and they're super smart in some areas and struggle in others. So, when you start dabbling in somebody, when you start taking shots at people for their ability to learn, you're going to lose the jury. Okay. And it was just such a low blow. So, Daniel, when we left off yesterday, Carmen Lauber was on the stand. It was, painful to watch. The defense was cross-examining her. They are going to continue with her this morning. Now, I just went through these first two witnesses of yesterday. I'm watching the feed that we had Chelsea Gibson, who I liked her a lot. I think so far, the prosecution witnesses have been amazing. They really have. Now, I was disappointed, though, that the prosecution did not get on the defense about the way they were treating Carmen. I mean, they didn't even object at all. I mean, come on. You could have done better than that. So we had Chelsea Gibson, as I just talked about, Brian Holden, and then we had Dr. Brianna Peterson, was a forensic toxicologist. She explained, the process of testing, getting results, including fentanyl and metabolite findings, and spoke to limits on determining exact ingestion, timing, and dose. Reported fentanyl concentrations were described as 15 nanograms per milliliter. Oh, you might be going live here, guys. Let me see what's going on. Let me see. Pretty soon we'll have the feed up. You know what I'll do? I am just going to go ahead and leave this up. Hold on one second. All right. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, so the feed is up. I'm just going to leave it there like that. And then when they go live, we will be good to go. Make sure the volume's up. All right, so back to Dr. Brianna Peterson. So she also testified that gastric fluid testing detected fentanyl, norfentanyl, and acetylfentanyl, and explained that the acetylfentanyl is associated with illicitly manufactured fentanyl rather than a prescription. So that was really a big plus, okay, because it shows that didn't come from any prescription bottle that had been laced or anything like that. She addressed post-mortem alcohol formation and cautioned about drawing precise timeline conclusions from toxicology alone. Thanks for joining me today. Make sure you guys like the video. If you're your first time on here, welcome aboard. We're on day 5 of the Kouri Richins trial. Look down at your YouTube there. Have you subscribed? If you have not, I would appreciate your subscription. Thank you so much for your support. All right. So then after her, we had Carmen Lauber, former housekeeper. Okay. I'll go over the basics. Okay. Hopefully I can get through them before the trial starts. She said, okay, just so that you guys know, former housekeeper, her boss was Kouri Richins. I stress that. I stress that because when you've got your boss asking you to do something for them, there's a power struggle thing there, right? You want to do what your boss asks you to do. You're less likely to say no. So I felt that energy from her about the fact that she was her employee being asked to do this. She obtained drugs 4 times for Kouri, and she testified 3 of them were before Eric died. And she described one episode where she picked up the cash, it obtained fentanyl, and then buried pills in a fire pit at a Midway home tied to Kouri. Then Kouri requested something stronger at one point, testifies to a statement about the Michael Jackson stuff, which I think everybody knows now. But if you don't know, the Michael Jackson stuff is propofol, primarily, a drug medication used for anesthesia. We all know about Michael Jackson. He kind of found himself a physician that would administer it IV so that Michael Jackson could sleep at night. I know that case so well. Michael Jackson was not getting relief from his insomnia with things like Xanax and Ambien and things like that. So, he searched high and low, which most doctors are not going to want to give you propofol. But he was also Michael Jackson. And people wanted to, please Michael Jackson. Plus, the money that these physicians were being offered, it was a lot. It was a lot. So, Conrad Murray was the physician for Michael Jackson and went into his house and literally sat bedside overnight with him while he's giving him a continuous IV drip of propofol. Disgusting and, really negligent, just absolutely horrible. And he ended up getting convicted. But that is what propofol is. That's how serious it is. In fact, that whole trial is a case study into propofol. So the fact that she, would even ask for the Michael Jackson stuff says a lot about Kouri Richins, So the Michael Jackson stuff. On cross-examination, the defense pressed a lot of inconsistencies. Okay. And this is where things get a little dicey because I think the jury was confused. And in fact, even though I know the case, I felt confused too. I was really worried about the jury getting lost in the cross-examination yesterday. There was all these inconsistencies. And yes, there are some with Carmen Lauber. But, the police got involved and there's a question here about them manipulating Carmen Lauber, saying, we're going to help you out. You're going to get immunity, but you must say this, 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 and this. Okay. So that got a little dicey. So the Wendy Lewis was, who's the defense attorney, was pointing out all these contradictions. Okay. And whether there was hand-to-hand exchanges and the number of transactions that was done. And then, if she was coerced to say these things and that there was changing of stories. So the East Idaho News Live, they updated about describing pressure points raised by the defense about immunity and investigators telling her that the case depended on her cooperation. My point is, in saying all this, though, is that I don't think it matters. Whether you think she's lying or not does not matter because Kouri, there's text messages proving she bought the drugs. There is a check that is written that is so damning. So again, I don't think it matters. I'm very excited to see what happens this morning with Carmen. You know, what's going to happen with that? Will the jury go back, when they deliberate and consider all of her testimony here or not? I think that even if the jury said, you know what, we can't rely on Carmen Lauber's testimony, it's not going to matter anyway. I think there's so much else that they can look at and rely on to make their decisions. Let me know what you guys think below. Thanks for jumping on with me, guys. They didn't find anything in that house. They were searching for these, hard drugs that he got from Mexico. There was nothing there. I think we're going to be live pretty soon, guys. And then last night, I finished my deep dive and we talked so much about Robert Grossman, the lover, who ended up being a waste of her time, ended up being a loser. Eric ended up dying because of this guy. He ended up living in her truck. Okay, that, he said he got the truck from Kouri. He's been arrested on multiple different crimes. I'm sorry, but he's just, messed up on methamphetamines. Basically a meth head now. Homeless, was living in her truck, and then Kouri had to evict him from one of her properties. So what I'm going to be listening to this morning regarding Carmen is, I'm hoping that because the prosecution did not intervene during the defense, which I think was crazy, but I'm hoping that on the redirect, that she will be able to stay consistent. They'll be able to clarify the error a little bit on what the defense did. That's what we're looking for. Okay. And just confirm who gave the cash, where it was placed, how much, the fire pit versus inside location contradictions, prior statements that were said regarding her memory gap. And then, this learning disability thing. I hope he brings it up and he turns that around a little bit for her, because my heart broke for her. You could see that that hit her hard. Not just, and she talked about how Eric Richins' death hit her hard. Well, she got pummeled by this defense yesterday just for coming forward and doing the right thing. And I think she is extremely credible. And as a juror, I would consider all of her testimony and I would believe her. She had genuine tears, way more than Kouri. Kouri was all fake, right? She was dabbing at her eyes. Clearly, throughout the entire testimony yesterday, she was dabbing her eyes. Her eyes were watering. Her face, your face gets a little red when you're crying. It was so genuine. So on that note, I believe her. Yeah, Pamela, I agree. No, Pamela, I was not on yesterday. I'm either on live streaming all day or I'll go on at night and do a recap. So I did open my part 2 of the deep dive last night with the updates from yesterday. Hello, Silva Larson. Good morning. Got your coffee? Thanks for joining me. We should be going live any second now. It is 9:30. Should be any time. Share with me below, comment below what you thought about Carmen's testimony so far. Do you think it hurt Kouri, or do you think she helped the defense? Cindy said the defense was ruthless and wounded Carmen, which was totally unnecessary. Hopefully the judge spoke with the defense about it. Yeah, and hopefully that redirect today is going to squash Wendy. No, the boyfriend is not, he's not deceased, but he ended up getting into trouble with meth. He's a meth head, living according to the news. This is, allegedly. But everywhere I'm reading is he got caught with meth. He's had multiple charges since this whole thing's happened. He's lived, in the truck that Kouri had gotten for him, or maybe she let him use it. And he was evicted because at the time of this death, soon after, he was living in one of the properties that Kouri Richins had, because we all know she's had multiple properties. She was trying to flip all the time. He was living in one of those and she went and got him evicted. So she ended up not wanting him anymore. So it's like, what a waste. Was it all worth it? Was it all worth it? Now, I do think that her number one motive was money. Oh, we're on, guys.
We're on the record at 231-500-139. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for defendant Ms. Richins are.
Hold on, guys. All right.
Oh, no. It's a lipstick issue.
Oh, okay. Take a
Hey,
moment.
pharmacy girl.
May we invite Ms. Lauper onto the stand while you're getting organized? Okay, very good. Let's do that. All right.
Make sure you tell her we can't. Make sure you tell her we can't.
Ms. Lauper, good morning. If you'd take the stand again, we'll get you a glass of water.
All right, here we go, guys. Yeah, I heard that, a lipstick
And you can
issue.
feel free to put it wherever
Yeah,
is
I'm
safe.
clumsy, so I'll probably spill.
You and me both. That's all right. Okay. Ms. Lauper, we're on the record. We're going to invite the jury in a moment. When they come in, I'll just remind you that you're under oath, okay? All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yeah, I really love this woman. How endearing and sweet. Just got caught up in drugs since the 6th grade. For this attorney to pummel her the way she did is disgusting. Hey, Jackie.
All rise for the jury.
Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional questioning of Ms. Lauber. Ms. Lauber, please remember you are still under oath. Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to move on to the next interview, which took place on May 4th, 2023. So I don't know if, in case we need the binder, do you want me to put you in the right spot, or can you find it? Yeah, I think that's it. And it's dated May 4th?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've stated that you worked for Kouri Richins for a long time prior to these events.
I worked for her aunt.
You worked for her aunt, but working through her aunt, she was one of your clients. You cleaned for Ms. Richins and
Yes,
worked
she was
for-
one of her aunt's clients, yes.
Okay. And you had a lot of communications with Kouri over the years about cleaning.
Yeah.
And you were friendly with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. So I want to ask you, sorry, strike that. You mostly communicated by way of text, right?
When I was cleaning for Kouri, yes. Phone calls or texts, yes.
Pull the mic just a little.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
All right. And you texted a lot, you sent a lot of emojis back and forth, fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, you did some other cleaning projects for her, though, in addition to cleaning just her home, right?
Yes.
For example, one thing you did was you cleaned what we know as the Midway Mansion after she purchased it after Eric died, correct?
Yes, she had me go over there and get it set, clean it out for open house, I believe.
Well, yeah, I don't know, maybe it was for an open house, but the cleaning itself was you and 3 other people went in? Nick Bonsavage and yourself and
2 other.
2 others.
Yeah.
Okay. And you went in, and it was the purpose of it was to clean graffiti that was inside the house, right?
We were going through and just sweeping up and cleaning up all the garbage. People were squatting there.
Okay. That's fine. And she paid you for that, correct?
She paid Nick through Venmo.
She paid you for that, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to just turn to a minute to the check that you said you picked up on March 9th from Ms. Richins. Can you pull that up? I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number. Do you know it, Katie? You testified, while she's getting that up, that you stopped at the house on March 9th and you went inside and Kouri wrote a check for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this has already been admitted, so can we publish this? Now, do you notice on that check, the check is dated March 6th?
Yes.
So she didn't write it then, she already had it prepared, correct?
No, she wrote it that morning
On March 9th.
when I went to her house, yes.
So you think she backdated it for some reason?
I have no clue why she wrote the date, but the date I picked it up was the 9th that I deposited in my checking account.
Oh, okay, I understand you picked it up on March 9th, but the check is dated March 6th, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
All right. And you were paid how much a piece for cleaning the Midway Mansion?
Nick and I got paid $25 an hour, and the other was $20.
And it came to approximately between $300 and $400 a piece, correct?
I'm not 100% sure on that, no.
All right. And isn't it true that you cashed the check and paid the other workers? You paid them. She paid you and you paid them.
Not at this, no. She sent Nick Venmo.
What about the other two?
Nick, she sent the money to Nick, and then it got paid out through.
You remember that?
We can
Yeah.
pause there for just a moment. My apologies. Do we need to hand out some glasses?
Yes.
Okay.
He's trying to say the $1,300
Yeah.
is a combination of other people's pay.
Forgive me. One of you needs a pair of reading glasses, right? Take a moment. Yeah, grab them. I'd be useless without mine. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, so when Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard came on March 4th to interview you, the first, well, I don't know if it's the first thing, but right at the beginning of that interview, they asked you if you've been speaking to anyone about what's going on in terms of your cooperation. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Turn to page 8 of the May 4th interview. And it's towards the bottom of 8 and to the top of 9. Now, do you recall that they asked you if you'd talked to anybody about what had been going on with them?
I don't see this on that page unless I'm on the wrong page.
Let me see if I can help you out. See if we're in the right spot.
Yeah.
You're not on the right spot. Here we go. School here.
You told me.
May 4th. We're on May 4th now. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look.
You would back up and just ask the question again.
I was, okay, I was just trying to point out that you should stand here and then over to here, okay? All right. So they asked you if you'd been talking to anybody about what's going on. And then, isn't it true you said, no, you haven't told anyone, you've just told people you're in custody on a drug court violation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but that wasn't true, was it, Ms. Lover? Ms. Lover?
Yes.
That wasn't a true statement to them, that you had only told people you were on a drug court violation, correct?
Correct.
Because you had been telling people in detail that you were cooperating with law enforcement.
No, I didn't tell anybody. I don't recall.
You told Nick Bond Savage, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you said yesterday that you had talked to Nick Bond Savage. You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I had talked to Nick a little bit here and there, but not that I was cooperating, I don't believe.
All right. So you don't recall right, yesterday you told us you had talked to Nick about cooperating. Do you recall this? Do you recall a conversation with Nick on the phone, a recorded conversation on the phone with Nick, telling him all about how you were going to go meet with federal, with the feds?
Your Honor, objection foundation, just when is this call? What call?
While you were in
I need you to provide a little more detail.
Okay. So while you were in jail, you would talk with family and friends on the phone, right?
Correct.
And one of the people that you talked to regularly was Nick Bonsavage.
Yes.
And you had a meeting set up to go and speak with a couple of people and agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office. You recall that?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And that, and you called Nick Bonsavage, and you told him all about that you were going to go meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes. Here and there, yes.
And that you were really nervous about meeting with the feds, right?
Correct.
So you had told Nick all about what was going on. You talked in detail about what you were talking to Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll about.
I don't recall how much detail talking to Nick with.
All right. But when you told them, I've only said that I'm in jail on a drug court violation, that was not, you were not telling them the truth, because you had told people you were there cooperating and that you were there on new charges, specifically Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
All right.
Your Honor, objection, I think
Do you guys want me to switch to
Demonstrate
stream so you can
both the
see
evidence
Carmen more?
the
I
reality.
need foundation in order to rule on the objection for who them is in your question.
I'm not sure what the objection is.
The foundation, yeah.
As to...
When you say you told them, who is them in your question? Could you be specific about that?
You told Detectives O'Driscoll and Detectives Maynard that you had not talked to anyone about this case other than to tell them you are in drug court violation, and that was not a true statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that... Okay, thank you. You also they give you a tablet when you're at the jail where you can text people, right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were also texting your friend Nick Bonsavage, right?
Correct.
And do you recall texting him about how you absolutely can't lose your drug court?
Yes.
Okay.
For who?
Do you recall what you said to him?
No, not exactly.
Okay. I'm going to show you just a text with him. The highlighted part. I'm not introducing it. Just going to use it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll change it real quick.
Okay. Can if you want. Okay, that's fine. We can admit it. All right, I'm going to show you. This is marked as. Well, we might want to remark
Better?
this.
May I see it?
It's marked as an impeachment document, but I guess we can admit it.
Well, you can.
Is that okay?
It's
I
marked
just-
how it's marked. You can
That's
still
okay.
admit it. Yeah.
All right. All right. I'm going to show you this. It's marked as IMP CL1 on the bottom. Just take a look up here. Oh, you can look it on the screen. That's fine. Did you pull it up? Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, no, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. All right. So this is a text from you to Nick at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you tell him in that text, well, that
Ms. Lewis. Do you want to admit it?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Blevin?
Oh, yeah.
All right. We'll publish this to the jury. They can read along with you if they want. Please proceed.
All right. And you tell him midway through, I have my ups and downs. I fucking can't lose my drug court. I fucking worked so hard to finally get clear-minded and get on a good path and live a straight life. And I have a supportive man. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So you tell him that you absolutely cannot lose your drug court.
Correct.
Okay.
I've said that multiple times.
That actually helped her right there.
So, and then you talk to him about that you're going to meet with federal agents, and not in this text. We're going back. You recall that you talked to him about, I have to meet with federal agents, and you were nervous about that.
I don't recall.
Well, I think you just said that was
Well,
correct.
I mean,
a few
I remember
minutes
telling him
ago.
I met with a couple people, but
All right. But you remember that you were very nervous about meeting with the federal agents.
yes.
All right. So on May 10th, which that's the thin notebook, which we're going to be referring to now, the one that you've got sitting on the.
Never get spilled.
So May 10th of 2023, there are 3 people that come to the jail in Wasatch County to meet with you, to interview you, correct?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, correct.
Okay, so there were 2 assistant United States attorneys and an agent with the federal government.
Correct.
All right. And the one who primarily questioned you, I don't know if you remember, her name was Serena Whistler. Do you remember Ms. Whistler?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right. At this point, you have immunity from federal prosecution, correct?
I'm not 100% sure when the immunity came in.
You pull up the federal immunity. Well, she's pulling it up. At this point, though, your federal immunity is not completely nailed down when they come to meet with you. Do you remember?
Correct.
Okay. You want to take a look at Defense Exhibit 1006.
Are
Do you-
we using this to refresh?
No, I'm planning to admit it.
Okay.
Do you recall that letter, the immunity letter?
I don't recall seeing these letters. They might have went to my attorney.
All right, you've never seen the letters giving you immunity in these cases?
No, I have not.
All right. We can just take that down then. She doesn't recognize it. But you know you have immunity.
Yes.
All right. So in this interview, it's you, Ms. Whistler, Mr. Holden, another assistant United States attorney, and Officer Tyler Parker.
I don't recall their names, but yes, I know they were
Okay.
the Fed
2 men
agents.
and
Yes.
a woman. Okay. And Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard aren't there to help you anymore, correct?
Correct.
And you have to give your statement by yourself.
Correct.
Nobody's there to lay it out for you, correct?
Correct.
All right. She asked you right up front if you talked to anyone about your cooperation also. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that she asked you if you talked to anyone about
I
cooperating?
don't recall what was said between her and I.
All right. Well, I don't have the page number on that one, so we'll have to come back to that. All right. You tell them, though, about your drug use, right?
Correct.
And you tell them that the last time you used was in July of 2022. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the date.
Do you want to turn to page 24 of the interview? July. She has it. This is in the May 10th interview. Okay.
Oh, correct. It's right here.
Okay, so you told them July of 2022 is the last time you used.
Correct.
Okay, and was that a true statement?
It's been so long, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so you don't recall the last time you used?
Back then, I'm not 100% sure. You have the dates.
All right. Can you tell us sitting here today when the last time you used was?
4 years ago. I'm clean for a little over 4 years.
So that would put us at, we're in, I can't even think of what day it is, February of 26.
Mm-hmm.
And you, so the last time you used, you're saying is February of 22?
So hold on, I gotta count back to.
I mean, that's not correct.
She said about 4 years.
I'm not sure of the dates.
All right. Well, you told them it was July of 22.
Like I said, it was a long time ago. I'm not sure on the dates
Okay.
or what was said.
All right. So let me ask you, I know, what phase of drug court was it that you were using other people's urine to have drug testing done?
I never used anybody else's urine.
You never used anyone else's urine.
No, I've never used anybody else's urine.
You realize you're under oath.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, let's assume for a moment that the July of 22 date was accurate, since that was 3 years ago when you said that. So maybe you had a better memory then than you have today, correct?
Correct.
All right. But again, that means the whole time of what we're talking about here, the time period of January, February, March of 2022, as we talked about yesterday, you were using consistently during that time period.
Not consistently, no. Off and on.
Well, we went over drug tests yesterday where you were having positive drug tests once or twice a week.
In the beginning of drug court, yes.
And all the way through March of 22.
No, I was due to graduate probably 3 months when I got arrested, so it was not.
That's not true. There was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes,
I'll have a question coming.
Yeah, I need you to ask
That's
the
what
questions.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing. All right.
There you
Any
go.
Objection, Mr. Glover.
That's the one.
Yeah, I just need you to ask questions.
Yes. Because you had an order to show cause about how you were that you had figured out a way to game the system, and you'd figured out an algorithm so you would know when you were being drug tested, so you would test clean, correct?
no, that is not correct.
It's not correct that that was part of your order to show cause.
No,
So if the prosecutor in your case testifies otherwise, he's wrong?
nobody figured out anything on how to do the UA system.
You and Nick Bonsavage didn't figure out how to game that system.
No. There was a couple of us that would text each other, hey, don't forget to go do your UA today, as a group. Nobody figured out anything.
All right.
It was a random phone call every day that you made.
I understand that. All right. So during that time period, you were selling drugs to support your drug habit also, correct? In 2022?
No.
So when you were picking up pills from Robert Crozier, you were pulling some of them out to keep for yourself to either sell or use, correct?
No, not correct.
So is it true that you had a phone call with Nick Bonsavage, again from the jail? This was right before, and I backed up a little bit from your May 10th interview, where you talked about with Nick this was the last time we were able to get these pills, remember?
I don't recall that phone call, no.
Your Honor, I need to play a call for impeachment purposes. I don't know if you want, is there headphones so just Ms. Lauber can listen to it to help her refresh her recollection of the phone call, or how do you want to handle that?
Things. Are you refreshing her recollection or impeaching her with an exhibit that you seek to admit?
I am, well, probably both. I'm starting by impeaching her recollection and then...
Refreshing her recollection?
Thank you so much. Refreshing her recollection, and then, yes, I may want to introduce it as impeachment.
That's fine. You just need to make sure that Mr. Bloodworth listens to it before we relay it for the witness.
Okay, I think we're going to need a moment then.
Okay. Folks, this may just take some arranging of devices. If you'd give us a moment, please rise for the jury.
Okay, so she's going to play a call to refresh her memory and then to try to impeach her on something. So I'm not sure what this is going to be. It'll be interesting. I don't know if we'll be able to hear it or they're just going to let her listen to it into headphones. I'm not positive, but yeah, kind of the same old from yesterday. Just, trying to break her down as much as possible. We know that this was going to happen.
Thank you. Ms. Lover, do you need a restroom break?
She talks about, that's the
Yes.
last time we were able
All
to
right,
get the
so
ones we tried to get.
please do not talk to anybody during the restroom break. All right, just affirmatively avoid people.
know.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, you can take a restroom break. That's fine.
It's just, yeah. I just want to make sure they're on the same topic.
Thanks for joining me right now.
Go off the record for a moment.
Smash that like button for me. Look down at your computer. If you haven't subscribed to our channel, please consider supporting us. I do appreciate it. Yes, Mark, drugs do make you forget stuff. It happens. Whether she is lying or not, whether she, is still doing drugs or not, actually doesn't matter because there are purchases of drugs from Carmen, from Kouri. There's text messages to back it up. There's a check written out. There's, just loads of evidence. I don't think bashing somebody who clearly has a history of drug use since the 6th grade and then calling her out on her learning disabilities is a very nice thing to do. So I only have sympathy for this witness at this point. And I don't think this witness, if the jury doesn't believe her, I don't think it matters. But yes, the defense is trying to discredit her, and they may have discredited her. I don't know, but I don't know. This defense attorney is not likable, so that's working in the prosecution's favor. Impeachment is proving that they lied. Okay, so they said something one day, it was on the record or it was a testimony, and then they find something, some piece of evidence to prove that that's a lie, and that's impeachment. Yeah, so Rosie got a 15-ounce Moms for Justice mug. Those mugs are the best. I actually left my coffee out there because I have a strawberry refresher today. But I have coffee too, and I do have to go get it. But I am using my mug today, and I love it, and it's just a really cool mug. So Rosie got one, and she approves of the mug. So it is in the merch shop. I have shirts, water bottles, and all that, but you do not have to. Just you being here is enough for me. Oh, no, Mark, I know you didn't say anything about her learning disabilities, but, you mentioned her lying and all that. And yeah, she might be lying, but I personally think she's very believable. She's very credible. And,
hey, thank you so much for
with
watching
all
the
that
Kouri
other stuff,
Richins
let me
trial
pause
with
this
us.
guy.
But
I
I'll tell you
can't
what,
watch
a
him.
lot
I'm
of these
sorry.
trials remind me of the
Just the defense is making a mockery of themselves, and this is not helping Kouri at all. Okay. That's why I didn't want to put on this channel, guys. But, everybody wants to see Carmen on the screen. So I'll switch over until it goes back. So let's see. I know a lot of people Ain't No Hollaback Girl says, I know a lot of people with bad or no memory that have never taken drugs. And I've never, oh, girl, let me tell you, I'm getting older and I forget everything. I forget everything. It's horrible. Yeah, I don't want to watch this channel because I don't like when he goes on, guys. Let me see. What I'll do is, I know what I'll do. Yeah. So, guys, court is just on this quick break. So hang on there. Didn't go anywhere. Yeah, I have the stream going right here. It's just on a quick break. Let's see. All right. Let me turn this off. Guys, what are you thinking so far? Just the same old as yesterday, right? Right? All right. So we're waiting. What is the best evidence against her? Oh, I love that question. Gosh, so many things. You know, my viewers, go ahead and start commenting back to this question, but I will tell you that we haven't seen the journal yet, the first page of the journal. Okay. The fact that she planned a trip with the lover, that she was supposed to, go on this vacation 1 month after Eric died, but it was booked before Eric died. So, how are you going to be able to go on that trip? Okay. If you didn't know already that something was going to happen to Eric. The walk the dog letter is really bad. Okay. There is so much more. The statements from Eric saying that, and more than one statement saying, if something happens to me, it's Kouri. Then there's another statement that says, what was the other one? About the fentanyl sandwich, that she tried to poison me. And then, I think she's trying to poison me. Then you've got the life insurance. Okay. You've got all the money she stole, the home equity line of credit. You've got, and yes, a lot of it is circumstantial, but guys, it tells a story that is highly unlikely. Okay. Highly unlikely. All right. Hold on. Let me go back to the other stream because we want to see Carmen, right? Definitely want to see Carmen. All right. Okay, long crime has it back. So, here we go. Jury's coming in. Don't want to miss anything. It's just overwhelming evidence. Thank you so much. You mean without us, folks? Yeah, I mean, I love you guys. We have a great community here. We talk back and forth, and it's awesome. Thank you for being here. Hello, Mimi. How are you? Searches, texts, memes, journals, her statements about needing him gone, the lover, her forging life insurance. Yeah, I mean, it's just overwhelming. Overwhelming. And welcome aboard. Thank you for being here. Rayanne, note to self, if you think your partner is poisoning you, leave immediately. Right. But I don't think he left because he has children that he loved very much. He was very involved as a dad. I think he was trying to figure out a way to get away, but he didn't want to lose his kids. You know what I mean? Why should he have to move out of his house with his children and not, it's a major difference when there's a divorce. You got to share 50-50 custody. I'm sure he was strategically trying to figure out what to do. And he wasn't 100% sure that she was poisoning him, but he was onto her and he was concerned, Thank you. I know that's what you meant. Thank you so much. Michael says, I wonder how many times he worried about other meals she made for the family. Now, Michael, I know that you lean towards Kouri being innocent. I understand. And, you know, you are a person like kind of like my former co-host where like you want the evidence. You want it crystal clear. Well, I'm a big circumstantial evidence girl. If that adds up and these things don't make sense and my gut is telling me something, no, you cannot convict somebody on your gut, but you can convict with overwhelming circumstantial evidence where it is like unlikely for it to be anything other than guilty. You'd have to be very sure, obviously. I love that this witness is saying, I don't recall. That's exactly what she needs to be saying. I've never heard an attorney say that's not true. What in the world? Yeah. And you know what? She remembers a generalized amount of time. This woman is like, what are the dates? Right down to the date. You know, nobody can remember the exact dates, but you know in general how long you've been sober, right? It's really, really frustrating. Man, they're taking a long time to come in. They are taking a long time. Hey, Kirk, how are you? Thanks for being here today. I'll be having a stream going all day, so I'm not going anywhere. I might step in and out, and I'm going to in a minute. I got to go get my coffee, but yes. Thank you for being here, everybody. Okay, yeah, good point. Pharmacy Girl says he definitely didn't feel safe around her. I'm so happy he confided in his sister and family. I mean, he was doing everything right. He was letting people know. He was giving like feelers out there for his friends, his family, you know. And in the meantime, we cannot judge him for not leaving her right away because, first of all, he wasn't 100% sure. He had this hunch and he had to think about his children. Why should he have to be away from his boys? Oh my goodness, guys. What's taking them so long? Thank you, Cindy. That's what I've been saying this whole time. I will. You guys want to see Ruger? I probably will at lunch. When I go to lunch. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go nowhere.
All right, Kouri.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. We're on the record. Ms. Lewis, I understand you'd like to refresh Ms. Lauber's recollection with a couple of audio recordings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Lauber, if you'd put the headphones on. Katie's going to play 2 audio recordings for you. Just listen, and when they're done, Ms. Lewis is going to ask you another question. Thank you.
Go ahead. Oh, yeah, that was it.
Okay, and then we're gonna do the second one.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
If you would hand those headphones back to Katie. Katie, if you'd take your seat again.
Ms. Lauber, were you able to hear those 2 phone calls between you and Mr. Von Savage?
Yes.
All right. So you were having a conversation where Mr. Von Savage was saying to you, hey, remember, Carmen, we couldn't get any more of those pills after we've got those. And March of 2022, right?
Correct.
And he said, remember, we tried to get more. We asked Kouri if she could get more, and she said she didn't want any more, so we couldn't get any more, remember?
Correct.
Why was it that you wanted more pills?
I don't think I was the one asking for them. Nick did. Nick wanted to know because Nick benefited from it when he got made the $300.
Nick said that was the last time we could get them, correct?
Correct.
Meaning you and Nick.
Nick was the one that drove me down the last one, yes. Correct.
And that Nick and you wanted to get more pills, correct?
I don't recall me on that video. It wasn't me asking for them.
Your Honor, can we, I'd like to admit the recording.
Mr. Bloodworth, you've heard it. Any objection?
No.
Okay. Pause for 1 moment. Katie, let me make sure you're connected. Let me know when you have them queued up. This should work. Are you connected? Here, we'll start again. My apologies.
And this is Defense Exhibit 307 for the record.
Okay.
3007.
This is actually the one you were
Oh, I'm sorry. So
Katie, would you do me a favor?
3008.
Plug back in.
Okay.
Let me know when you've plugged back in. You're not showing anything on your desktop.
It's just
But forgive me, I'm not sure the audio player is connected. Can you drag it into?
Well, because remember I kept asking, like, hey, text Kouri, do we need any more? And that, so me and you was the last time we were able to get any because she didn't want any anymore. Because remember her guy was out of town or whatever?
I don't know.
Can we play the next part?
I mean, I know that, like, I kept asking, like, hey, does her guy want more? Does her guy want more? So, and you were like, and she'd always say no. So, like, I know you and me was the last time, unless you cheated on me and went with somebody else, which I don't think you would have. Yeah.
All right. So Nick said he's the one that texted, but then he said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills, correct?
That was the last time Nick and I had gone to the Maverick.
All right, we listened to the call. He said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills. That's what the call says.
That's the last time him and I went to the Maverick. Correct.
All right. I'm going to try and ask the question again.
Your Honor, objection. Asked and answered. It's in evidence. It says what it says.
Sustained. Please ask your next question.
Sure. All right, let's go back to the May 10th interview with Ms. Whistler and the others. Maybe turn to page 26, and I'll ask you if you can remember this, and if you can't, you can look down at the page.
Just wait 1 moment. Just going to ask you a question, Ms. Lauber.
Oh,
Okay, so Ms. Whistler asked you how often that, when you were using drugs, how often you were using. And you told her hardly ever, like maybe once a month. You recall that?
correct.
Okay, but that wasn't true, correct?
Correct.
Because you were using a lot more than once a month during February and March of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't honest with Ms. Whistler, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then she wants to talk to you about the first drug purchase, the one with Susan Kohler. And turn to page 34, just so you have it ready. But first I'll ask if you remember, and then if you don't remember, you can look at the interview, okay? All right. Now, you told Ms. Whistler that you couldn't remember when you sold pills to, or I'm not sorry, excuse me, when you bought pills from Susan Kohler, but it was wintertime, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell Ms. Whistler, the other guys, referring to Detective O'Driscoll and Maynard, they made it much easier because they drew it all out for me. Do you remember that?
No, no.
Okay, take a look at page 34.
Correct.
Okay, so you said they made it a lot easier, but Ms. Whistler's making you tell the story yourself, correct?
Yes.
All right. So again, you say you went to Susan Kohler and bought oxycodone, correct?
Correct.
That those were prescription pills that Susan got for a friend, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you don't know how many milligrams of oxycodone those pills were. Do you know that?
No, I didn't look at them. I didn't count. I didn't ask.
Okay, fair. And you told her that you fronted the money to Susan.
Yes.
You told Ms. Whistler that. And then you told Ms. Whistler and the U.S. Attorney's Office that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet in the Midway house, the small Midway house, and the money would be in the closet. But instead you decided to leave them in the fire pit, correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay, let's go to page 46. And if you take a look at that and look at where it talks about you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet.
And what was your question?
Is that, in fact, what you said, that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet and the money would be in the closet, correct?
It doesn't say anything about the pills or what one it was.
Can you take a look? Are you on page 46 of the May 10th interview?
Yes, I'm on page 46.
And that's not refreshing your recollection?
It just says in the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said the money go inside the house and the money was in the closet.
Okay, that's what I'm
Doesn't
referring
say
to.
which day.
That's what I'm referring to.
Which purchase.
That you were going to leave the pills in the closet and the money was going to be in the closet. That's what you told Ms. Whistler.
Your Honor, just objection foundation, which purchase here are we discussing?
I already said that. It was the first purchase with Susan Kohler. We talked about that.
I think that clarification, we need to be much more careful about whether you are impeaching or refreshing.
Okay,
And
I understand.
I'm confused. I think the witness's responses will be tough to determine on a written record
All right.
what she's doing.
Okay. So the question is, when talking about the first purchase with Ms. Kohler, that you told Ms. Whistler, originally you were supposed to leave those oxycodone pills in the closet and that the money was going to be in the closet, correct?
I don't recall on that one.
But you just read it, correct?
It doesn't say Susan Kohler or anything in there. It just says that the money doesn't refer to what purchase you're talking about in here. It does not say Susan Kohler's purchase, or it does not say Robbie's purchase.
Okay.
It just says,
Your Honor, could we approach for just a moment?
Okay, I'm catching up right now. I had to step away, so hold on. I'm just reviewing real quick what I missed. Thanks for joining me, guys. I got my coffee. Here's that 15-ounce mug if anybody's interested. Jackie says defense is destroying Carmen for nothing because Kouri has convicted herself. Christina says, what does her using drugs have to do with Kouri buying them? So frustrating. Agreed.
Yes, thank you. Okay, let's try this again. I'm sorry that this has been really confusing, but
You're sorry?
If you don't leave it in front of her, she won't be able to read along with you. And so if we can do a combination of you having that and putting it on the screen, or however you want to do it. But
All right.
if you're going to read, she needs to be able to see what you're reading.
okay. Let me just figure out where I'm at, and then we'll do that.
No problem.
All right, let me ask you this. The first thing you talk about with U.S. Attorney's Office is the first purchase with Susan Kohler.
I'm not 100% sure.
Guys, was there not a call played?
All right, give me one moment. Katie, can you pull up page 34 of the May 10th transcript? All right. If you could look at line 18. And this is early in the interview. Ms. Whistler asked you, okay, so when would that have been? Referring to the first time Kouri reached out for pills. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And
Yes.
that's when you said the other guys made it so much easier because they drew it out for me.
I need you to read it exactly.
The other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. That's your response, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then, Ms. Whistler continues to talk to you about, just go ahead and turn the page for a minute, that first purchase.
Mr. Bloodworth,
Objection under 106.
forgive me.
Hey, Mom. I love you.
Okay. Give me a series of line numbers or page and line numbers that you're concerned about.
Your Honor, on page 34, the response spanned lines 20 through 23. I think that entire section needs to be read.
Would you please read the
That's
rest
fine.
of the response?
Okay, yes, that's fine. So the question from Ms. Whistler is, when would this have been, the first purchase? And you answer, the other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. I want to say January or February. I don't know. You'd have to look at the phone records.
Correct.
Correct. And Ms. Whistler says of last year. Correct?
You got to read or answer the question.
Well, I was asking her to acknowledge that was the question from Ms. Whistler. That Ms. Whistler asked you of last year, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I think so. Yeah. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now you go on and you're talking about the purchase from Ms. Kohler, correct?
Correct.
All right. And while you're still talking about that purchase,
Wendy's arrest is coming. I just know it. I feel it in my bones.
that was the purchase that was $600, correct?
Correct.
So let's pull up page 43 of the transcript. And Ms. Whistler says that on line 10, so at your best recollection, it was $600, correct?
Correct.
So we're still talking about the first purchase.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then as we move forward, as we're still talking about it, on page 46, you're talking about that the next, after you got the pills, and you testified yesterday, you didn't give them to Kouri that night, it was the next day, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, and then the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said the money, go inside the house, the money is in the closet, correct?
Okay. Her memory is not
Right.
good. We know that
And
already.
then Ms. Whistler asks you, 2 lines down, 3 lines down, you took the pills you had gotten from Susan to that address, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so as you're talking about that,
You have to read her answer. The question is not evidence of anything.
well, now I forgot what the question was.
So you're on line
Oh, I'm sorry.
19.
You took the pills you gotten from Susan to that address and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she asked if you'd been to the house before and you said no, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then, as we move to page 47, line 14, Ms. Whistler says, okay, when you got there, did you go inside, correct?
Correct.
And she's talking about the small Midway house, correct?
Correct.
And you said, no, it was late at night and I put them in the fire pit, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whistler says, outside, and you say, yeah, correct?
Correct.
Turn the page. Ms. Whistler asks on line 7, okay, so you dropped this envelope full of pills in a fire pit in a vacant house in Midway. Did you think this was odd? Correct?
Correct.
And you said yes, but I didn't think nothing of it because if you're keeping a certain somebody out of the picture, you're not, I mean, if you know anything about the drug world, and then you don't complete that thought. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So, you told,
Objection, Your
Use
Honor.
pause. Go ahead, Mr. Butler.
Completeness, she does complete the thought. You just have to read down.
Yeah, we've got to read through.
all right, I don't know that it's relevant, but that's fine. Ms. Whistler then says, well, I've been doing this for 20 years, so I think I do. I guess referring to know something about the drug process, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, I'm just saying some addicts, or, and she says, uh-huh, and you say, some people don't really ask questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Everyone say hi to my mom.
Your Honor,
It keeps going.
I think, though, if I mean, that's the part that's relevant to my questioning. I think if Mr. Bloodworth wants to bring in the rest later, he's welcome to do so. We're actually changing the topic here back to the investor now.
Why don't you just read through the sentence, the period on line 23. I understand your position, but I think her thought goes through before changing of a topic, the period on line 23.
All right. So when you say some people don't really ask questions, Ms. Whistler says okay, and you say, or they don't want to get caught in the middle of anything, period.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to give this back to you for now.
Yeah, my mother-in-law's
So
on.
back to my
Say
original
hi.
question is you told Ms. Whistler that the first pills you got from Susan Kohler you left in the fire pit at the Midway house, correct?
Correct.
But that's not what you're saying today, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, who could potentially charge you with a 20-year minimum mandatory crime, you were doing your best to tell them the truth?
It was a lot to take in, so I probably had confused a little bit.
Were you doing your best to tell them the truth? Is
Yes.
that fair? You
Correct.
were.
Mm-hmm.
And this conversation was approximately a year after these events took place. The conversation with Ms. Whistler took place about a year after these things happened, correct?
I'm not sure on the dates.
Well, they happened in March of 2022, February, March of 2022, and you're talking with Ms. Whistler in May of 2023, so a little more than a year, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Well, the date is on the transcript. Do you need to look at
I don't think it was a year apart, but I could be confused on the date.
All right. If I represent to you that this interview was in 2023, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. So it was about a year after.
Okay.
And fair to say, 1 year after the fact, your memory was probably better than it is here today 4 years after the fact, correct?
Correct.
All right.
I don't even say
Okay.
mother-in-law because she's
Now I want to move
like
to
a mom.
the second buy. We're going to talk about the second purchase, which would have been the first purchase with Robert Crozier, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you
Ooh,
reached
look at that
out
face.
because Kouri said she needed something stronger, like maybe the Michael Jackson stuff, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't remember if this was by text or phone. You said you weren't 100% sure, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you pull up page 50? You turn to page 57. I'm going to let you use the book. You put 57 on the screen for me of the May 10th interview.
Yep. Thank you. Poor lady.
Okay, I want you to look at line. You're on page 53, Carmen?
I'm on 57.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I gave you the
You
wrong
told me
page.
57.
I might have. You're right. 57. I'm sorry.
So do I need to go back or stay here?
No, 57 is correct. I misspoke.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. So line 7. Oh, actually, no. Let's go up to line 5. Officer Parker says, when you say by phone, are you saying a phone call or a text, correct?
Correct.
Talking about your communications with Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You said, I'm not 100% sure the officers have it all, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said after that? Well, let me ask you this way. Do you recall telling them they made it easier for me because they draw it out? Like they laid out the whole puzzle and they fit the pieces together. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you recall that you said that.
Correct.
And do you recall what Ms. Whistler said to you?
No.
All right. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1033, the video? Do you recall that she, before you play the, do you recall that she said to you, well, we would rather you just tell what you remember?
Correct.
Okay, then maybe we don't need to play it.
It's not her objection. That's not what the question says.
But that's her memory. So here we go. There's nothing impeachable happening right now.
Okay.
All right. So, again, Ms. Richins on the second time asked for the Michael Jackson drug, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler that you had to Google it, correct? Because you didn't know what it was.
Correct.
And that you discovered it was propofol, correct?
I don't recall if that's what I remember, but
Well, you said yesterday that you discovered it was propofol.
okay, yes.
All right. And you can't buy propofol in the streets, correct?
I'm not sure.
To your knowledge, can you buy it on the streets?
No, I don't go around asking for it, no.
Okay, that's
not
fair.
that I recall if you can
That's
or
fair.
not.
She's so pretty.
And I want to go back to the pills, the first set of pills you got from Robert. Can you pull up page 59? Yeah, I'm really not going back. We're still on the first set of pills you bought from Robert. Page 59.
If you would just wait for the question.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get to the page.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be less confusing if we do it in
Okay.
this order.
Ms. Whistler asked you during this interview if you'd ever taken opioids. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
All right, can you look at page, you're on 59, right?
Yes.
Line 4. Ms. Whistler says, and you yourself have never been an opioid user. I misspoke. She said you yourself have never been an opioid user. Recall that?
Correct.
And you said, well, I was for my neck.
Correct.
Okay. And she says, okay, but I mean, and then you say, I had neck surgery, correct?
Correct.
And she said, I mean illicit opioids. And you said yes and no.
Correct.
So you're saying, yes, I had taken illicit opioids also,
Yes.
correct? All right. She says, tell me what you mean by yes or no, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I mean, I would take Roxy's or Oxys for my neck and stuff, okay?
Okay.
And then Ms. Whistler says, were they, okay, but were they prescribed to you by a doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you said they were in the beginning, but not after a while, correct?
Common problem in America.
So then she asked you, roughly when did you have neck surgery, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I had neck surgery a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, so your neck surgery was pretty close in time to when you were getting these pills from Mr. Crozier, correct?
No, my neck surgery was completed. I was out of my brace and everything.
So when you were getting the pills from Mr. Crozier, your neck surgery was over, correct?
Yes.
That's fine. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Thank you for telling me that. All right. So my question is, when you were getting oxycodone from Mr. Crozier, were you holding back any pills for yourself?
No, I turned them in to my therapist. She kept track of them. When I had my prescription, my surgery,
Right.
when I was done.
Right, but you said you were getting some that were not prescription. You were getting illicit pills. I take it you didn't give those to your probation officer. All right. So were you holding back pills from Mr. Crozier to take for yourself?
No, I was not.
But has had issues with this before because she's an addict, and addicts get hooked
All right. So
very
then you
much
talk
quicker.
more about that Kouri had asked for the Michael Jackson drug. And that's when you told her, well, it's not a pharmacy. I don't know what you want. I can't just go get you a stronger dose of pills, correct?
Correct.
All right. But the first pills you gave her were prescription oxycodone, correct?
From Susan Kohler?
Yes.
Correct.
From Susan Kohler. And then you asked Mr. Crozier for Roxy 30s, correct?
I don't recall if that's exactly what I asked for.
Well, we talked about that yesterday.
I said blues. Blues, or I asked for pain pills or an opiate pain pill.
All right. Yesterday you testified you asked for Roxy 30s or blues. Remember that? Yes, from yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that's accurate.
I'm not either. Foundation.
I can go back and find it, I guess, but that is accurate. All right, let me find it.
I think the difference is whether, to be a little bit specific here, she testified to that yesterday or acknowledged having said it in a prior interview.
That's fair. Yesterday you acknowledged that you had told Mr. Crozier that you wanted Roxy 30s or blues. We found that page number yesterday, and you acknowledged that, yes, that is what you had said at the time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So my point is, Roxy 30s, 30 milligram oxycodone, are a stronger variety of oxycodone than what you would typically get in a prescription, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you could get her something stronger and still get her oxycodone, correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
All right.
Gosh.
There are different milligrams of oxycodone, right?
Correct.
Prescription. Yes, prescription oxycodone, and then, which are weaker, and then Roxy 30s are a stronger variety because they're 30 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you could, in fact, get the same drug, oxycodone, and get a stronger version of it, right?
If you knew somebody with the prescription.
Okay. All right.
So what? Who cares?
And this is when you reach out to Nicole Cummings, and she refers you to Robert Crozier to get the stronger pills.
Correct.
All right. But you never did ask Crozier, and we talked about this yesterday, you never asked him for fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler, Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, correct? She never asked you for fentanyl.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right, can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1035? Do you need to see this? It was provided in Discovery.
Can you remind me? I don't.
We'll put it on,
I want to introduce this.
so we'll preview it for
Okay.
council once it's up.
Can you put the transcript next to it so he can?
Yeah, the transcript's more helpful. Can you scroll through, Katie?
And why is it that
No,
Oop.
not yet.
Just let him read the transcript of what is in the video.
If you'd take the video down for a moment, Katie, let Mr. Bloodworth review the transcript. Just pause for a minute.
Can you go to page 71, please?
Absolutely,
Line, through
Adriana.
125.
We only have that one page, so just 71?
Whatever page you had up.
This poor lady.
Just pause for a minute. Thank you.
What was the next page? Oh, now I don't know. It was the page you had up right a moment ago. Oh, I'm sorry.
I read 70.
Okay.
Does the clip start at page 70?
It is right. It's just, yeah, it's just a little bit.
Oh,
on
okay.
page seven.
What line does what page and line does the clip go through?
Line 70, line 25.
Okay, then please back to 70.
No worries.
Okay, the state objects under completeness. If you look at 71, page 71 of the transcript, it continues.
Well, go ahead. Let me see page 71.
Can't wait for the redirect.
All right. I mean, Your Honor, I think
Through
that,
line 11 of 71 at least.
I mean, I think he can introduce that. She's testified to that
If
on
you,
redirect.
you got to play the whole thought,
Well, how about if I play it and then I read the rest because the clip doesn't include that.
but you just read the complete part and then ask her if you read it correctly.
All right.
Can't play an incomplete clip.
You can pull it back a page to 70. All right. So Ms. Whistler, and we're on page 70, line. Let's see. Let's back up.
Page 70?
70, Ms. Lover.
Okay, that's it. I just want to make sure that's what I found.
Let's go back then to line 11. Ms. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Whistler asked you, when you met with Robbie, did you specifically ask him for fentanyl? And you answered yes. She says, you used that word, you said, uh-huh. And she said, and if, and why is that you specifically asked for fentanyl? And you said, because that's what was asked for. I mean, that was the Michael Jackson drug, right? Or that was the Michael Jackson thing. So let's stop there for a minute. Is that what it says? Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
All right. But we already talked about you knew the Michael Jackson drug was not fentanyl, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right. So then Ms. Whistler says, okay, so that's what Kouri had asked you to get. Is that fair? And your answer is, did she ever come out and ask for fentanyl? No. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Next page. Ms. Whistler says, okay. And you say, she asked me to get Michael Jackson stuff. Yes. Ms. Whistler says, okay, did you tell her what she was getting was fentanyl? And you said yes, and that's on the second transaction that took place in my driveway when she came to pick it up. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, but All right, we're going to come back to that because I don't want to confuse you by jumping around in sequence. So we'll talk more about what you said about that in a few minutes, okay? All right. Now, you told the U.S. Attorney's Office when you interviewed with them that you purchased drugs 1 time from Susan Kohler and 2 times from Robert Crozier, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell them you purchased 3 times. You told them you purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
All right. You told them that the first time from Mr. Crozier you got light green pills, correct?
Correct.
And the second time you got light blue pills, correct?
Correct.
That you got his number from Nicole Cummings, correct?
Yes.
Told him you needed Roxy 30s or blues, correct?
Correct.
Met him at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Picked up the money to pay him, correct?
Correct.
You said it was $1,000?
Yes.
And that means he was charging, my math I don't do, but I think it's approximately $30 to $35 a pill, correct? Maybe more?
Probably yes.
And that's about the running rate for oxycodone. Might even be a little high, but for oxycodone, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Are you aware what fentanyl
So
typically?
you got to pause so we can get a response on the record. I apologize.
That's okay.
Was your last answer was?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Now, are you aware what fentanyl sells for?
I'm not 100% sure.
Because you've never bought fentanyl?
It goes for, it's a street drug. I'm not 100% sure what it's out.
Do you know that it's really cheap? At least it was in 2022, 2023, 23?
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
I just went off the price he told me.
Okay. And you picked up the money at the closet in the Midway house for the purchase for Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
In a closet, correct?
This one might have been the box. I'm not sure which one.
Wasn't the box in the closet?
Yes.
Okay. So in a closet in the Midway house.
Correct.
And you got approximately $1,000.
Correct.
And that same day you brought the pills, you bought the pills from Mr. Crozier, correct?
I'm not sure if it was the same day. Like I said, I'd reach out to him and he'd get back to me.
Okay. Do you recall if you picked the money up the same day you bought the pills?
I'm not 100% sure.
So you might have picked the money up first and then taken it a day or two later.
Maybe, yes, correct.
Okay. Tell me again, so that time you go in the house, which it's a little unclear, you've said different things, if it was the first time or the second time. What was in the house?
There was nothing that was being remodeled. It was one that she was flipping.
Wasn't it already remodeled?
I'm not 100% sure. She said it was a house she had done. that
Are
was
you
flipping.
aware? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. This is in February we're talking,
Okay.
correct?
Correct.
Yesterday you said the first purchase from Robert Crozier was February 11th, correct?
Correct.
Which you also said was the first purchase from Susan Kohler, correct?
I don't recall if that was the same time.
Okay. You don't recall that that's what you said yesterday?
I knew Susan's was in the beginning, yes.
Okay.
Not sure exact date.
Are you aware that Ms. Richins didn't own the home in February of 2022?
I knew it was a house she was flipping.
Are you aware that she'd already sold it at the end of January of 2022?
No.
All right. So you meet Mr. Crozier at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Give him the money and he gets you the pills, correct?
Correct.
Well, he leaves. He has to go somewhere close by to get the pills, right?
Yes.
And then he brings them back to you, correct?
Yes.
And now you're saying, now you didn't say this before, but now you're saying Nancy Peterson was with you on that trip?
Nancy Peterson drove me.
Propofol does not come in a pill form, just so you guys
you
know.
didn't say that to Ms. Whistler, correct? You didn't say anything about Nancy Peterson being with you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But, okay. You said she drove you? Ms. Peterson drove you?
Yes.
Can we pull up, it's already been admitted, States Exhibit, I think it's 3-7D, 3-7D3. Can we publish that, please?
Yeah. I don't know what the jury's thinking, but
You
it's
see that?
possible.
Yes,
That's a selfie, correct?
correct.
And if you look at the lettering on Nancy Peterson's hat, the lettering's reversed, right? It's backwards.
Correct.
So that picture's backwards, correct?
I guess so, correct, I guess.
Okay. So can we pull up just for? Well, no. Let's pull up CL9 for the witness. Can you make it so it's not split like that?
Yeah, it's a lot of the same old from
That's how
yesterday.
that picture really looks, correct? Because now it's not backwards.
Correct.
So you were driving, correct?
On the way back, I drove back, yes.
Well, on the way there, the first picture was.
On the way down, Nancy drove. On the way back, I drove because she wanted to get high.
Okay, well, you testified yesterday that this photo was of Nancy driving and you in the passenger seat. Recall that?
Correct.
But you're in the driver's seat and she's in the passenger seat, correct?
I guess so, correct.
Okay, can we publish IMP-CL9 to the jury? We'd move to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Bloodman.
Yeah, 3,000. 3,000.
No objection.
Okay, one moment. We're going to keep this number the way it is, right?
Sure, that's fine. So you testified yesterday that.
Hold on a second. Why are we renumbering them? It makes it harder on Brittany.
All the 3,000s are impeachment documents that were not on the witness list, so to make it easier at the end. And we've been bringing the next day ones that have a new sticker on them and giving them to Brittany.
Okay. Defense 3009 offered as IMP_CL9 is admitted.
All right, so yesterday you testified that you had Nancy drive you because you didn't have a driver's license, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, you're driving, correct?
Down the mountain,
Either way,
driving up.
you're driving without a driver's license, correct?
Yes, I always did.
Okay.
Not working out for you, huh, Kouri?
All right. So this purchase is the light green pills we talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that the next time you bought from Robert was after the death of Eric Richins, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, at this time you said you did one purchase from Susan and two from Robbie, correct?
Correct.
So 2 purchases in February, 1 from Susan, 1 from Robbie, and a third purchase on March 9th, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but yes, there was.
You testified there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right.
No.
Your Honor, Foundation, I'm sorry.
I need you to be more specific about when you say you testified.
Yesterday you testified that you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
Yes.
But back when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, I mean, you also said you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
I don't recall, but
All right, so you don't recall at that time when the third purchase took place.
I'm not 100% sure. That was a lot to take in back then.
I understand. But now you're sure.
Yes.
How did you become sure? If you didn't know then, why do you know now for sure?
My bank account. I'm the one that told those guys there was a check to check my bank account and tell them the exact dates of everything.
Okay, well, in all fairness, you talked about that during these interviews. You decided and discovered there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right. So my question is, at that time you said, though, that was the final purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
But now you're saying there's another purchase, correct?
You've confused me. I'm not understanding.
At that time you said you only purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
And now you're saying you purchased 3 times.
Correct.
All right. So now you go back and you're going to make your third purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
And in that purchase, you didn't tell him you wanted something stronger, correct?
In the last purchase,
Yes.
you've confused me.
Well, it's kind of confusing because we
You
have a
you
bunch
bounce,
of statements
you
that
bounce
they're...
back and forth. It's confusing.
All right. We're going to talk about in May of 23, when you said there were only 2 purchases from Mr. Crozier.
Okay.
Okay. The first purchase you said was light green pills.
Correct.
And then the second purchase, you actually said, just give me the same thing, correct?
I don't think those are my exact words. I think he just
Okay, let's
kept
look at
purchasing
page...
through him.
I'm sorry.
I just kept purchasing through him.
Okay, let's look at page 86.
Enough. We get it. She made purchases for drugs, but Kouri bought drugs from her. Stop. I mean, this is so stupid and pointless, and the jury's going to start to hold some resentment pretty soon. I know I would. If I was on the jury, I'd be like, oh, not winning any points.
Sure. 1 second, Ms. Lowe.
Kouri does not look happy. If you're just joining us, welcome. It's day 5 of this very boring trial. But we're here.
Line number are we at, Ms. Lowe?
I'm checking. Just where it makes the most sense. Okay, line 8. Ms. Whistler says, did you contact Robbie a second time? And you say yes. Correct?
Correct.
She says same phone number that you used to contact, and you say, uh-huh.
Objection, Your Honor. I think we're refreshing at this point.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sustained. If you would just give her a page number and line range to read, and then ask your next question.
All right.
Thank
Can you just
you.
read that page, please?
Start from what number?
Right where we were just talking about, line 8 through the end of the page.
You want to read 8 all the way down?
Yes.
Just read it to yourself.
Okay. I thought you meant out loud. I'm like,
No, my
okay.
apologies.
Okay, yeah.
And then will you give me the next page up on the screen, please?
Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much for being here today.
If you can tell me when you've reached the bottom of that page.
I've reached the bottom.
Can you turn to the next page and read through line 5?
Katie, I need 88. Thank you.
Did you read through line 5 of that next page?
Yes.
All right.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yeah,
No.
I can, Your Honor. There's going to be a completeness problem if we get to a page here.
Yeah, well, can we just, okay. That's fair. Ask your next question, Ms. Lewis.
I don't have the right page up here. Can you?
That's okay. It just has. I apologize for interrupting. Please ask your next question.
All right. So the second time you went back to Mr. Crozier for pills, you did not ask him for something stronger, correct?
Through Robbie?
Yes.
I'm confused on what purchase we're on.
We are
Just-
too.
We just read it. Let's go back and read it again.
No.
You're confusing.
Page 86.
Okay.
And the top of 87. Let me see that. through line 5.
Correct.
All right. So, do you now recall that you told Ms. Whistler that you just asked him for more of the same the second time?
Correct.
And she asked you, you didn't ask for anything stronger, or do you have any better? Nothing like that? And you said, no, I just asked for the same.
Correct.
All right. So the first time he got you light green pills, and the second time, you just said, give me more of the same, correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, you picked up the money at the Midway House in the cup in the closet, correct? For that
Correct.
second purchase with Mr. Crozier.
Correct.
You went back to the Maverick, correct?
Yes.
With Mr. Bon Savage, correct?
Bon Savage wasn't that one.
That's what you told Ms. Whistler, though, in 2022, correct? I'm sorry,
on.
I misspoke, 2023.
Pause for 1 second,
I
Ms.
think
Lauber.
that question's fine. I think the lack of foundation is confusing the witness as to whether she's testifying about what she said yesterday or what she said in the course of this interview.
Or what she recalls happening. I just need you to be a little
Okay.
bit more specific.
All right, we're still talking about the interview on May 10th with Ms. Whistler, where you told her you only purchased twice from Mr. Crozier. First time light green pills, second time you asked for more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And that you picked the money up in the Midway House, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said there were only 2 purchases with Mr. Crozier, and it was the second purchase that Mr. Bon Savage went with you to pick up the pills, correct?
Bon Savage was the last purchase.
Right, but in
Ms.
20...
Lauber, pause for a moment. Ms. Lewis's question is, do you recall saying that you went with Mr. Bon Savage to, forgive me, what's the name of the woman from the Fed? Ms. Whistler.
Yes, Ms. Whistler.
To Ms. Whistler during that interview.
I don't recall saying I was with Bon Savage.
All right. Carmen, you were really clear in the interviews in May. You said more than once that you did a total of 3 purchases for Kouri Richins, correct?
Correct.
1 from Susan Kohler, 2 from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct at the time, yes.
All right. And during those interviews, Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll told you that you purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And you still said there were 3 purchases. So at that time, you were telling them in your interviews, I had a purchase from Susan Kohler in February, correct?
Correct.
A purchase from Mr. Crozier in February, correct? And a purchase from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, that was it. You said in these interviews, that's it. Those were the purchases I did for Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's what we're talking about right now. I know you've changed your story, and you're now saying there was another purchase, but we're talking about what you told them a year after these events. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So, you meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office on May 10th of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but
All right, well,
you get me confused on the dates, but
let me just show you. Maybe this will help. I'm in hand the witness, which smart as impeachment CL8, but I'm using it to refresh.
Understood.
Can I
All
see
right.
a copy on the screen?
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry. These are just the, they're the dates of all the interviews with, it's just the first page of each transcript. Oh, it doesn't have May 10th. Oh, it does. It's at the end. No, it's not a order. May 10th, May 12th, May 13th. I'm going to put that in right
So,
order.
but it doesn't say who the interview's with.
Transcription of interviews with Carmen. I'm just going to get the dates straight. I just
Right,
wanna
we
get
know
the
Carmen's
dates.
at all the interviews. We don't know who is interviewing her by
I
the
don't
face of
even-
these transcripts.
It doesn't matter right now. I'm just asking her for the dates because she can't remember any of the dates. All right, let me see what she
Counsel,
says.
would you pause for a
Let me
minute?
just see what she says, and then I'll clarify.
2 notes for the jury. 1, I need a restroom break, so we're going to take one. And 2,
You need a break
I
from
recognize
this.
that the temperature is trending toward meat locker at the moment. That is my fault. I asked them to cool it off. I didn't think we were going to overshoot by this much. I'm working on it, I promise. Please rise for the jury.
I wondered why my toes were getting cold.
Oh, she's so cute. Oh my gosh, guys. Like, really? It is all the same crap from yesterday. I can only hope that after we return from this break, that there is very little more that needs to be asked. But, you know, I think that they see this witness as their biggest hurdle, and they're going to, like, you know, beat a dead horse here, right?
Until 10:20. Ms. Lauber, I have a thought here. Ms. Lauber, same rules. You cannot speak to anybody. If you need to use the restroom, that's fine. Otherwise, you got to keep to yourself. You're allowed to stand next to Mr. Moffitt, but you can't talk to him about your testimony, okay? Mm-hmm. Can you do that?
Yes.
All right.
She must be
Mr.
dying.
Barber, Ms. Lewis, maybe we can talk in my office for a moment. Would that be all right?
Ooh.
Can I ask for a little more than 10 minutes? I have something I need to attend to.
Oh, no problem. How much time do you need?
Can we come back at 10? Well, how long am I going to be in your chambers?
You know, we can do that second if you want to attend to something first.
Can we do that, please?
Yes, sir. Nobody can start without me, so we'll just take the time it takes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you're ready to have a brief conversation, please grab Miss Lewis and come around.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Well, he said he needed more time, but he didn't exactly say when they're returning, but I have the feed on no matter what. So, guys, he is calling Wendy Lewis into his chambers. Is he going to give her a talking to? I mean, please. Okay, let's all pretend we're in the room, that we're a fly on the wall. This is my prediction. He's going to go, knock it off, move along. You're dragging this trial along. The judge is watching the jury too, right? He can see if the jury is tired of this, if he's losing them. You know, are we losing the jury here? And who gets blamed for that? The attorney that's dragging their feet. That's who gets blamed. And that is going to make it not a fair trial for Kouri, right? So I think he's going to give her a talking to and say, listen, you need to stop. Now, I don't understand why a lot of judges in other trials, like Judge Everett in the Adelson trial, will say, enough, next question. We've already covered this. Next question. That's the only thing about this judge that's bothering me is why isn't he saying, okay, one more question on this subject and then we're moving on. That is what should be going on here, and it's not. Why he's calling her in his chambers, I don't know, but I can only speculate that for whatever reason, that he is going to do all that in his chambers instead. Because I will say that when a judge is constantly telling an attorney, hey, move on, this is your last question on this, move on, it also can appear to the jury that he is disappointed in that attorney. So, maybe he's trying to protect the reputation of the defense attorneys because he doesn't want to reprimand them in front of the jury. That could be it too. So I'm just thinking out loud here. But I think he's calling her in to give her a talking to, reprimanding her for what she's been doing all this time. Because I'm like ready. I'm ready for the next witness. I'm done with this witness. I already know what I need to know, right? Kouri bought drugs from her. Okay? Whether whether Miss Lauber is doing drugs or not, whether she remembers things perfectly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The evidence is going to support that Kouri utilized her to get drugs 4 times. She wrote her a check for $1,300. I mean, there's text messages that are going to come out. So I'm really done with this witness. Really am. We need to move on. We need to move on. And I'm kind of hoping that they're going to call the boyfriend, the lover. I'm not clear if he's on that list. They were supposed to provide a witness list to the defense the day before yesterday. They had asked for one. I don't know if they ever got one. Is he on that list? But I do know that on Monday, in the very beginning of this trial, when the jury was not in the room, they talked about calling Robert Grossman. So I guess it remains to be seen. And remember, whenever you know or whenever they state, yeah, these are our witnesses, that's never set in stone. That's their intention to call certain witnesses. And then whether it happens or not can change. You know, it's kind of like with the Donna Adelson trial. Charlie was on the list, but Charlie was never called. So they literally are making those decisions in real time. And they can also put out a witness list or say that they're calling certain people and someone's not on that list. And then later on, they change their minds and then they bring the person in. So is Robert Grossman going to testify? I am so anxious to find that answer out. And I would think that the flow of things would be that he'd be coming pretty soon. So if he's on the list, so we'll have to wait and see. What do you guys think? Yeah, someone's in trouble. Wendy Lewis is for sure in trouble here, I think. Okay, so if you're new on the channel and you're just joining us now, smash the like button and subscribe. But, you know, we are on day 5 of the Kouri Richins trial. There's been a few moments in the trial where it's been exciting, and there's been a lot of boring testimony as well. But as we all know, the jury is here to decide whether Eric Richins died from intentional poisoning or something else. Okay, day 4 yesterday was pivotal because it put science on the table here, and investigative, tactics were on display yesterday. Toxicology evidence was talked about, fentanyl findings that are in the system. Crime lab witnesses were there, saying fentanyl wasn't confirmed on some tested items. And then we ended the day yesterday with Carmen Lauber, and that was exciting. And now we're just hearing repeated questions over and over again. And the defense is beating a dead horse. And, at this point, if you're just hopping on and wondering what's going on, they just took a break. And we think, because the judge is like, I want to see the defense attorney in my chambers right now on this break. We think, or I think at least, the judge is going to tell her, knock it off. You're asking the same darn questions. And I think that jury is falling asleep, right? So we'll have to see what happens. I don't think we'll ever know exactly, obviously, what went down, but we'll know a lot by what happens when they return. Now, if they come back from this break and she just continues what she was doing, then he wasn't talking to her about that. That's how we'll know. And if things dramatically change, then we'll know. Yep. He scolded her. We'll have to see. Love you guys. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Stream is on. You will hear it when it goes back on. So don't you worry. Don't go nowhere. Just want to make sure everything is... Oh, gosh. All right. Just want to make sure that we are... Okay. 10:20. So that's right now, right? Recess until 10:20. So that's right now. They should be back any minute. Okay. I'm just making sure it's caught up completely. Hello, Tracy. How are you? Welcome aboard. Defense attorney is extremely abrasive. I wonder how hard for her to be kind and not so condescending. And you know what? If she was really like this awful, crooked person, you know, that would come out a little bit. She is so sweet. I think she's just got, you know, sucked in and has been doing drugs, unfortunately, probably a combination of her culture, the culture she's living in, the kind of surroundings, maybe how she was raised, maybe, who knows, you know, down on her luck. And you get caught up in that. Notice how she said that she had had procedures and she had even called and tried to give away her prescription of, I think it was hydrocodone or some oxy. No, she had oxys and she gave it to somebody and said, here, I don't want to take this. I don't want it in my house. That is somebody that struggles. And every single one of us is susceptible to getting hooked on opiates because Americans are having surgeries all the time. And, you know, you could be somebody who's never touched a drug in your life, but if you have that genetic predisposition to becoming an addict, you know, whatever it may be, it is something that's passed down to you. And you could go your whole life without taking one drug, but you still have that in your genetics. It only takes 1 or 2 days of taking a pain pill that's prescribed to you by a doctor when you're in a lot of pain from a surgery, and all of a sudden, that's it. You're hooked, and you know, and people that you would never think would go down that road can go down that road. Go watch the movie. I think it's got Michael Keaton in it. There's a movie with Michael Keaton in it about, you know, just everyday people. You know, some guy owns a construction company and he falls and breaks his back. Never touched a drug in his life. Always on the straight and narrow. Has a family and kids. And then he gets prescribed pain pills because he's suffering with this back pain. And then before you know it, you know, they're giving out opiates like candy. You know, did not switch over to Tylenol soon enough. And then you are hooked. You are hooked. So I don't want to attack this woman because, you know, she's a combination of somebody that went down the wrong road at a very young age. I don't know what her circumstances are. And then on top of it, she had been given oxys by a doctor and she was like struggling, you know, gave them away to try to get him out of her house. Then she went on to testify that she was taking prescribed oxys and then got oxys from outside as well. So I feel like my camera's glitching a lot today. Do you guys see glitching in my camera? Anyway, I just wanted to talk about that because you know what? Just because, they're a drug dealer, you know, they're a drug addict, they're a loser. No, there are people that are struggling. It is a disease. Okay. And there are a lot of people that don't ask to have that predisposition to addiction. I know for a fact that I don't have an addictive personality and I don't have that gene in me. And I know that because, you know, I partied my face off when I was in my 20s and only with alcohol. Never did drugs. I wasn't never a drug person. And I could drink and drink and drink and I could stop and I'm fine. Like, you know, I was in a band. I drank every single night and I never became an alcoholic. Okay. And that's because I don't have that genetic body makeup of being an addict. I just don't. So, but there are people that don't ask for that. You know, they can't help it. They're born with it. And then all of a sudden, a doctor prescribes you something, or, you know, you're a young kid like she was, 6th grade. You know, who knows what her upbringing was. You know, somebody gave her something and that's it. And she's been, you know, struggling ever since. I don't think it is our job to judge her. I think we need to just take her testimony for what it is. And, you know, what supports out of her testimony that Kouri had done this. Well, there's a lot. And even if she lies a little, and even if she's still involved in some drug activity, she says she's not. She's been clean for 4 years. But even if she's lying about that, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter anyway. because Kouri bought drugs. Okay. And there's a fentanyl poisoning here. So it's crazy. Okay. So Rosie's asking me, Rosie, I don't know the answer to that question. You're going to have to ask somebody on here because actually the viewers are going to know how to do that better than me. But yeah. Oh, and while I'm at it, while we're waiting, I'm going to give a shout out to the new members on the channel. I'm going to read your names out. You might not even be on here right now, but I've got a lot of new members on Moms for Justice. It's pretty awesome. Thank you so much for supporting us. Let's pull it up while we're waiting. There isn't. What's the difference between a lawyer and an attorney? That's a really good question. My answer is going to be none. It's just another way to say it. If I'm wrong about that, please let me know. But I'm pretty sure that there's really there's no difference between either one of them. All right. Let's see. Members. Where are my members at? Okay. So here are my members right now. Active members. Just giving you all a shout out. Plays in the Dirt. Allison Stoller. Sherry Sizemore. Michael Anthony recently became a member. Hi, Michael. He's on here right now. Texas Lone Ranger. Daniel, my 6952 is on here right now. Cindy is on here right now. Wendy Joan, Kristen H. Hey, Jill. Julie 78SW. I saw her on here earlier. I think she's still on here. Thank you for joining membership. Trisha Dupoy, 2471. Jojo DGP joined. Tammy Hollis joined. Sherry Prince joined. Christina, I think she's on here. My mom joined. Beacon of Hope joined. Neil Moore. Undercover Mother. I love that name. That is so cool. I love the funny names. You know, I have a viewer on here that I love their name. It's Crunchy Frog. And I love that name so much. Dawn, Pez, Bariqua Bunny. I know who that is. Gabe 2544, MDFG 5WD, Tahoe 20201. So those are all the most recent members. Thank you so much for joining membership. It helps to support the channel. We have people are asking me about my mug, 15 ounce. The 15 ounce is the best, but there is a smaller one that's really cool. It's got the black on the inside, but honestly, this mug is the OG. There's that. There's super chats and like and subscribe. So thank you again. You don't have to. Just being here is all that matters to me. Don't want to be a grifter, so I just mention it every so often, but it's not every 2 seconds. Yeah. So let's see. Okay, so No Hollaback Girl says misdemeanor. I disagree because referencing her low IQ and her daughter was personal and dirty. Absolutely. Bad lawyering, too. All right, I think they're coming back now. I'm going to go to the potty real quick. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, Annie. Your name came across. I see that. And there was somebody else who and I didn't catch it. I'm so sorry. Maybe Rosie caught it. I think somebody just super chatted before her. Let me see. I want to make sure that I call her out. Crud. Rosie, find out who joined as a member just before Annie did. Okay. I'll be right back.
Anything on the record before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. Ms. Lauber, you are still under oath. Okay. Let's invite the jury back in, please.
All rise for the jury.
Have a seat when you come in. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, you're still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, we just finished going through the interview you had with the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's a little painful, but we got there.
Yes. A little confusing.
All right, yes, I know, I'm sorry, but let's just summarize that interview and then we'll move on. So in that interview, you told them that you bought pills from Susan Kohler one time, that you bought pills from Robert Crozier 2 times, and that you bought the same pills from Robert Crozier on each occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that interview, you said that the pills were left at the Midway house, either in the fireplace or in a cup in a closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who picked up the pills from the Midway house, correct?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if Kouri picked them up, correct?
No, I do not.
Or if Eric Richins picked them up?
No, I do not know. I do not know who picked him up.
Okay. All right, fair. So 2 days after the interview with the U.S. Attorney's Office, so we're now going to May 12th of 2023, you called Detective Maynard and asked him to come see you. Do you recall that?
I don't recall calling him. I think they were just there.
Well, it might have been a text. You either called him or texted him on your tablet. Do you recall that?
I
you
don't
needed
recall.
to see him. All right. That's fine, but let's get the May 12th interview out, which is in the binder number 2.
Okay.
May 12th.
Move this one to the ball.
You know, I'm going to take that out of your way.
Okay.
I think we're done with that one.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Now May 12th, what page?
No page yet. I just want you to have,
Oh.
that's the interview we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Right now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You can look at the beginning. I'm not positive if it says at the beginning that you asked Detective Maynard to come see you, but maybe you can check that and see if it does say that. And if not, that's all right.
Yeah, it doesn't say that I
Okay.
asked to see him. They were already there.
All right. So either way, you talked to him on May 12th.
I have a Driscoll and a Maynard in both this.
You think they're both there on May 12th?
It says that they are.
Are you on the-
I'm on page 2 or 1.
Of the May 12th, 2023.
Ms. Lauber, would you look at that blue tab and tell me what the date is on the blue tab?
Interview 5/3 of 23.
It's the wrong one. Would you go to the tab that has 5/12?
Oh, way back here. Okay.
Okay.
Now that might make sense now.
Okay. Thank you.
Just wait for Ms. Lewis's question.
Okay.
All right, well, go ahead and look at the beginning again, and like I said, see if it indicates if you asked him to come see you. What page is that, Katie? Page 3. Line 18.
Okay, correct.
All right, so you asked Detective Maynard to come and visit with you that day.
Correct.
All right. And part of the reason you wanted to talk to him is you were very worried about being charged federally. Fair?
Actually, he was shocked that they were there.
What do you mean?
Because I told him I had just met with some feds, and he said, you did. So he was acting shocked that they were even there.
Okay. You still, though, were telling him you were worried about it,
I had told him I had a visit with him, yes.
and that you were worried about what might happen because of that.
I don't recall what
All right.
that conversation was.
So look at page 7 and 8.
Seven and 8.
The bottom of 7.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see the top, Katie. Is this page 7? Okay.
This one says 8. This is, I'm on 7.
Lewis, I need you to ask a question.
I am. I'm trying to find the spot about the question. All right. So on page 8, you're talking with Detective Maynard again about getting it laid out for you. Correct?
On page 7 it says that.
Okay. And that's because up to this point, they'd been explaining to you what had happened, correct?
They were explaining more to me what happened. They've had the data from my cell and everything, correct?
All right, yeah, that's true. They did have your, not all of it though, because you'd lost some cell phones, correct?
No, I've had that cell phone forever.
Well, you told them you'd had a lot of cell phones, and some of the ones that you were using back in 2022 were broken, but they did have some cell phones,
They did have
right?
to, yes.
Okay. So initially, they were the ones that told you that Kouri asked for fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall. That's what they said to me.
Yesterday when you were testifying, we talked about this.
They told me Eric had passed away from fentanyl
All
and
right.
overdose.
And we talked about that it was the detectives that possibly put the word fentanyl in your head. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
Because they are the ones that told you about the fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in this interview, you're telling them you're worried because of all these possible charges that you might get, correct?
Correct.
And Detective Maynard says that the goal is to convict Kouri for aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Can you look at page 12 of that same interview? It's at the top.
Yes, correct.
So Detective Maynard told you the goal here is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not what it says.
Yes, it is. On the top of page 12.
The word here is not.
Are you looking at the right spot?
You added a word.
You added a word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, Ms.
I'll read it
Lauber,
exactly.
The question is, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Maynard stated the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder?
Correct.
You're right.
Is that
I
yes or
added
no?
Yeah, sorry.
I added the word here. So what was it Detective Maynard said to you? Why don't you go ahead and tell us?
It says the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder.
And then he said, the rest of that the next sentence?
Read the rest of what he said.
No. These parallel drug
Yes.
investigations?
Those aren't a priority.
Okay. So they're telling you they're not worried about what you're doing. Their goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Right?
Correct.
All right. And again, you're telling them it was just so much easier when they put the puzzle pieces together for you, correct? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Want to look at page 16?
16?
Mm-hmm. She at the top?
Yes.
Okay.
Line 3? Correct.
Yes. Does that? So now do you remember you talked about them putting the puzzle pieces together?
Correct.
All right. And didn't you also tell them that you were talking to your daughter, Kelsey, and that your daughter asked what was happening, and you didn't even know. You didn't know what had happened, is what you told her.
I don't
Correct?
recall.
It's on that.
On a jail call or?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no. Let me rephrase that. That you were telling Detective Maynard that you had been talking to your daughter, and you were like telling her, I don't even know what happened. Correct?
I don't recall.
All right, let's look at page 16. Do you see that now?
At the very bottom, yes.
Okay. So you said your daughter had asked you what happened, and you're like, I don't even know. Correct?
Your Honor, Foundation, I think at this point, counsel's using this portion of the transcript to refresh a witness's recollection. I think the next question should be, does this reflect your recollection?
She's still reading, so I wasn't quite sure. But are you done
Yeah,
reading that?
The objection is sustained, and
Okay.
also
Thank you, Rosie.
prone in an article trouble here. I'm really not sure what this is about. If you can be just specific and
All right.
provide context in your question.
So this is while you're still talking about, laying the pieces together and all of that. And
You have to ask her if that's her memory.
do you remember that, well, we just talked about it. You remember that you had spoken with Detective Maynard about, putting the puzzle pieces together. That made it easier when they laid it out. We just talked about that a minute ago, right?
Correct.
And then you told him, look at line 16.
Ms. Lewis, I sincerely don't want to interrupt you. You have to ask her if she recalls. You cannot ask her.
I
just
thought
to
she
read.
said yes, she did recall.
Then there's no reason to go to.
Oh,
the
well, I haven't asked her if she recalled the second part.
Then that's why
Okay.
you can't just read from it.
So, yeah. So do you, I think I asked this, but let me ask it again. Do you recall telling your daughter, or not telling your daughter, do you recall telling Detective Maynard, yes, I talked to my daughter, she asked me what was going on, and I said, I don't even know, or something to that effect?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so if you look at line 16 through line 23.
Read that to yourself, Ms. Lauber, and then wait for the next question.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Do you remember now that you said that?
Correct, but I'm confused on what she's actually asking me.
What I'm asking you?
What we're talking about in this conversation. It doesn't say exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, so you just don't recall exactly what that was about.
Not
That's
the
fine. If you
conversation.
don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't recall what we were talking about. It just says,
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
You just said,
It just says it doesn't specifically say exactly what we're talking about.
okay, that's fine. Well, we'll move on from that then. All right. Why don't you turn to page 20, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and then if you don't remember, you can see what it says there on the page.
Okay.
So Detective Maynard at the end of this interview tells you just something to the effect, don't worry, we're going to get you through this so you can get on with your life. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, there's one more interview that you have with the detectives in this case, and that's the next day, May 13th of 2023. All right? And then, okay, so why don't you just have that in front of you? Do you recall that in that interview, during that interview, that's when they really laid out for you about the March 9th drug purchase? Do you
I
recall
don't
that?
recall, huh?
You don't recall that that's when you guys talked about the March 9th drug purchase?
I don't recall.
All right, well, why don't you take a look at the beginning of that interview,
Which page?
just at the beginning.
Which date? are we
Which
speaking
date?
of?
What
May
page?
13th, the next day.
So just make sure you're at the right tab, Carmen, if you haven't already.
Yeah. 513. Okay. Okay, now I'm there.
And forgive me, I interrupted you, Ms. Lewis. The page number that you want to use to refresh your recollection.
I was just asking her to look at the beginning of the interview to see if she recalls that they were now on this day talking about primarily the March 9th purchase.
Is there a
Is there
page
a-
range?
Page I need to be on?
Can I look at the beginning, Katie? I think it's right at the beginning. Next one. Because you're just chatting at first. Next one. Okay, well, let's start here. On page 5. Page 5.
Okay.
This is when they tell you that they've met with your friend Nick Bonsavage. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall them.
Do you recall, let me ask it this way. Do you recall conversations with Detectives Maynard and Detectives O'Driscoll where you talked about they had talked to Nick Bonsavage about the last purchase that he went on with you?
I don't recall them saying that they talked to Nick yet.
All right, well then take a look at page 5, line 9, 10, 11. Does that, take a look at that. Have you looked at that?
Correct.
All right, so they're talking to you about how they'd met with Nick Bonsavage.
Yes.
All right, and isn't it after their meeting with Nick Bonsavage, it's through Nick they decide that that last purchase was March 9th. Remember that?
Correct.
Okay, there we go. And at that point, they ask you, is it possible you bought pills a total of 4 times? Once from Susan, 3 times from Crozier. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Let's look at page 13. at line 7 to Detective Maynard. He asked you if there's a fourth trip, correct?
Correct.
And you said absolutely not. There were only 3, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you've told them again in that interview, I just know totally there were only 3 total purchases. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
All right. Let's go to page 29. You now recall you said, but I just know totally there were only 3 total.
Yes.
All right. So again, back on March 13th of 2023, I'm sorry, May 13th of 2023, you told the detectives more than once, not 4 purchases, I know total 3 purchases for Kouri.
Correct.
You told them that 2-3 times, correct?
Yes.
You told that to Ms. Whistler with U.S. Attorney's Office 2 days prior, correct? We talked about that.
Yes.
Yes, okay. But today, you're saying there were 4 purchases.
Correct.
So even though you were totally sure in 2022 there were 3, your testimony now is that there were 4.
Yes.
Okay. All right. At the end of that interview, I think it's page 30. And let me ask you if you remember before we read that. They tell you that they're going to bring you a timeline of everything that happened. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Okay, do you want to take a look at page 30? It's line 16, well, line 11 through 18, oh, 19.
Okay.
All right. So, just like today, the timeline was confusing then too, right?
Correct.
And they said, well, we're going to bring you a timeline to help you figure this all out, something to that effect. They're going to bring you a timeline, correct?
Correct.
Did they ever bring you a timeline?
Pause for one moment. Mr. Blover.
Your Honor, just foundation. This we're going to bring you a timeline or something to that effect. We can use the precise words. We have the precise words.
Overruled on this one. Keep
Okay.
going, Ms. Lewis.
So they said they're going to bring you a timeline. Did they ever bring you a timeline?
I don't recall.
So you don't know if you ever got a timeline from the detectives?
I don't recall if they ever brought
All
it
right.
or not.
So it's after this, I'm not sure if what day, and I don't know if you remember, but sometime after this interview, they released you from custody. Correct?
I had to be on ankle monitor. It had to be approved through Judge Maybe to be on ankle monitor. I could not leave the jail without that being on my
Okay.
ankle.
So they put an ankle monitor on you and they released you from custody. Correct?
Correct.
And did you went back to see Judge Maybe, correct?
No, I was not allowed in drug court at the time
Why weren't you allowed in drug court?
because I was suspended for a minute. It was on pause.
Because you were a cooperating witness?
Because what?
Because you were a cooperating witness for the state? That's why you weren't allowed back in drug court?
Yes.
All right, but you did go see Judge Maybe, not in drug court, but you appeared in front of Judge Maybe to get conditions for your release, right?
She already had approved the conditions before I was released.
Oh, so you didn't have to go to court? It was
I still had to go a couple of times. I mean, I still go every 3 months now.
Okay. But let me just ask you, when you were very first released, you put an ankle monitor on, you're released from the jail. Did you have to go see Judge Maybe, or were you just released and you already knew the conditions?
No, I think I had to go in front of her.
Okay. So when you went back to Judge Maybe, she gave you some conditions of release, correct?
I hope so.
And
This
one
is
thing
painful.
they did is they transferred your probation from Wasatch County to Summit County, correct?
I think so, yes.
And your new probation officer became Detective Maynard, correct?
Yes.
All right. So he's now your probation officer. You testified yesterday that you only talked to him a few times after these interviews in May up until today.
I text him every morning, so I still have to check in with him.
Oh, all right. You didn't tell me that. So you text him every morning to check in with Detective Maynard.
Correct.
To tell him what?
I just have to send him a text saying good morning, and he responds back, Lauber, that's it.
Okay. Does he drug test you?
He was in the beginning.
How long did he continue to drug test you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the last time you were drug tested?
No, I don't recall.
Has it been more than a year?
I'm sure.
Has it been more than 2 years?
I'm not 100% sure.
Could it be more than 2 years?
Yes.
So you haven't had a drug test in over 2 years, correct?
Correct.
Even though you are on probation with Summit County Drug Court, correct?
I'm not on drug court.
I'm sorry, I said Summit County. You're on probation with Wasatch County Drug Court.
No, I'm paused. It's in pause.
Okay.
It's paused.
Go ahead.
It's paused, so therefore I don't have to interact. I don't interact with anything to do with drug court right now.
All right. So you don't actually physically go to drug court because it's on pause until this case is over, right?
Correct. I go in front of judge maybe every 3 months.
Okay. And every time you go in front of Judge Maybe, well, tell me, what happens when you go in front of Judge Maybe?
They just put it out another 3 months.
Did they ask you when the trial in this case is going to be?
They never have asked me.
All right. But they're putting it off until the trial's over, right?
Correct.
Because what happens is going to depend on if you testify at this trial, correct?
Correct.
And if you testify truthfully at this trial, then you are not going to go to prison, correct?
Correct.
And it's the people here at this table that decide if you've testified truthfully, correct?
Objection.
What?
Sustained.
Well, who makes the decision if your testimony was truthful?
I have no clue.
So if you got up here and testified today, I never bought pills from Robbie, I never gave pills to Carmen, would you?
I'm Carmen.
I'm sorry, I never gave pills to Kouri. Would
Oh my God.
you still be not charged in drug court? Everything would be fine? You'd just be done?
I don't know.
Okay.
She doesn't know.
All right. So one of the conditions of your release is that there were certain people that you were not to have any communication with, right?
Correct.
And one of those people was Nick Bonsavage, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, let me show you. It's been marked as IMPCL 7. Right here where it says the defendant is ordered.
Just wait for the next question after you read it as well.
Yeah, read it and then I'll ask you the question.
That is correct.
So one of your conditions was you were not to have any contact with Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
You weren't to talk to Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
But you did talk to Nick Bonsavage. You've been talking to him for the last 3 years, correct?
Correct. It was only until I had the ankle monitor on that I was not to have contact with my kids or Nick Bonsavage. It says right there with the ankle monitor on. I had the ankle monitor on for a year.
Okay. That's not what that says.
Or maybe I misread it.
I think you misread it. So these were...
But Ms. Lewis, we're asking her about her recollection, so if you'd follow up on that.
All right. So your recollection is it was only when you had the ankle monitor on you couldn't have contact?
Correct.
All right.
Because I had to go back and get permission to even talk to my daughters.
Well, did you have permission to talk to your daughters, or it was just you weren't to see your daughters in person?
I couldn't go down the canyon at all.
Right. And later that changed, and you were allowed to go see them in person?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. But take a look at this again. Does this, and then tell me, did the ankle monitor have anything to do with not talking to Nick Bonsavage?
I think she's very credible. Not perfect, but credible. And the jury is going to feel some empathy for this woman, I believe.
Yeah, I'm confused on that, but
So it doesn't say in there that the ankle monitor is connected to not having conversations with Nick Bonsavage, fair?
I think that's where I was confused, where it combines in the top
Okay.
into the second sentence.
So you weren't to have conversations or contact with Nick Bonsavage,
Correct.
but you have had conversations with him throughout the last 3 years. He's your best friend, right?
Correct.
You talk to him, I don't know that you talk to him a lot anymore, but you talk to him all the time at first.
Yes.
All right, so you didn't pay any attention to that condition.
No, I don't think I recall talking to Nick until he graduated drug court. Because it says that I'm not supposed to have any contact with any people in drug court.
Right, but Nick graduated from drug court before you were even arrested in April of 2023,
I'm not quite
correct?
sure when he graduated.
All right. If in fact he did graduate by April of 2023, you still weren't to have contact with him because he was a witness in this case, correct?
Oh, I don't recall that.
All right, I'm just going to ask you one more time. It says here you're not supposed to have contact with him, correct?
Correct.
And you have had contact with him throughout, correct?
Throughout a couple of years, yes.
Okay.
Thanks for being with me, guys. Smash the like button for me. Hit that subscribe button. Yeah, she's got a
Well, let
dicey
me ask
history.
you, yesterday it came up that Kouri Richins wrote you a couple of letters saying you'd completed community service that you hadn't really completed, right?
Yes.
You asked Kouri to write those letters for you, correct?
I asked Kouri if she could, yes.
All right. So you asked her, even though I haven't done community service, will you write letters saying I did?
Correct.
All right. So that's how you got those letters.
Yes.
All right. So, Carmen, isn't it fair that you really don't have a memory about what happened in February and March of 2022?
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you were interviewed in 2023, you didn't remember what had happened, correct?
Correct. It's a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in. And you didn't remember it a year after the fact. So you really don't even remember now what happened in 2022 and 2022, correct?
Rephrase your question, that kind of confuses.
You didn't remember in 2023 what happened in 2022, and you don't now remember what happened in 2022, right?
Yes and no.
It's been laid out for you by someone else, correct?
Due to data, cell phone data and everything, yes.
All right, so whatever memory you have is what was, you don't have a personal memory, it was shown to you.
No, I have partial memory.
You have a partial.
No.
I have memory, yes.
All right, fair to say your memory was better 1 year after the fact than 4 years after the fact, right?
It is confusing later on, years later, yes.
Okay. And you were using and selling that whole time in drug court?
I was not using and selling the whole time.
The whole period we're talking about of February and March of 2022?
Yes.
Kouri never once asked you for fentanyl, correct?
No. Not correct. I mean, yes.
That
Wait,
is-
you confused me. Can you answer the question again?
Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
I had told her that that's what Robbie had, and she said, okay, go ahead and get it.
Let me ask
There
the
you go.
question again. Kouri never
What?
asked you for fentanyl, true?
Yes.
She did ask for it once she told her that.
You bought prescription Oxycontin from Susan Kohler, correct?
Correct.
You got light green pills from Crozier sometime in February of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back and said, give me more of the same, correct?
Correct.
And the last time you went back was after Eric Richins died, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, the last purchase was May 9th of 2020,
Ms. Liz.
March 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
After, and you know Eric died on March 4th, correct?
It was March 5th he passed away?
Well, I think it was March 4th, but either way,
Sure,
the
correct.
pills were after he passed away,
Correct.
correct? All right. And again, a year after the fact, you said numerous times, I bought pills from Mr. Crozier twice, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying 3 times, 4 years later, correct?
Correct.
Because that's been told to you because of some data you saw, correct?
Yes, correct.
But you don't remember that.
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
She told Kouri what she had, and then Kouri said, get me the fentanyl. That's a choice, a question. Go get it for me. She made the choice to select fentanyl.
After you said you were willing to cooperate, and they said you were getting a big jail get out of free card, you got your big jail get out of free card so far, right?
Correct.
Because you have not been in jail for the past 3 years,
Correct.
and you haven't had to go to drug court anymore, correct?
Correct.
And all you do is wait to see how your testimony goes to find out what happens, correct?
Correct.
You're not being drug tested, correct?
Correct.
Even though you're on probation, correct?
Correct.
And your probation consists of, in the morning, you say hi to Detective Maynard, and he says lobber.
We just text back and forth. If I'm leaving town, I tell him I'm leaving town. If I'm here,
Okay, so you tell him if you're leaving town. Are
I
you
still keep tabs. He still keeps tabs on me no matter where I'm at. He has my work schedule. He has everything.
He does have your work schedule.
Yes.
And you've been allowed to move to Las Vegas, correct?
Yes.
So, because of your cooperation, you got out of going to drug court, correct?
Correct.
You got your probation transferred to Summit County with Detective Maynard, correct?
Correct.
You got to stop your drug testing, correct?
Correct.
You got to move to Vegas, correct?
Correct. But I'm not living in Vegas. I'm living here.
You're here right now.
Judge maybe approved me to move to Vegas, but I'm still here in Utah.
You haven't moved to Vegas yet?
No.
Okay. You've been allowed to go to Vegas numerous times to visit, though, right?
Correct.
All right. And you haven't done any time for any of the crimes that you committed, correct?
Correct. I was incarcerated. I stayed in jail for 23 days.
Well,
I mean, that's it.
23 days when you were arrested in April of 2023.
Yes.
And it was during that time period you were in jail because you were getting your story together with Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that you bought from Mr. Crozier, you don't know what those pills were, correct?
He had told me that he had fentanyl.
You didn't look at the pills, correct?
No, I didn't sit there and play with them. No.
You didn't know what they were, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have them tested.
No.
Okay. You didn't take any, you said,
No.
correct?
Correct.
You did or you did not sell them to anyone else?
I did not sell them to anyone else.
Okay. You don't know what happened to those pills, correct?
I don't know who picked him up, if that's what you're asking.
Right. You don't know who took those pills, correct?
Correct.
And you have, sitting here today, absolutely no information about what happened to Eric Richins other than that what you were told that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened the night that Eric Richins died.
I do not.
And you have no knowledge if Ms. Richins killed Eric Richins.
I do not.
Can I just have a moment?
So yeah, she could be tested right now and be positive for drugs. But it doesn't matter.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Finally. Woohoo! We need an applause. Thank you, Lord.
Just listen to the questions. Thank you.
Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 8-11, please?
For the witness.
That was hard.
For the witness and counsel, Your Honor.
Okay. One moment. There
That
you
was really hard. You could,
Your Honor, the state moves 8-11 into evidence.
I don't have any objection.
8-11 is admitted and published.
Ms. Lauber, can you see 8-11?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize that? I know you said you didn't earlier, but has Mr. Moffitt shown you that exhibit?
I don't recall seeing them yet, but I know they were given to me. They were given to him.
Can we all
And as
clap
you
right
see,
now?
April the 19th, 2024, do you think they were given to him? Or do you know what day they were given to him?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
to be fair, I am putting up the opposing views because that's the right thing to do.
Actually, Scott, can you put that back up? I think some of the jurors are still reading that.
My apologies.
Can you imagine if they recross? Oh my gosh. I'm going to die.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lauber, do you recall testifying yesterday that you met with prosecutors a few times over the past few weeks to prepare for testifying in court?
Yes.
Was your lawyer present with you every single minute of every single meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall yesterday mentioning that you had anxiety?
Yes.
Have you seen a medical doctor for that anxiety?
Not recently, no. Not
Have
for
you
me.
ever seen one?
I did in the beginning of drug court, yes.
Did you receive a diagnosis of anxiety?
Yes.
And did you receive any treatment prescription?
Yes, a non-narcotic, a boost bar.
A boost bar?
I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Can you describe it?
It's just a little white oval pill. Looks like a little bar. I have them in my purse out in the car.
All good.
She's either a really good actress or a really kind soul.
Was that your personal physician that you consulted with?
In drug court, yes. They provided one through Wasatch Mental. Anybody who needed meds through drug court, they provided her because they were non-narcotic kinds.
Understood.
Comes across very vulnerable. Very vulnerable.
From
in a
the
sense.
time of your entry into drug court in September 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023, did you continue to behave like an active drug addict?
In the beginning, I'm kind of confused what you asked.
From the day you entered drug court until the time you were arrested, did you still behave a lot like an active drug addict?
I'm kind of confused on that one.
Well, did you occasionally use drugs?
Yes.
Did you lie about using drugs?
Yes, an active user will lie.
Right.
Always.
Were your lies to interviewers consistent with being an active drug user?
Yes.
Have you been clean since you were arrested in April 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe
And that
maybe she is.
Same day you were arrested was the day that detectives, or was it the day that detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose?
The day I was arrested, no.
When was it?
I was in jail for a couple days till they came to see me.
So a couple days.
Yes.
You didn't use in jail, right?
No.
So you've been clean since detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes.
Has your memory become cleaner? Sorry, has your memory become clearer since you've been clean?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've had more clearer as it relates to everything we're talking about here?
Yes.
Has it become clearer as you've had more time to process your involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
Has your memory become clearer as you've reviewed phone records, photographs, Facebook messages, and other materials with your attorneys?
Yes.
Are there times, though, you still get confused about dates?
Yes.
And are there times you still confuse details between various drug buys?
Yes.
In the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, did those detectives repeatedly stress to you their need to corroborate any information that you provided?
Yes.
And did you repeatedly stress to them how much you loved Eric and how much he did not deserve what happened to him?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying yesterday, and again today actually, where detectives said that
And again. And
you could
again.
get a big, giant get out of free jail card?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said to detectives immediately after that?
I don't.
If I were to show you a transcript of that interview, would that refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes.
Scott, can you please publish 8-59, page 113, lines 11 through 15? Ms. Lauber, if you could read that and then let me know once you've read that.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After detectives said, do you realize you could get a big get out of jail free card? What did you tell them?
I told them that even if that was the case, I felt like I still needed to step up and take accountability if this is really what happened to Eric.
Thank you. When considering the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, in their full and fair context, do you think that did you think at the time, do you think now that detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard were trying to plant information into your memory?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, I do not.
Do you think that they were trying to help you recall information from your memory?
Yes.
You've reviewed all of those transcripts, and just to be sure, is it April 27th? Do you have the binders up there?
I do have them. But
Is it April 27th?
You may need to help her out.
Well, that's okay. We've touched them all. We don't have to review.
yeah, that's the one.
Were all of those transcripts accurate? Transcripts of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll, Maynard, and Miss Whistler?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's moved marked the April 27th, 2023 interview as 8:57. The May 2nd, 2023 interview is 8:58. The May 3rd interview as 8:59. The May 4th is 8:60. The May 10th is 8:61. The May 12th is 8:62. The May 13th is 8:63. The state moves 8:57 through 8:63 into evidence.
Your Honor, we object. We haven't had a chance to go through these transcripts. They're loaded with hearsay. So unless there's time to go through and redact and determine what's hearsay and what's not hearsay, we're going to object.
I'm going to not rule on that motion at this time. There are multiple rules of evidence we need to have a conversation about there. So if there's any other foundation you want to lay, I'm not suggesting that you need to, one way or the other, do that now, but we'll have that legal discussion at a later time.
Understood, Your Honor. I don't need to lay any additional foundation.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom. Let me back up half a step. Your Honor, can we have that legal discussion during the lunch break?
Yes.
Because it
May impact what you
may
do.
impact additional redirect.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom, did you purchase drugs at Kouri Richins' request 4 times?
Correct.
Did you deliver drugs either hand to hand or by placing them somewhere at Kouri Richins' request to Kouri Richins 4 times?
Correct.
Did you testify yesterday and today truthfully to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
What do you think happens to you if you did not testify truthfully?
Everything I have on would be revoked.
And what happens then?
I go to prison.
For how long?
A long time.
Ms. Lewis, with the reservation that Mr. Bloodworth just made on the record about the potential for additional redirect depending on the court's ruling on the state's motion to admit the transcripts, anything further for Ms. Lauber at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
We're done?
Let's just have that discussion immediately.
Woohoo, guys!
Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. We're not going to recess for lunch just yet. There may be a few more questions for Ms. Lauber. Thank you.
Oh, maybe not. I guess we'll see. But I think we're coming to the end of this long, dragged out questioning. Very, very controversial. I can see why some people think that she's lying. She has an unsavory past. So when somebody has a long
Let's have a seat.
history,
Thank you. Ms. Lauber, I need you to
Hold on.
step into the lobby during this legal discussion with the lawyers. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Stay in the lobby, though. We may have a few extra questions for you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we've seen this many times before in other trials. Somebody comes up and they have another motive for lying, like, getting out of prison early, or they don't want to go to prison and everything. And then in that scenario, we are left to look at the person, who they are, their behavior, are they believable? Okay. And she is phenomenal in that department.
Current state of affairs. The state has moved to admit 857 through 863, which is a series of transcripts of interviews of Ms. Lauber by other government officials. None of those were subject to cross-examination, right?
No.
They were all just interviews.
At the time, no.
Correct.
At the time, they were not subject to cross.
Okay. So they are categorically hearsay that will need an exception for, or another rule that would allow them to be admitted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The defendant objects to hearsay. If you would respond to that and then tell me which rule you think they come in under.
Your Honor, the defense has cherry-picked certain statements that Carmen Lauber made to impeach her credibility, to rehabilitate her credibility. The state needs to enter all of the interviews because they show essentially an ongoing iterative discussion which, when you understand the full arc of, it is clear that she is being credible. While she may be confused, she is not untruthful. So the full scope of Ms. Carmen Lauber's statements need to be admitted for a rehabilitation purpose. Any other statements by, the questions essentially, right, by the various interviewers, that all goes to the effect on Ms. Lauber.
Everything you say is true, but I still have to contend with Utah rules of evidence. And so they are out-of-court statements. You could call the other half of those conversations, Detective Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, presumably, maybe the federal official, and ask how this went. And if they didn't remember, you could refresh their recollection. All I need to contend with right now, and it is a genuine question, I don't think I have a basis to just admit them wholesale. There may be a basis for you to ask Ms. Lauber about other prior consistent statements that she's made to rebut the argument from the defense of a recent fabrication. And I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we can't do it through the wholesale. We can't do that through the wholesale admission of the transcripts.
Your Honor, I think I can't. I guess I disagree with that.
I guess, how can I overcome the hearsay problem that is being raised? They are out-of-court statements being made for the being admitted for the truth of the matter, right?
No, they're being admitted to rehabilitate.
Well, but if what she says in the prior things isn't true, it doesn't rehabilitate her. So the truth is what matters, correct?
No, in rebutting recent fabrication, what matters is what matters is the full arc of the discussion to show that this was not a recent fabrication. That if you understand Carmen Lauber's statements, not cherry-picked, but over the scope of a series of interviews over 2 weeks or whatever it is, you can understand that she is credible and not recently fabricated.
I need you to tell me how this comes in over a hearsay objection or through some other rule regarding prior statements of a witness. If they're out of court statements.
80. I don't know. I start with hearsay. They are out of court statement, yes. The state is not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted. In Carmen Lauber's statements, the state is offering them not to say what she's saying back then is true. We're saying the opposite, actually. We're saying that a lot of what she said back then, we're not offering for the truth. We're not offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show that she had 3 drug deals. We're offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show, regardless of whether they were true or not, this is the evolution of the detectives, of her providing information to the detectives, whether or not that information is true. Because the defense in impeaching Carmen Lauber has suggested that the investigators were planting information with Carmen Lauber.
And you can call those people to testify subject to cross-examination to say that's not how it went at all.
And
the evolution of them was X, Y, and Z.
And I think putting in the transcripts does the same thing, and there's no hearsay problem. The statements that are not hearsay, 801 D1A.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the cross-examination problem, right? The prior statement has to have been cross-examined, right? Under D01,
No.
the declarant testified. Sorry.
No, subject to cross without right.
801 D1A, right?
She testified about the prior interview statements.
Where's the inconsistency?
She has been cross-examined about the prior statements, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony.
But that's the foundation you haven't laid.
The interviews are, D1B,
Sure.
Inconsistent with the declarant's testimony. We have that.
But I'm not sure you do. These transcripts are 100 pages long, maybe less, maybe more. There's how many of them? There isn't foundation for all of these statements being inconsistent with her sworn testimony.
Consistent, I'm sorry.
Sure, D1B, that's fine.
D1B is consistent with.
Right, and there isn't foundation for all of them being consistent either. You just have to lay foundation. That's the problem with the wholesale admission. It may be that we just need to do this piecemeal, maybe call Carmen Lauber back. I'm not suggesting that there are not pieces of these transcripts that are admissible. There certainly are likely to be pieces of these transcripts that are admissible as a non-hearsay exhibit. Wholesale admission of them, there is not foundation for that. Yeah.
Your Honor, I think the consistency comes in the arc of the statements. That's where the consistency rises. Sure, we have individual sentences. This is an ongoing interview, right? It might have taken place over the course of several days, but it is an ongoing interview. And to appreciate the consistency of the interview, the giant interview, the jury that is the consistent statement. That is consistent with her testimony. Her testimony being that this is generally what happened. I might be confused on days. I might be confused on details between various buys. But she is, in the great arc of her interview, she is consistent. And you have to understand the great arc of her interview to appreciate that consistency.
And forgive me, I just want to make sure the record is clear on the scale of what the state is asking here. So if somebody could please give me the page counts for each
Eric's
of these
dad.
exhibits.
Looking at it.
Wants everything to be seen and not cherry picked.
And I appreciate that. I guess it is somewhat voluminous, and the jury it might go back to the jury room and they're like, too much. We're not even touching it.
That's not my concern.
Okay, I love this judge. I love him. He will do the right thing.
Scott,
And
can you just go to the last page of each of these exhibits? And
Your Honor, we're
Oh,
getting.
okay.
I'm
Sorry.
slow. I'm slow. Exhibit by exhibit, I'm getting numbers up.
Okay.
And Your Honor, maybe just to put a finer point on the Rule 801 D1B, there is the recently fabricated piece, but really the defense's argument is acted from a recent improper influence or motive. And, you know, seasoned throughout the entire scope of the interviews, the defendant is consistent.
Not the
I'm sorry,
defendant.
Carmen Lauber is consistent in her testimony.
I understand the state's position.
Okay.
I still need those numbers, and then Ms. Lewis will give you the benefit of the record
I was just going to tell you there's 932 pages of transcripts
combined.
combined, yes.
Okay.
900 plus.
Ms. Lewis, anything else for the record?
Oh, I think Your Honor's identified the issues. I agree.
Okay. So the issue currently before the court is the state's motion to admit proposed exhibits 857 through 863, which constitute 932 pages of certified transcript of interviews by law enforcement and other government officials of Carmen Lauber in 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes.
Okay. The state has offered those as exhibits. Defendant objects that they constitute hearsay, not subject to any exception. In response, the state points to the definition of hearsay under 801 and argues that these 932 pages are categorically not hearsay under 801 D1B, which states that a declarant witness's prior statement is not hearsay when the declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement. That occurred here on the record through Ms. Lewis's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber regarding these prior interviews, and the statement seeking to be admitted, the out-of-court statement under D1B, is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut an express or implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated it or acted from a recent improper influence or motive, and so testifying. The state makes a persuasive argument that admission of Ms. Lauber's consistent statements from the interview transcripts would be appropriate to rebut the implications by the defense that she has recently fabricated or acted from a recent improper influence or motive, and testifying on the record in this trial. But the state simply hasn't laid foundation for a conclusion that all 932 pages constitute statements that are consistent with the declarant's testimony here. For two reasons. One, I don't have a basis to rule that all of those 932 pages are consistent, and it's entirely possible that many of those 932 pages are unrelated, not consistent or inconsistent, and therefore would be need to be analyzed under a 403 balancing test regarding probative value and things like unfair prejudice, misleading the jury, or wasting time. So, based upon the foundation laid so far, the court simply doesn't have a basis to rule that all 932 pages being offered are not hearsay. In so ruling, the court acknowledges that there is likely portions of each of these interviews that is consistent and would be admissible under 801 D1B. I just don't have that designation in front of me at the moment. Ms. Lewis, anything further? Okay. May not be the last time we have this conversation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes,
Okay.
doubt it will.
Understood. All right. With that ruling, anything else from Ms. Lauber?
Your Honor, not today. Can I propose, though, that we keep her under subpoena? We will address the interview transcripts and then revisit this.
Understood. I'll tell her that on the record. Okay. May we invite Ms. Lauber back in, please?
Your Honor, can the court advise her that because she's being held, she still can't talk about her testimony?
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Your
fine.
Honor.
He always does. So yeah, the prosecution wanted the entire 932-page document from 2023. It was a whole slew of interviews that all together, paints a different picture. And something's telling me that they will revisit this. But the prosecution says that if you look at the entirety of the documents, that Ms. Lauber has been consistent. But we do know there's some fabrication there and some stories that are mixed up. So it's really confusing.
Ms. Lauber, if you'd take the stand for one moment, I just need to give you some instructions. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers don't have any additional questions for you today. We may need to call you back at some point in the next 4 weeks. You'll get notice. You're still subject to subpoena, which means if you get notice that you need to come back, you have to do it.
Okay.
All right?
She's like, I pray not.
Second,
I pray.
You cannot speak to anyone about your testimony between now and either being called back in or the trial being over. You have to affirmatively avoid talking to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
So if anybody asks you about it or asks you about this case, you have to say, the judge told me I can't talk about it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further with Ms. Lauber today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Can you also make sure she doesn't watch the rest of the proceedings on television or video?
I would imagine you have
I
better things to
don't
do.
watch any of
Yeah.
it at all.
But please, if you would not watch any of the witness testimony and not read any news or social media reports about the other witness testimony.
I don't. I stay away from it.
Okay. Can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Very good. Anything else, counsel? Ms. Lauber, you are free to go today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Moffitt, thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth,
Oh, did you see
may
that?
I invite the jury in, tell them we're going to take a lunch break?
That sounds right, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Did you guys
what
see
time
the
would you like to
look?
come back?
12:30?
Sounds fine. Ms. Lewis, is that agreeable?
That sounds fine.
All right. Can we invite the jury back in?
Wow. Did you guys see when Carmen walked out? Kouri made a very obvious turnaround and stare of daggers as she walked out. I love this judge. He's like the OG, okay? He's awesome. Free to go, unlike Kouri. Yeah, somebody was asking why is she crying. Well, it's an emotional experience to be involved in something like this. She worked for her, and, you know, to be caught in a murder trial, I could see. You know, and you know, you're the star witness, or at least one of them. Maybe she cries because she's stressed and it was a hard cross. And it was. It was. Yeah, you can tell that she cared about Eric. She knew Eric. Everybody's forgetting that she knew this guy. She knew Eric Richins, and she was upset. You know, clearly devastated about the loss of his life. No, I'm not sure what you mean there, Andrew, because you're on a jury. You can't talk to another witness, and the witness can't talk to a juror. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay standing. I promise this won't take long.
Hello, Renee.
Thank you for your patience. We needed to handle a legal issue. It was efficient. We're going to take a lunch break. Lunch is either here or imminently arriving. During the lunch break, please do not talk about the case. Please don't read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. Please don't do any internet searches or other research about the case. Please enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back on the record at 12:30. Thank you.
He just gypped them out of 10 minutes.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we recess?
No, yeah.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, court's in recess until 12:30. Please travel safe.
All right, this stream is up. Please don't go anywhere. Hang out, talk amongst each other, throw a load of laundry in, finish some work, go make some lunch. I'm going to step away, but the stream is staying up, so stay with me here. Thank you so much for being here today. Make sure you guys subscribe and go ahead. You know, what do you comment? What do you guys think? You know, and who do you think is next? I am so excited. Now, I am going to have to pick up my daughter at some point, but again, the stream will be up and I'll be watching and I'll be able to put messages up for you, but you won't see me sitting in this chair, but everything will be up as normal. So I am going to go ahead and grab some lunch and all that. You guys talk amongst each other. I'm going to change the stream to Court TV real quick. But yeah, I'm so glad that is over because that was like really long and painful, right? Really long and painful. Before I go, any last minute comments or questions, put them up on the board. Oh man, crazy, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, so that would be Ruger. Okay, so I'm going to try to do I am going to try to put Ruger up here. Let's see if I can do that. Hold on. Everybody wants to see Ruger. Isn't that cute? You guys are cute. You want to see Ruger. Let's see if I could put him up here. I'm going to try. It's not going to let me. I created a little thing. I just have to put an overlay up of him. So, maybe, let me try something else. That's why. All right. Here you go, guys. All right. I'll leave that up there for you guys. Or actually, yeah. There's Ruger. All right, I'll be back. Just hang out. Actually, no, I don't like that there. I think that looks weird. It's not letting me put it over me. So, isn't he cute, my boy? Yeah, I need the producer to put it into an overlay for me. So I'm going to take it down for now. But he is adorable. Okay, I'll be back, guys. Love you. Don't go anywhere. And Rosie, hold down the fort. Hey guys, I'm back. Hope you guys had a nice lunch. So I'm going to be on here for about a half hour, but I'm going to leave the stream up for the rest of the day. Because at some point I have to go pick up my daughter. Which is great because, you know, being home allows me to do this, but I still have my usual mama duties that I have to do. But it's been great being on here with you. Make sure you guys are liking this video, subscribe, bring your friends on over. Uh-oh. I left my glasses. That's not good. Yeah, I hope you guys had a great break. Let me go grab my glasses. Did they start the stream on Law and Crime? I can switch back. No, looks like Court TV's going on, but I don't know if they're showing her face. The witnesses' faces. Hold on, let me check. Let's check. Oh, yeah. Looks like we're back live with them. Yes? No? Oh, no. We're not. So we're not missing anything. Good. All right. So, man, it is hot in this office that I'm in, my studio. It got really hot in here. I should have set up the fan, but I didn't have time. Aw. Well, I didn't want to, I need my glasses though. And I hate that I have to wear these glasses, but yeah, I need them because I'm getting old. Ivlis Roja 612. Hey, how you doing? Okay, many who saying she's lying are people who don't understand addiction or how it works. And I have a family who is addicted. And when in the police station, they lie not to go to jail and scared. Yeah, absolutely. And I've been saying it all along. Addicts, you know, you can't judge them on their behaviors while they're an addict. I know that's hard because they, you know, addicts hurt everybody around them. I have one in my family and it's, you know, they lie and cheat and steal and all those things. But, you know, you got to keep in mind that, you know, it is the addiction that's doing that, you know, and it's really hard not to be angry. Really hard. Oh my gosh, it's like a sauna in here. I should have put on a tank top. So yeah, we're going to be back on the record. Back on the record, back on the case. And hopefully everybody comes on back that was on before. That would be awesome. again, the jury understands what people go through with addiction, and I think that they have compassion for this witness. There's 12 people. The chances of even a quarter to a half of them knowing somebody that has gone through this is very high, if not all of them, you know? But it's definitely been an eventful morning. I am so excited to hear who they call next. I hope it's somebody good. I am hoping that it is the lover, Robert Grossman. Wouldn't that be amazing? What are my plans for the weekend? So tomorrow, it was my daughter's 16th birthday last weekend, but she's having friends over tomorrow. So I'm going to be kind of incognito all day tomorrow. And, fixing up the house for her the way she wants it for her friends. They're going to watch movies. I'm going to make a big pan of ziti, baked ziti, and desserts and all that stuff so she can have her friends over. So that is what I'm going to be doing. And, it's hard. You got to balance. I'm trying to make this a career for me. But at the same time, you've got to put your family first too. It's hard. You're juggling so many different things right now in my life. But I'm very passionate about this career. I've been watching and studying true crime since, I was like 18. You know what I mean? And I don't even know. It's crazy. For once in my life, I need to tell you my accurate age. I'm either 51 or 52. I actually don't even know. So I've been doing this a very long time, but I didn't start the channel or do anything with it until a little over a year ago because I was raising my children. And now they're older, so I can do this now, but I still have to tend to my family as much as possible. Thank you, Adriana. It's hard. My husband and I, we have lots of talks about it. He's really supportive and understanding. In fact, he is my producer, and I couldn't do any of this without him. I mean, literally, he's like 50% of this whole thing. And you don't ever see him, but he's the one that, makes everything look good. He's the one that, helps me. That's Ruger, as you guys all know, barking. He's the one that, gives me all the little doodads and cute things on here. I don't like some of the podcasts that put too much, like a space running across the bottom and like stickers flying everywhere. To me, that's just not professional. So, but I do like some of the extra doodads that you get. And he helps me out with that. He's really into lighting and the camera and the sound. And it's crazy. You should see my setup here, guys. I mean, you would never guess. If I turn the camera around, which I can't, but if I took a picture of everything in front of me right now, you'd be like, what? I have so much stuff here. It really is a lot. And I never thought for a second that it would be this extensive to run a podcast. I mean, there's podcasters out there that just turn on their phone and that's it. And they don't do anything more than that. But it was really important for me to have it look a certain way and have it be good for the viewers. So Renee's saying, I would say I know Eric died from fentanyl, and I know Kouri had me buy it for her, and my memory is very clear on that. And you're confusing me with your rambling statements and questions. Yeah, I wish she could have said that. That would have been great. But thank you, Susan, for becoming a member. Thank you. What's the jury makeup? Oh, if I'm not mistaken, it's 6 men, 6 women. I'm pink right now. Yeah, guys, I can change the color. Here's the blue. Tell me what you guys like the best. There's red. I change it all the time. There's green. I hate the green. See, these are my 2 favorites. The darker purpley blue and the red. Well, not a red. It's like a pinky red. And then there's like this magenta. And I don't like the orange and yellow, but yeah. I think I'll do this one for now. But yeah, I mean, my husband works so hard to make Moms for Justice happen for me. And I have the best husband. I love him so much. He is so super whip smart. Like, I could not do this without him. I just couldn't. He's like, and this is his field. Like, he's a computer guy, he's a software architect. He's just, but he's just one of these guys that no matter what he does, it's easy for him. He can fix a car. He can lay down flooring. He can, he can do plumbing. He can hang a picture on the wall. He knows everything about hacking and computers and when you're getting scammed. And he's just really awesome. So kudos to my hubby, the other half of Moms for Justice. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, so I'm 52. It would have been nice to say I was 51, but I'm 52. Thank you so much. And, let's just talk about that for a second. It's really hard to build a channel. I've had people tell me they want to start one and everything. It's really hard. Really hard because the algorithm has unfortunately attached me as a Markel Adelson case channel. And though it is my top priority case, I want to do other cases. And the algorithm when I put Wendy, Donna, or anything on my videos, they shoot up high with viewers. But when I go to tackle something else, it's not, I would like to think it's not because the videos or the live stream is not good. It's just simply the algorithm will not push me out. So it takes a lot of time. All these channels that are huge, they've been around for years and had to plug away at it, And it just stinks because they want you to have a niche. And once they decide what your niche is, they don't want you to ever stray from that. So it's hard, And frankly, I don't only want to do the Dan Markel case. I want to do other cases. So my Teppy videos do good, and the Nancy Guthrie was doing good. So it all depends. You know what I mean? But if you're ever interested in starting a podcast, go for it. But let me tell you, it is a lot of work. It is so much work. I'm working pretty much 24/7 on it. It's crazy. So it's hard because sometimes I feel guilty that I am not paying enough attention to my family. And then I get really sad. And then I'm like, maybe I should just give up. Maybe I should just give up. Oh, that's all. You have another one like mine, Jackie. Thank you, Susan. Yeah, he's a real man's man. And there's not a lot of men out there anymore. I don't know what they're raising these days. You're raising these guys that don't even know how to lift up the hood of a car. Okay? I'm sorry. I told both my girls, you find somebody that knows how to do an oil change and change a tire. Okay? These guys are like, oh, I'll just Uber around, or I'll call somebody to come and there are services out there that you can use to come to your house to hang a picture on the wall. If your man does not know how to hang a picture on the wall, he's got to go. Got to go, ladies. You know what I mean? It's a serious problem in America today. Crazy. Thank you so much. What's taking him so long, guys? It's like 1:45. Am I like... Wait a minute. Court is on lunch till 12:30. So they're 5 minutes late. And I got to go pick up my daughter. I got to leave here in 15 minutes. But please do Carolyn a favor and stay on this stream. It's going to stay up for you. You guys will have each other to hang out till I get back. Rosie will be on. So Rosie will be able to talk to y'all while I'm streaming. And I'll also be in my car running to get her, and I'll have it on so I can check in on you guys. Yeah, he can clean a bathroom, but you know what? I don't ask him to clean the bathroom. I don't. He does so much. He brings home the bacon, and he'll stop what he's doing to do whatever I need. And he's an amazing dad, and I just really lucked out. And you guys know, and I don't know if she's still on here, but my mother-in-law, she comes on here almost daily, and she's such a huge supporter of mine, and I just love her. She's the best. And it's not commonplace to have a mother-in-law that you literally want with you as much as possible. When she comes to visit, I'm like doing cartwheels. I'm so excited. You know what I mean? And there are a lot of people out there that are like, my in-laws are coming. You know, I'm going to have to suffer through that. And I get it. But I just lucked out with her. I really did. She's the best. The best. And of course, my mom is great too. Both of them are amazing. The trial is on. My screen is stuck. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? All right. Hold on. Are you sure? Oh goodness. Thank you for letting me know. Here we go. Oh. I am so sorry, and I was yapping my brain out. Okay, but they're on a sidebar, correct? Is this what you're seeing? Who is this? All right, I'm going to refresh the screen. Hold on, guys. All right, they're on a sidebar. I'm so sorry, guys.
Get a glass of water. Okay.
I was yapping too much.
Katie, can you, or Your Honor,
Oh, I can do it.
whoever's controlling the screens?
No problem. So that's the text exchange that's been offered by the defense.
And it's just that one page.
Yes.
I hope I didn't miss much.
Mr. Bloodworth, no rush. Take a moment, make sure that's what the state regards as, is it 2 pages, Katie? 4. Okay.
Screenshots.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kate, I don't read that fast.
Anna Isbell
Can you-
went to
can
high
we
school
start
with
at the
her.
top, please? Next page, please. Next page, please.
At some point, I'd like to
Next page, please.
have Rosie patch into the feed at some point in the future so that if I ever have to disappear, she could be on here with you guys and she could talk to you. Rosie's like, what? You didn't ask me about this.
Katie, can you go to the first page, please?
Let me look at her.
Are these out of order? Am
Yeah,
I reading?
I can't figure out the order. They go, I can't tell if they go backwards in time. They might go backwards in time.
Maybe.
So, as far as I'm aware, the first page is a screenshot that she sent. And then the following texts show what she screenshotted. Does that make sense?
It doesn't, but
We can just do the first page if you want. Let me see, let me see. Oh, no.
It's because it looks like two different texts.
pause for a minute. Thank you.
Why don't we just do that? I can do that because it's confusing. Because I do think it repeats. I had a hard time. She said this.
Well, but it looks like there's stuff above this. That this is a midstream discussion. I'm sorry, Katie, can you go to the second page, please?
Darn. All right, so I'm going to have to leave in like 2 minutes to head out to go get my daughter. Leaving this stream on, and I'll be on in my car. And I can type to you.
Go back to the first page one moment, Katie.
Wendy, I think the fourth page is the first. It just has a text message before. I think the fourth page goes 4, 1, 2, 3.
Counsel, I'm not persuaded that the first page of this proposed exhibit is in a form that would exist on an iPhone. Pages 2, 3, and 4 seem more consistent with how iPhone text messages
That's fine.
exist in the world.
That's fine. All right, let's go 2, 3, and 4. We see 2, 3, and 4.
And if doing some quick math here, it seems like the chronological order is something like 4, 2, 3. Does that sound right, Mr. Bertram?
Yeah. And just the way that I'm looking at it, Your Honor, it appears that 4 should be 1.
Right,
Then it should go to 2.
right.
And then 3 and 4. And 1 is just kind of another screenshot off of.
We're going to get rid of 1. Yeah. So,
Okay, that's fine.
Katie, can you take a moment, carve it up, and reorder it? And then we'll have you take a look at it, counsel. In the meantime, temperature a little better? Yes? Very good. Okay.
No, I was never on Jackie's show. Okay, I'll be watching, guys. I love y'all. Let me put Ruger's pillow up.
Yeah, sure. All right, Your Honor, I think it is sorted. No objection to the current version of the text messages.
Katie, if you'd show it to me. Will you go to page 2 for me? Oh, wait a minute. Go back to page 1. Will you go back to page 1 for a moment? My apologies.
That's the one we took out, correct?
No, that, okay. Then page 2. Then page 3, please. Okay. I'm going to show this to the witness. If you would lay some foundation, Ms. Lewis.
So, do you recognize this as text from your phone?
Yes.
And they are texts between yourself and Detective O'Driscoll. Is that correct?
Yes.
And his original text at the top was sent in December 30th, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded sometime later, which was sometime in January, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize all of these text messages?
Yes.
And are they accurate as far as you recall?
Can we show her pages 2 and 3,
Yeah.
please?
Yes. The first one, it's two different. That's why it looks weird. But yes, they're all. Yes.
Okay. We now move to admit defense exhibit.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, just foundation. There's two different phone numbers that appear. I think we just need foundation on whose phone number is who.
One's Detective O'Driscoll's and the other one's Travis.
I didn't understand that answer, Ms. Lewis. Could you lay some more foundation?
Yeah, I
please?
wasn't sure. So the first page, the 14353213618, that's Detective O'Driscoll.
I don't know his phone number off the top of my head, but
Do you recognize the text as being from him?
I think that the first one is Travis. Because I believe the first one is Travis. I don't know his number off the top of my head.
All right, let me see where there's a
I
second.
didn't say by their other numbers.
Can we move to the next page, Katie? Is that a different phone number? That's the same phone number, correct?
It is not.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that one would be Travis. That
So-
one would be O'Driscoll.
Are you sure? Because they say the same thing.
I'm not, the one is because I sent it to Travis to show him how Detective O'Driscoll was handling himself through this.
Oh, I
That's why,
understand.
yeah.
All right. So the first text is from Detective O'Driscoll.
What is pulled up right now, that one is.
And then that's when you
that's
sent the text.
That one's Travis. I had
To Travis.
screenshotted it to show him.
Why don't we consider these separately?
All right. So let's go to the text, the second page from Detective O'Driscoll. Take out the first page, Katie. Starting right there. So let's, if we could introduce, is that 3 pages now? Or 2? 2. All right. If we could introduce the 2 pages of text between Ms. Isbell and Detective O'Driscoll.
Would you mind confirming with this witness what these 2 pages are?
And these 2 pages are text between you and Detective O'Driscoll, correct?
Yes.
And the black bubbles are from him, the blue are from you, correct?
Yes.
And that's an accurate representation of the text conversation you had with him at that time, correct?
Yes.
I think this is still Defense Exhibit 1007, if we could introduce or at least mark it as 1007, this particular version?
Say it again. Well, I don't know what it is. How are we marking it?
1002, maybe we could do 1002.
So, Mr. Bloodworth, Defense Exhibit 1002A, a text message streamed between Ms. Isbell and a number ending 6267, two-page document.
Can I see the second page?
Of course.
Your Honor, no objection to the admission. We're going to need, though, before publishing to anybody, to redact the phone number except for the last 4 pages.
No problem. Is that? I think that's the only place it appears, right? Is that the top?
Can you do that so we can still see the,
There you go.
oh, that's on the previous page though, right?
And then on both pages, please, Katie.
Okay.
Okay. We just show me page 2 again. Okay. Numbers redacted. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense 1002A, a two-page text stream involving phone number ending 6267 is admitted. Let me publish. Ms. Lewis, take it from there.
Thank you. All right, now as we just talked about, this was a text between you and Detective Others.
Yes.
And he sent you a text that said, so you can make our life easier and answer our calls so we can prep you on what you're going to be asked. Next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for your dog, correct?
Yes.
Now, he was talking about that they'd reached out and asked you to come in to be prepped for your testimony.
Overall.
Overall, okay.
Pause,
And
Ms. Lewis, for a moment.
Your Honor, she misread the text. I know it's up there and the jury can read it for themselves. But
If they can. I mean, it's small. Yeah, can we zoom in, Katie? Pause for 1 second. Can you folks read that?
I might have misread because some of it's covered here.
Yeah, I mean, the redaction might have been part of the problem, but
Can we maybe go to,
I think because we blocked out the number, I can't see
Okay.
the first line.
all right. We'll just let the jury read it for a moment.
Your Honor, if Ms. Lewis could also turn her mic back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Brad. All right, let's try again. This is blocked out a little bit, but you'll be able to see it later, hopefully. So until you are needed to testify. So make your life easier and answer our calls so we can prep you on what you will be asked. Otherwise, the next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for the dog. That's what he said, correct?
Yes.
I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. He says it's on your subpoena. You ask, is there more an exact date or a date? Do I need to be there February 23rd through March 26th? His response, we could have discussed that if you ever replied, but since you don't want to, you can plan on showing up every day at 8 o'clock. Next page. Your response, I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. So this is the same. It's repeated. It's on your subpoena, February 23rd. Plan on being there every day. And then you say, I would like it over text message so that I have exactly what you say in writing. And again, he says you're legally obligated to show up on the dates and times on the subpoena. So let's go back. First of all, what was your reaction when he when he sent you these text messages?
Oh, I was livid. I was very upset. I thought it was rude, inconsiderate, and not how you should treat somebody that did nothing wrong.
Okay. And you were asking if he would give you an exact date to show up to court instead of telling you to be here every day, correct?
Yeah.
And he said, well, no.
Yeah.
You'd be
Should've
here
talked to
every
me.
day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because you didn't want to come in and be prepped, correct?
I didn't want to speak to them at all.
All right, but you never refused to come in and testify because you were legally obligated to do so. Is that fair?
I never refused.
All right. Now, he said that next time I knock on your door, I'll be there with a warrant and a pole for the dog.
Mm-hmm.
So he threatened to arrest you if he had to come back to try and talk to you.
Yes.
And he said the next time. He'd been to your home before?
Yeah.
Did your dog attempt to attack O'Driscoll when he was at your home before?
No.
Is your dog a vicious dog?
He's a big dog. He's very protective, especially after Hayden's passed. He's behind a fence that you aren't supposed to open unless somebody that knows him is there.
Did he attempt to bite Detective O'Driscoll?
Absolutely not.
Did he touch Detective O'Driscoll?
I don't think he's ever seen my dog. Maybe through the fence.
Through the fence. So you didn't sick your dog on Detective O'Driscoll?
Never.
All right. Okay, thank you. Now let's go back. Sorry that took so long. You recently completed rehab, right, Anna?
Yeah.
Fairly recently. I mean, it wasn't like last week, but fairly recently. And your drug of choice was alcohol. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You're doing well. No.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How are you doing in 2022?
Sorry, what year was that even? I base my years off was Hayden dead or not at that time. I'm 2022.
Let me make it simple.
Yeah, give me a point of date.
During the time when this phone call happened, were you sober?
What phone call?
The phone call you're here to talk about between Hayden and Kouri.
I had just got done with dinner, so I think Hayden and I had went to Sushi Blue that night. I probably had a drink there.
Okay. So before we get to the phone call, just a couple of other questions. So you said Hayden did handyman work for Kouri.
Yes.
Did he work on a number of projects for her? Do you know?
Didn't I know of, yeah.
All right. And was Kouri good to him while he was working for her?
Yes.
She would help him out at times?
Yeah.
What kind of things would she help him out with?
Just advice, helping with she had helped him get insurance, liability while he worked for her, so that she wouldn't be liable, those kind of things.
All right.
She seemed very nice to him.
So you said in January of 2022, Hayden got a phone call. He was on speaker, and you could hear part of the call.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did go into the bathroom for some of the call, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is what you heard Kouri say that she was asking him for the Michael Jackson drug?
That was part of it.
Because you didn't know what that was, correct?
Yeah.
And were you Googling on your phone trying to figure that out during the phone call?
Going to, but I didn't because I was trying to figure out what the first thing that she said because I thought it was a muscle relaxer. And then I was like, what the fuck is Michael Jackson stuff?
So you thought she was asking for a muscle relaxant?
That was what I was thinking she was talking about.
Okay. And then you went into the bathroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And did you ever, at that call, hear Kouri ask for the drug fentanyl?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Mr. Bloodworth,
No, sir.
may we release this witness?
We may.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are released from the subpoena.
Awesome.
Free to go.
Thank you.
Take care. You mind taking that glass of water with you? Yeah. Thanks. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Crozier.
Sir, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Step up here.
In front of Brittany.
Over here.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What, sir, is your name?
It's Robert Crozier.
You spell your last name Crozier?
Yes, sir.
Sir, do you have a criminal drug history?
I do.
Can you please explain it to us?
I had a distribution charge in December of 22, and 2 possession charges in 23.
Were you dealing drugs in December of 2022?
Yes.
When did you begin dealing drugs?
I'm not sure, sometime around 2020, maybe.
And were you dealing drugs throughout early 2022?
Yeah, I was.
Mr. Robert, I apologize for interrupting you. Would you and Ms. Lewis approach for one moment? Just a minute, sir. My apologies. Should you take a quick restroom break while I handle a quick issue? Please rise for the jury. If you'd stand. Have a seat, Mr. Crozier. Thank you.
All right.
We're going to be in recess until 1:25. Who I have present? Watts, will you carry for a minute? Court's in recess. If you want to stretch your legs, now's the time.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Kouri Richins trial with us. But I'll tell you what a lot of these trials remind me of, the ones that we cover? It reminds me that the world is very unpredictable. And I will tell you, having a great lawyer matters when life throws something at you. And that is where our great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in, okay? This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered their clients a mere $5,000 in that case. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so easy. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. We're on the record. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Crozier, you're under oath.
Okay.
Very good, sir.
Thank
Need
you.
a glass of water, just let me know.
All right.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, are you represented today by counsel?
I am.
And are you testifying pursuant to 3 grants of immunity?
I know that there's immunity. I don't know how many of them. Yes.
Understand. Are you aware of immunity from Summit County?
Yes.
From Salt Lake County?
Yes.
And from the federal government?
Yes.
Did your attorney assist you in getting those grants of immunity?
Yes. As far as I know, yeah.
Okay. What is your understanding of those grants of immunity?
That I need to be honest, or they're void, I guess.
Okay. Do you also understand that you have to testify not only honestly, truthfully, but also fully and completely?
Yes.
And did your lawyer advise you regarding your obligations under the grants of immunity?
I don't understand what you mean.
Did she tell you what you had to do?
She told me I had to come to court and be honest. And
did she tell you what would happen if you weren't honest?
that the immunity would be void, or so that I could potentially be charged with a crime.
Sir, do you know who Nicole Cummings is?
I do.
Who is she?
Excuse me. She is a girl that I lived with for a couple of months at the end of 2021.
Did there come a time in early 2022 when she contacted you about a friend of hers?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
She asked me if I would talk to her friend, I don't remember her name, and get some Roxy's for her, the oxycodone.
Did you contact Nicole Cummings' friend?
I think Nicole asked her if she could give her my number, and then she contacted me. But I think that's how that went.
Did you ultimately speak with her?
Yes.
Did you text with her?
I think it was mostly phone calls, but there might have been some text. I don't know. That was 4 years ago.
Sure. When you spoke or texted with her, what did she ask for?
As far as I remember, she was asking for Roxy's for the oxycodone.
Did she identify what she was asking for by any label other than Roxy's?
No.
Did you at that time believe that Roxy's meant oxycodone?
Yeah, that's the only thing that I know. I know that they mean. Excuse me.
Did you set up to sell to her?
I set up to meet her in Draper.
Did you set up to meet her at a Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Did you ultimately meet her at that Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Where were you coming from to get to the Draper?
At that, I think Roy, maybe, or Layton.
Do you remember how many times you agreed to meet her at the Draper?
Like I said, it was 4 years ago. I remember once clearly, maybe twice.
Could there have been a third time?
I don't think so.
So let's talk about the first time you can recall. Is that the one you recall the clearest?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I believe it was raining that day, and she was coming from quite a distance, so we met in Draper to make it easier.
Once you met at the Maverick in Draper,
Mm-hmm.
did you meet up with her personally?
I mean, she was in a car.
Okay.
I went up to the car. She handed me the money. I gave her the pills, and then went our separate ways.
Did you have the pills with you, or did you have to go get them from somebody?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what she looked like?
I really don't. I think she was Mexican, kind of short, but I don't know if she was in a car the whole time. Like, I don't even think she got out because I remember it was raining.
Have you come to learn that her name is Carmen Lauber?
I have heard that, yeah. Like,
you said she handed you the money. Do you remember about how much money?
I don't remember.
You said you handed her pills. What do you remember, if anything, about the pills?
It was like 30 or 40 of them.
Do you remember anything else about that first buy with this lady?
No, she was in like a little, I want to say like a Civic or something, like a Honda Civic, but yeah.
Okay. Were you selling a lot of drugs around this time?
I wouldn't say a lot, no. I sold or got pills for maybe 3 or 4 people. So yeah, I wouldn't by any means say it was a lot.
And was this about early February 2022?
Yeah, I believe so.
Can we talk about the second time?
Okay.
How did the second time come about?
I really don't remember. Like, I'm not even real clear if I had met her a second time. Oh. To be honest with you, like, I know that I met her the one time. And it might have been twice, but I really, it was like 4 years ago. So, like, I don't really remember if I met her more than once. But if it would have been the same thing, like I would have gotten the money from her, given her the things, and left. Like, there wasn't a lot of interaction. We didn't, get a drink together or anything. We just.
It's a drug deal.
Yeah.
Not rocket surgery.
Right.
Had you met her at the Maverick Draper for anything else other than a drug deal?
No.
Had you met her anywhere other than the Maverick Draper?
No.
So am I right that the only times you've met Carmen Lauber is at the Maverick Draper?
That's right.
And the only times you've met her at the Maverick Draper was to sell her drugs?
That's correct.
Do you recall interviewing with Summit County detectives on May the 4th, 2023?
Vaguely. I remember like I was in jail. I hadn't been there very long. I was on a lot of drugs at that time, so like I was detoxing from those drugs. And I remember like going in a conference room and speaking with them, but I don't really recall a lot of the discussion.
Which jail?
Davis County Jail.
Do you recall whether they asked you if Carmen asked for blues specifically or fentanyl specifically?
I have read the report, so like I know that they did, but I don't remember them saying that to me.
Okay. And by report, do you mean a transcript of their
Yes.
interview?
Yeah.
So you know from reading a transcript of their interview that they asked you whether Carmen asked for blues or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
Yes.
Do you recall how you responded to that question?
Not right offhand. I think I said something to the extent of that I thought they were. I didn't know if they were fentanyl or Roxy's, but whatever she asked for is what she got.
Do you recall your answer to that specific question of theirs, whether she asked for blues specifically or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
No.
If I were to show you that transcript again, would you be able to recall?
I mean, I'm not going to remember it, but like I can.
Would that help
see
you
it. Like,
refresh it?
I could see like what it says. I mean, yeah. So, but as far as remembering that, that was 3 years ago, or however many years ago, and I was in a rough state at the time that I had that conversation with them.
Scott, can we bring up for the witness, please, 8-46, Tango? Are we moving too fast for you?
No. No, I was reading. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sir, can you focus in, please, on page 13, line 13?
Okay.
Does that help refresh your recollection on how you responded to the investigator's question of whether she wanted blues or fentanyl specifically, or oxys?
Yeah, but it says that.
It's a yes or no.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, how did you respond to that?
Can I take this witness on blood iron for just one moment?
Not at the moment. You got to let him answer that question.
Oh, we approach.
Yes.
Sir, when the investigators asked you whether Carmen Lauber asked specifically for blues or fentanyl or oxy, how did you respond?
I said that she asked probably for blues, but at that time, Roxy's were blues. It wasn't like it was the slang on the street was, you know, when people bought Roxy's, they were buying blues. It was before, you know, this influx of fentanyl and it also said that so M30s, yeah, that's what the Roxy's were stamped with was M30s. That's the manufacturer stamp. It's not just a fentanyl thing.
Do you recall investigators then clarifying that very thing with you and asking, it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s, right? Do you remember the investigators asking you for that clarification?
Well, oxys implies that they would have been Oxycontin to me, but M30s would be fentanyl, or not fentanyl, but Roxy's. At that time in 2022, in early 2022.
Well, I think that confuses what the investigators were trying to clarify, weren't they?
I don't know what they were.
Do you recall the investigators asking you? It wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s. Do you recall them asking you that?
I have read it, but I don't recall them asking me that, no.
But you know that they asked you that from having read the transcript, right?
Your Honor, asked and answered. He said he doesn't recall.
That is true. And if you would answer that question, please.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you know that investigators asked you it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
Do you recall your answer to that question?
I do not.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the transcript of the interview?
Sure.
Scott, can I get 846T again?
Which page do you want to go to?
If we can stay, please, on page 13. And, sir, if you could read from
Says I sold her what? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you please read to yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you please read to yourself from page 13, line 19, and then we'll switch over to 14 in a second.
Okay.
Okay, if you could take that down, please, Scott. Sir, does that help refresh your recollection?
I mean, no, but I can see what it says, but I don't remember having this conversation. But
when the police asked you whether she was asking for oxys and got M30s, do you recall how you responded?
it says no. She would have got what she asked for. Okay.
He said he doesn't recall.
Sustained.
Sir, do you recall whether police asked you if Carmen Lauber knew there was fentanyl in the pills that you sold her?
Again, yeah, it said that.
It's a yes or no question.
Do you recall it?
I don't recall. I really don't recall the conversation with the police at all, other than I had the conversation with them. I don't remember details of it other than what I've read.
Do you agree in the interview generally that you confirmed that you sold pills containing fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
No, I said that, from what I read, I said that she knew what she was, she got what she wanted. Whatever she asked me for is what she got, but I'm pretty sure it was Roxy's, and it was, the whole questioning with those cops was them kind of telling me what I had been doing.
Sir, you've read a copy of that transcript.
I have.
Is it an accurate transcript of your interview with detectives that day?
He said he doesn't remember anything about the interview.
Well, I'm going to let him answer it. You're objecting to foundation. Your foundation's overruled. It's a yes or no question, sir. Or, I don't know. I want to be clear.
Okay, yeah, again, I don't know.
Can we turn now to an affidavit that you signed in September of 2025? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Did you swear to the affidavit saying that it was true?
Yes.
Did you read the affidavit before swearing to it?
I believe it was read to me.
In that affidavit, did you say that you sold drugs to Carmen Lauber 2 times in February 2022 at the Maverick in Draper?
I believe it said the same thing I've been saying, that it was once, maybe twice. I don't recall if it was more than that. But
Did you say in that affidavit that one time you sold Roxy 30s and one time you sold Blues?
yes, but again, blues are, at that time, blues are Roxy 30s. Like, they're synonymous.
That was
Yes.
your understanding of what Blues are, right?
Yes.
At that time.
Yes, and if I sold somebody blues, then they were the Roxy 30s.
Did you say in that affidavit that you understood actually at that time in early 2022, that OxyContin was the same thing as Blues and Oxy and Roxy 30s?
No.
Did you say in the affidavit that you sold OxyContin?
No. No, I think like there were notes being made in it and things crossed out, but yeah, I clearly said that's not OxyContin. I never sold OxyContin. I sold oxycodone, Roxy 30s.
So, sir, you've never sold OxyContin?
Never.
Scott, can I get 847, please? Sir, could you please review that? We'll scroll down through all the pages. Scott, can you go down one?
Yeah, that's a typo. I'm sorry.
Go down again, please. One more to the swearing. Can you go back to the top, please, Scott? Mr. Crozier, is that an accurate depiction of the affidavit that you signed in September 2025?
I mean, without all of the corrections, yes. Like, as I was sitting in jail and going over it with the defense attorney, she was crossing like Oxycontin out because I kept saying that's oxycodone. And then she was crossing other words out. Like there was a whole bunch of different words that were put in there that were typos or they weren't the right words. They certainly weren't my words. But
is whether they were your words or not, is this the one you signed? Is that your signature at the bottom?
it is, yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-47 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 8-47 is admitted. Published to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Scott, can we just zoom in on the first 4 paragraphs? So is that first paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Is the second paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Is the third paragraph accurate?
Yes.
Scott, can you drop down one page and zoom in? Is that fourth paragraph accurate?
No. No. No, it's got a. Yeah, it's got the. It says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that fifth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Is that sixth paragraph accurate?
No. Again, it says oxycodone. Oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Seventh paragraph accurate?
No, because it says that I met with her 2 times, and I'm not sure that I met with her 2 times.
How about the eighth paragraph?
Yes.
How do you know whether what you were selling, were you selling pills at the end of 2022?
I wasn't selling Roxy's anymore. I was only selling fentanyl at that time.
Were you selling pills in late 2021 and early 2022?
Selling Roxy's then, yes.
How do you know what was inside the pills that you were selling?
Because I had multiple people that had prescriptions.
So you were getting the pills from other people?
Yeah, I had, yes.
Hey, Moonfire.
Who did you get for the pills from that you sold to Carmen Lawler?
I don't recall. Like I had multiple sources that I was getting them from.
So you just had a guy?
I had a few guys.
Is paragraph 9, is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that accurate with the handwritten correction?
Yeah, the possessing, yes.
Are those your initials next to that possessing that's handwritten?
Yes.
How about paragraph 10? Is that accurate?
Yeah, yes.
How about paragraph 11?
Yes.
We go down to. We can go all the way, just do. Okay. Paragraph 12, accurate?
It is.
13?
With the exception of the oxycontin again, instead of oxycodone. Again, the oxycodone prescription. I had an oxycontin prescription.
14 accurate?
What is going on here?
Again, with the oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
15 accurate?
It is.
16 accurate?
With the oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
I'm confused.
Let's scroll down to the. That's your signature?
It is.
Can we go to the next page, Scott? Is that your signature?
It is.
Now in there you say that you read the foregoing. Did you read it?
It was read to me, yes.
Is the foregoing a power of attorney or is it something else?
I'm sorry, I don't know what foregoing is.
Well, what's above there? The first 3 pages.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
It says right there, that I read the foregoing power of attorney and understood the contents thereof. You're telling me that you didn't read it, right?
Saying that it was read to me, and and every time it said Oxycontin, like we were saying, okay, that needs to be oxycodone.
But those changes weren't made.
This is a prosecution witness.
Thanks, Scott.
He's saying he didn't sell fentanyl to Carmen. Am I correct? I mean, I stepped away, but I was listening. But is that correct? Why would the prosecution... I'm confused. So confused right now. Somebody help me
Is it fair
understand.
to summarize your testimony today that you sold Carmen Lauber on at least one, maybe two occasions, M30s and blues, and you believe that M30s and blues referred to at that time oxycodone?
Yes.
I was correcting himself, but originally said he never sold fentanyl.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lewis.
That's really bad, and that helps the defense, if I'm correct. I still...
I do not, thank you.
So he's saying he originally had said that he sold oxys and roxys, but then later on realized it was fentanyl because it said M30 on the pill?
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
We've met before. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all a blur. We've met before, right?
What's that?
We've met before.
We have.
Yes. Okay. Just gonna ask you a couple of questions about that first interview. You said that with the detectives that you really didn't remember that interview. You did say, though, just a moment ago, well, they were just telling me what I'd been doing. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. So during that interview, remember that they just told you what you'd been doing and you just kind of agreed. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I didn't really want to get in trouble. I was already in jail. I had bail. I was trying to get out. I wasn't. And they kept telling me that I wasn't in trouble and nobody was going after me and things like that. But still, I mean, when they originally came and talked to me and were asking me about, I had no idea who any of the people they were besides Nicole. They showed me pictures and I was like, I don't know who that is. But yeah.
All right. Let's fast forward to September of 2025. And you were interviewed by myself and by my investigator, Mr. Bertram. Correct?
Yes.
And were you sober when you and I and Mr. Bertram met?
I was.
And do you recall at that interview you told us you thought you had sold to Ms. Carbon 2 times?
I think I said once, maybe twice.
All right.
Same thing I've been saying.
You said once, maybe twice.
Mm-hmm.
And that the first time was Roxy 30s, which you've explained, right?
I'm sorry, yes.
And Roxy 30s, and we're going to get to this whole Oxycontin,
Okay.
Oxycodone thing in just a minute.
Okay.
But Roxy 30s, would that be 30 milligram oxycodone pills?
Yes.
All right. And you said you met her at the Maverick to sell them. And you...
Ms. Lewis, if you would just add a question mark at the end of these as you go.
Oh, all right. And you met her at the Maverick to sell them, correct?
Yes.
And that you remember it was early 2022, correct?
Yeah, it was around this time.
Okay.
There was snow then. So.
Okay. So can you remember what you were charging per pill for 30 milligram oxycodones?
Like either $25 or $30 a piece.
$25 or $30 per pill.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't selling fentanyl at that time, but when you did sell fentanyl, what did that sell for?
About the same.
You sold fentanyl for about the same?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware that there was a time that fentanyl was sold for considerably less than oxycodone?
Yes.
And would that have been earlier when fentanyl first started in the market, or would that just depend on who was selling it?
It just depends on who was selling it,
Okay.
where you got it from. If you know a Hondo that'll give them to you for 80 cents, then yeah, but...
All right, that's fair. So, do you recall? Let me back up. So you said that when you sold her, the time that you clearly remember, the first time she was sitting in a car, was anybody with Ms. Lauber?
I don't remember.
You don't remember there being anyone, or you just don't know?
I just don't know. Like, if there was some, or if she was by herself, I don't know.
Okay. And then, do you recall saying that there was a time you sold to her when a man came with her?
Yes. I do.
So that would have been the second time that we talked about earlier, correct?
Not sure. It could have been the first time, but probably. Yeah,
Okay.
if there was twice, why not?
Okay. All right. So, if Ms. Carmen Lauber testified that you told her, these are fentanyl pills, I'm selling you fentanyl pills, would that be true?
I mean, if I said it to her, then it would be true, but I don't know that I said that to her.
Well, were you selling her fentanyl pills?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And let's go over that again, because I know you were using during that period.
Mm-hmm.
But why was it that you remembered that in 2022, early 2022, you were selling oxycodone and not fentanyl?
Because everybody was scared of fentanyl in early 2022 and in 21. You know, it was all over the news and people were dying and it was kind of hard to get, and people were scared of getting it. And like I testified, I had people that had prescriptions. I had my own prescription and we sold those.
When you said you had a prescription and you knew people that had prescriptions, are you talking about oxycodone?
Yes.
Do you remember the milligrams of your prescription?
Mine were 10s at that time.
10s. Did
Yeah.
you sell any of those to Carmen Lauber?
No.
Okay, so you sold somebody else's prescription.
Yes.
And the pills you sold were actually prescription pills from a pharmacy?
Yes.
And do you recall, you met her at the Maverick, and do you recall the person that you were buying from actually lived not super far away from that Maverick? Isn't that correct?
No.
You didn't have a supplier that was pretty close to that Maverick?
No.
You don't recall that you met her there and then you left to get the pills and came back?
I don't remember. I might have met somebody down the street, but I don't remember if I didn't go to anybody's house to get them.
All right, that's fair. So somebody met you a ways from the Maverick to give you the pills?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And those were that person's prescription?
Yes.
Do you know what the milligrams were? Were they 30 milligrams?
They were 30 milligrams.
All right. So at that time in early 2022, you would not have been telling Carmen Lauber, here, these are fentanyl.
No, I didn't have a fentanyl plug at that time. Like, I didn't know anybody that sold fentanyl at that time.
All right. And you said if you were asked for blues, that to you that meant what?
Roxy's.
Roxy's. Because before fentanyl became really well known, a lot of oxycodones were blue.
Yeah, and they were the M30s, like from the manufacturers. And I think that's why whoever makes those now, the fentanyl ones, they made them to look just like the Roxy's, because people were taking, a lot of people were addicted to Roxy 30s at that time, so they made them look exactly like that, and that's why people were dying, because they were thinking they were taking a Roxy and they were taking a fentanyl that looked exactly the same, but color might have been a little different.
And those were either being made illicitly or brought in from Mexico, right?
I'm not sure how they come in, but yeah, they were here. Yeah, they
There
weren't.
were-
Yeah, you couldn't get them from a pharmacy for sure.
I'm sure you could.
You could not get them from a pharmacy. No.
Okay. So the pills that you sold in 2022 that were light blue, those came from a pharmacy.
Yes.
Do you recall that selling pills that were light green?
If they were light green, they would have been 15s or 20s. Like they, with the Roxys, like the lower the doses, like I had a prescription for 10s and they were pink, and then I think the 15s might have been green, and then 20s were gray, I think, and then all of from every manufacturer they were all blue. The Roxy 30s were every manufacturer, they were all blue.
Light blue.
Yeah, whether they said M30 on them or A22 something or whatever it was, the manufacturer stamp on them.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the affidavit, the one that's been admitted, and then there's a second one that has not yet been admitted. Now, when Mr. Bertram and you didn't type this affidavit, right?
No, I did not.
And Mr. Bertram and I brought these up to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And we
Yes.
read them to you, correct?
Yes.
And you made some corrections, correct?
Well, I think you had the pin, but yes.
You told me some
Yes.
corrections to make, and I made them correct.
Yes.
And then you signed them, correct?
Yes.
But at that time, let me rephrase that. Then later, you were given an attorney, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Ms. Ledkins.
Mhm.
And, is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Ledkins went over these with you again later, correct? The affidavits.
I don't remember if she did or not. I mean, I went from meeting with you from jail and then going to treatment. I was in 7th Street treatment at the time. I know that we talked about them.
You and Ms. Ledkins.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't know if we went over it line by line like we just did, but I know that we talked about it.
do you recall telling Ms. Ledkins, there's a mistake in these? It says OxyContin and it's supposed to be oxycodone?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware that Ms. Ledkins then let the prosecutors in this case know these are correct, except that they say OxyContin and they should say oxycodone?
I don't know that she did that, but I'm sure she did. I don't.
Okay. And so I'm the one that typed OxyContin, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now that I didn't understand them, but I understand now, what's the difference between OxyContin and oxycodone?
OxyContin is way stronger, and it's time released now, I believe. Like, I think in the 90s it wasn't. They were having a lot of problems around the country with those, and then they made them time released. The oxycodone or the OxyContin 30s, I believe, are purple or they're red or maroon color or something like that. But yeah, they have like a gel around them.
All right. So there's a mistake that we put OxyContin, and then you later corrected it with your attorney and said, well, this is right, other than it should say oxycodone.
Yes.
All right. Because you were selling oxycodone,
Yes.
not OxyContin.
Yes.
All right, let me show you. Do we have the mark on the new exhibit? Okay. Let's pull up what is Defense Exhibit 1025. You actually signed 2 affidavits in September of 2025,
Yes.
correct? And the state introduced one of those affidavits, correct?
I don't know. They just showed me one.
They showed you one.
Okay. Yes.
That's the only one they showed you.
Yes.
Will you take a look at this and tell me if this is the second one you signed?
Tracy. Oh my God.
paragraph 8, it says Oxycontin again, but
Again, I'm gonna talk about that.
okay. Yes.
Okay, so other than where it says, there's 2 times it says OxyContin when it should have said oxycodone. Other than that, is this a true statement?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to admit Defense Exhibit 1025, which actually is both statements, the one that was already admitted plus this one together. We can separate them out, but it's the same.
I feel really bad for this jury. This is really confusing. I'm, have no experience with drugs, and I'm so confused. I really am. He said he never felt that he sold her fentanyl. But guys, let's keep in mind that it is a fact. No matter what we hear here and with Carmen, it is a fact that Kouri was buying drugs from Carmen, who got the drugs from this guy right here, Robbie Crozer. And this is with text messages in and around this happening that consisted of statements of wanting Eric dead, on top of the fact that Eric is telling his friends and family that she's trying to poison me. And he told a friend that if something happens to him, it's Kouri. And then a slew of a whole other bunch of evidence is going to be coming this way. Honestly, I would be so confused by these two, Carmen and Robbie, and I might very well throw them out in my decision making. But one thing we do know, and you don't need these two people for that, is to know that she was buying drugs at a time when she was talking about getting rid of Eric. Okay. She didn't actually say, I've got to get rid of him. What she said was everything would be easier if he was dead. And we have a possible poisoning attempt on Valentine's Day. And they went away to Greece. And also there was an issue with that. Now I know that everybody has like explanations for those things, but think about it. That's a little too much coincidence. Come on. Way too much. And somebody made a point here. You've got different shades of blues on these pills. And fentanyl could be mistaken. Something else could be mistaken for fentanyl. Fentanyl could be mistaken for the other thing. I think the oxys are blue too, correct? I don't know. All I'm saying is that I'm not saying they're not credible witnesses. Dr. Carmen is way more credible than this guy. And just like another viewer said, this guy doesn't even know where he is. Thanks for the laugh. When I was driving in the car to pick up my daughter, I had it on and I couldn't really see very well because I'm blind. And I'm looking down real quick. I was careful while I was driving. And this guy looked like he was like 90 years old on my phone. And I came back. I'm like, oh, didn't look anything. I thought he had like white, grayish white, full head of hair, the whole 9 yards from the angle that I was looking. So, yeah. So all of this, Tao says, exactly all of this wouldn't change my mind about her guilt. I'm sure the jurors feel the same way. She's just lucky right now that she's got two witnesses from the prosecution. And unfortunately, because of their drug history and some shadiness, they might not be believed by the jury. She got lucky. Okay, but what about the witnesses that are coming later? Right? This case is not over yet. We're only just beginning, and there's a lot more coming. But this guy's not as credible as Carmen is, in my opinion. Yeah, and then how often do we hear about this where somebody thinks they're getting something else and it's really laced with fentanyl, and it's happening all across the United States? Grandpa Robbie. Hi, Ted. Thanks for joining us today. Make sure you like the video and hit the subscription button. Robin says he's not good for either team. No, it's like a wash. You know what I mean? This guy's just a wash. We need other things, but because he's not working out for the prosecution in my eyes, then the defense wins for the day, as far as I can see so far. But again, I think the bombs are coming, and once they come, forget it. And he says, I don't believe him. He knows if he sold that fentanyl, he is up for murder charges. Yeah, that too. But so much confusion. But that document they were showing before, she points out, or the prosecution was questioning him at the time, saying that he originally said that he sold oxycodone or Oxycontin. I'm all confused now, but didn't realize that he sold fentanyl. Okay. But everybody here and everybody watching is saying is because he, was confused. I don't know. Either way, I'm confused. And I've had about enough of this witness. Defense gets the points for this one. Yeah, he could be covering his butt. There's just nothing worse than having, you can't have too many witnesses like this that have ulterior motives, right? We need somebody more solid, and I know some people didn't like his family, but Katie was a solid witness, the brother-in-law was a solid witness. I do think that they meddled in Eric's business, but who am I to judge? Every family is run different. Maybe that's what Eric wanted. Maybe Eric didn't want to deal with it. And then we found out that he also didn't want Kouri to know anything. So that made sense. You're going to ask your brother-in-law to take the calls and to have the interaction with certain people, attorneys, therapists, whatever,
let me
because
just get us back to
you don't want Kouri to know.
Square one here. Katie, if you would go back to page 1. I'm going to hide this for just a moment. Ms. Lewis, it is queued up though, if you need it.
All right, let's actually go to page 2 though, Katie, because you just read this, right, as you were sitting here. All right. So do you recall a meeting with prosecutors in this case in April of 2025 to discuss your testimony?
I do.
And that was before you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 2025.
Yeah. Yes.
And at that meeting, did you tell them then that you never did sell fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
I told them that I'm pretty sure that I sold her Roxy's and not fentanyl.
Okay. So you told them, excuse me. You told them basically the same thing that you said in September of 2025 and what you're saying today.
Yes. In
your testimony. And did you sign a sworn affidavit that in fact happened?
I did.
All right. And were you sober when you met with the prosecution in 2025?
I was.
To tell them that I never sold her fentanyl, I sold her Roxy 30s,
yes.
Oxycodone.
Oxycodone, yeah.
Okay. When you you talked to your friend Nicole. What did she tell you? No, let me rephrase that. What was your understanding of what Carmen Lauber wanted? She said, I have a friend who wants some pills. What was your understanding of what that friend wanted?
She wanted Roxy's. Roxy's, I'm sorry.
So again, you didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022.
That's right.
You had no access to it in January, February, March of 2022.
No.
When you did start selling fentanyl, what color were those pills?
Like almost purple.
A really dark color.
Yeah. Yeah, they were very distinctive.
Okay. So not light blue, not light green.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone ever ask you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
I'm sorry?
I think that answers my question. No, nobody ever asked you, Carmen Lauber didn't ask you to sell her the Michael Jackson drug.
No. Is that,
Do you know what that is?
what do they call that? Prohypnol or something?
Propofol.
Propofol. There you go. Yeah, I've heard of it as I watched the Michael Jackson thing when he died, but yeah, nobody's ever asked me for that.
Do you know if
No.
you can even buy that on the street?
I doubt it.
You can't.
It seems
Doesn't
like they
come in a
keep that
pill
under
form.
A tight lock and key.
All right.
This is not devastating for the prosecution. I disagree with that.
All right. I'm just going to summarize and then we're going to be done. Okay? So when you initially agreed with detectives that you might have sold fentanyl, you were high, you were coming down, and you don't remember saying that specifically. True?
That is correct. Yes.
And when you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 25, and you said you were selling only oxycodone, you were sober, correct?
Yes.
And you were being truthful?
Yes.
All right. When you met with Mr. Bloodworth and his investigator in April of 2025, you were sober,
Yes.
and you said you were only selling oxycodone in early 2022.
That's correct.
You sober today?
I am.
In fact, congratulations, you just finished your treatment program, right?
Thank you. I did.
What was your sober date?
August 26th,
Of 2020?
25.
25. Congratulations.
Oh, I hope that's
Robert,
true.
I want you to look at the jury. I want you to tell them, are you telling the truth here today?
Yes, I am telling the truth.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Mr. Blood.
Mr. Crozier, how were the pills that you sold to Carmen Lauber packaged?
It was in a bag.
Those little tiny clear Ziploc bags?
I don't remember, but a Ziploc bag or something. Yeah, they were in a bag of some kind. Yes.
Like one of those little bags you get with a spare button on a shirt?
Well, I don't think you can't fit 20 or 30 pills in a little bag like that, so they were probably a little bigger than that, but yes.
And you got that bag from your plug, right?
Yeah, from one of somebody.
One of the guys that sold
Yes.
you the pills.
Correct.
You did not get that bag from a pharmacy, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness from the subpoena?
We may, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crozier, you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Ledkins, thank you. Is this a good time for a restroom break? I don't know how long the next witness will be.
Yeah, Your Honor, next witness, maybe 30 minutes from the state.
Why don't we take a restroom break? Thanks, folks.
All right, restroom break. I just wanted to comment here on Breeze Coyote said that this is devastating for the prosecution because nobody was purposely selling fentanyl. I wouldn't say this is devastating for the prosecution as a blanket statement. I don't think that necessarily that this witness did anything either way for the prosecution, but devastating is kind of an extreme word because at the end of the day, no matter what happened with this guy, he was involved in selling drugs to Carmen that was meant for Kouri at Kouri's request, and this happened 4 times. So, nothing can remove that fact for me and for most of the listeners, I think. So I don't think their case is, it was devastating by any means. You know what I mean? It's just witness didn't work out for them. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like my feeling about it. When this guy goes on, it just drives me nuts. I don't know. Do you guys watch Law and Crime? I mean, they're good. They're good. But it's just, I almost want to switch over to court TV because then I don't have to get all that. So they should be back in a couple of minutes. Good to see you guys. Anybody new on here this afternoon that wasn't on this morning? If you are just joining us now, we're on day 5 of the Kouri Richins trial. It's been boring at times, for sure, but it's also been eventful in other ways, I think. I don't think it was a terrible day, you know. Day 2 and 3 were pretty draggy. But yeah, here we are. And, day 5, Kouri Richins is accused of poisoning Eric Richins with fentanyl that I don't think anybody can dispute. Even the people that are for her, I don't know how they can dispute this, but she was seeking drugs, okay? Drugs that, fentanyl. She's saying words like Michael Jackson, the Michael Jackson stuff. What do you need that for? What do you need that for when you are in the process of texting your lover and telling your lover that that if this wouldn't be a problem if Eric was dead, wanting Eric dead. Okay. I'm paraphrasing now. And then, planning a life with this other guy, talking about, how much she loves him on the day Eric dies, and planning a vacation. This is huge. Planning a vacation that you book for a month after your husband dies. Okay. And in the middle of all that, sprinkled all around that, is you having conversations with your housekeeper to get you fentanyl. So, I don't know. I know I keep repeating the same things, but I mean, these witnesses, you could try to discredit them all you want. It doesn't take that fact away. And we have so much more coming out on her. And then, again, I mean, let's just go over real quick. And by the way, let me see if he's done talking. It's just a commercial. Come on. Is that it? I'm going to refresh. Let's refresh. All right. There we go. Sometimes it acts weird. It's so, strange. Okay. I'm going to put it back over here. Let's go over some of these other damning things. Okay. Just to remind the Kouri is innocent crowd. I've got a few in here. And I hope that I can give you my 2 cents that would help you to see the whole picture here. Because I think there's people that are not seeing it. The financial end of things here is really damning as well. Okay. She was having financial trouble when she was trying to flip these homes. Okay. And on top of that, she accesses $250,000 of, I'm sorry, hold on a second. I'm trying to fix this problem here. There we go. $250,000 from a home equity line of credit behind her husband's back, behind Eric's back. Okay. Then withdraws over $100,000 from bank accounts and then charges well over $30,000 in credit card debt. Now, when you're in a good marriage, the one that they said was a happy marriage, okay, that is what the defense said. The defense said that they had a great marriage in the beginning, which was ridiculous, okay? When you're in a happy, good marriage, you're not, swindling your husband behind his back out of money, okay? You're just not. All right. Also, $134,000 she took out from his masonry business. Okay. Money that Eric had set aside responsibly to pay his taxes. So, let's add that on there too. Then you've got this walk the dog letter that is basically a blueprint for her mom and her brother to tell them what to say in court, okay? And don't forget that on the day that he was, died and the police were all around her, she's saying how wonderful their marriage was and everything was good. And he doesn't use drugs. Never. Now her story is he was this drug addict who goes to Mexico to get drugs. I mean, really? Okay? Totally a bunch of BS. There's so much BS. How can you not see it? And I respect all opinions. I do, but I don't understand how the people that think she's innocent can even explain any of that away. It's just, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Okay? That's just the way it is. Okay? A sandwich he eats that he loves from whatever local cafe, diner, whatever, is put in his truck and he gets really, really sick. Okay? And guess where she is when he eats this sandwich? She is out gallivanting with her Robert Grossman, her lover. I mean, it makes me so mad. Okay? She wants to buy this mansion. She wanted everybody to think that he was all happy about it and celebrating with her. No, I don't think so. I don't think a husband who's already been checking in with a divorce attorney before is already telling everybody that he wants out of this marriage and has been swindled for hundreds of thousands of dollars is going to say, sure, go buy this money pit. No, it's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. Okay? She knew he wasn't on board. She knew he was not supporting her on that. He was not, no. I'm not going to let you get into further debt because that's what this house would have done. $20,000 square foot estate that needed major work. And it's a toss-up if that would have flipped and been a success. It's too risky, right? She said, we could walk away with $12 million. Yeah, you could also walk away with even more debt. Eric sounded like a very responsible person who took precaution. He set aside money. He had his trust going. He knew what he was doing. He was securing a future for his children. You think he's going to go along with this mansion thing? No. I'm sorry. I get on my rants. And then she continues on with this guy afterwards. And he ends up being a loser. Major loser. Tao says, a sandwich he had had many times before without issues. Here's another thing I thought of. I wonder if they ever talked to the diner. Because if he really didn't think his wife was poisoning him, I'd be like going into that diner and making a stink. Did anybody talk to anybody? Oh, I'm so mad. Correct. No one else benefits from his death except for Kouri. And the other thing that makes me mad, let's not forget his mom. He was raised in a really good family. Okay, a good close-knit family on a cattle ranch. Okay, and it was a cattle ranch, right? The mother was a drug and alcohol counselor. Okay, which would have put the fear of God in this guy about drugs. Okay. And then the fact, and I know I repeat myself all the time about this, but the fact that there was a, prescription narcotic in the house from 2016 with plenty of pills still in there tells me he was not a drug addict at all. He was somebody that probably avoided using those things because he has it in his cabinet. Okay. And a drug addict will eat anything. He will eat anything he can get his hands on. And when he uses that up, that's when he goes and buys too. And I don't understand the people that think she's innocent. And they're usually men that think the defendant is hot. Sorry, I'm just saying it. Like, I'm just going to tell you that I find that even like Wendy Adelson, she's got a couple diehards that think she's innocent. Well, that's because they got they got goo-goo in their eyes, whatever. They're just, something's wrong. She's so hot, she's so pretty, so she must be innocent. I'm sorry. I know there are girls that think she's innocent too, but come on. How does people not see this? How do they not see this overwhelming layers of circumstantial evidence here? And then the journal, I'm still waiting for, are we going to see this journal? Are we going to see this journal that she apparently wrote in on the night that Eric died? Right? I thought that Brad Bloodworth gave a phenomenal opening statement, but then after that, I don't think either side, other than that opening statement, is doing like a really amazing job. Like, I've seen better prosecutions, better defenses. I just little bummed out with the way the prosecution is. But, and of course, he had that mishap back around the time of, I think it was in May of 2023, where he violated this order where he was like reading or listening in. Yeah, he was listening in on jail recordings or something. That was really lame. But the judge kept him on the case. The defense tried to throw him off the case for that, but here he is, still here. Yes, right? Oh my gosh, can we, real quick, Wade Wilson, who, by the way, let me all due respect to the families of the victims, but Wade, because it's horrible what he did to those two women, but Wade is like the biggest joke. And actually at times I've heard some of those calls and he makes me die laughing. This guy is something else. And the women that are in love with him, right? So I do think that there are a lot of men out there that think Kouri is like, super hot, and they feel pity for her because she's pretty. That's weird. Because come on, guys, this evidence is strong. All right, we're back. I'll stop my rant. We have to come up with a name for me when I start ranting, because I can just go, and then I get quiet again. Thanks for supporting the channel, everybody. I really, really appreciate it.
All right, have a seat.
Okay, what do we got? I'm excited.
The state's next witness.
Sergeant Eric Haskell, please.
Sergeant, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Well, that sucks.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you, Breeze. And you know what, Breeze? I so appreciate your different opinions and what you offer. It's nice.
I'm okay for a minute.
It's fresh and different, and I like having the healthy debate.
Ms. Sherman.
Sir, if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Eric Haskell, Haskelell.
Where do you work?
The Salt Lake City Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've been with the Salt Lake City Police Department for about 10 and a half years now. No, sorry.
This is apparently the guy that
years.
threatened her friend.
What is your current assignment at the Salt Lake Police?
I'm currently a sergeant over the Special Investigations Unit, which handles narcotic and vice cases.
I want to go through some of your pertinent law enforcement history. And why don't you start explaining to the jury kind of where you got your start at the Salt Lake Police and where those roles kind of took you throughout your career up to this point.
I started like most officers in patrol when I came to the Salt Lake City Police Department. After about a year there, I transitioned to the Strategic Deployment Unit, otherwise known as the Bicycle Squad, the bright yellow shirts. I was there from 2016 into 2019.
Thank you,
when I
Rosie.
left there, I went back into patrol in 2019. Working my way through it all.
That's okay. I know it's testing your memory.
And then in about June of 2020, I transitioned to the gang unit. I was there until January of 2021. A short time. 2020 was a tumultuous year for us. We were shrinking down specialties, at which point I went back to patrol the beginning of 2021. Towards the end of 2021, I went back into the gang unit for a short time as a supervisor. And in 2022, back into patrol as a sergeant. I remained there until, I believe it was maybe spring of 2023, where I transitioned to a encampment mitigation sergeant, handling illegal camps throughout the city until September of 2024, where I transitioned into my current assignment.
That's like a new
that
thing.
That covers my time with Salt Lake City.
Thank you for that history. Now, as a sergeant over I think you said special investigations, how is that involved with narcotics investigations, or what is your role in those investigations with the Salt Lake Police?
Widely varied, everything as it relates to narcotics. My unit, for starters, screens all of the screening being submitting charging documents, I guess, for any narcotics cases within the city. So any patrol officers or other officers throughout the department that have narcotic cases, those cases come through our office. We review them and submit them to the district attorney's office. We personally, as the beard might suggest, are a little different than a patrol officer, so we're an undercover unit. We will conduct undercover drug buys and long-term drug narcotic investigations. We will conduct short-term investigations as well, things that we would refer to as like a buy bust, where we might do an undercover buy and immediately arrest somebody. And like I said, including those long-term investigations, conducting narcotic search warrants, consulting on narcotic-related cases, officers throughout the department contacting us for our expertise in the world of narcotics.
And so is it fair to say that your unit and your experience deals with everything from drug deals on the street up to larger scale, more complex drug investigations?
Yes.
And have you received any type of special training to perform this role?
Yes, so I've attended the DEA drug investigations course. It's a week-long course put on by the DEA. I've attended the Salt Lake City Undercover Academy, which presents some information on drug investigations, as well as the name implies, the learning how to be an undercover and the tools used in that. I've attended, I have members of my unit that are part of a task force, the Utah Drug Overdose Task Force, attended seminars put on by them. Those would be the kind of the primary trainings.
And so you have quite a bit of experience in drug investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk about when we're talking about a street level drug deal, what does that look like? For someone that's not familiar with those, what does that mean?
A simple street level drug deal will look like a buyer and a seller meeting somewhere. It, quite frankly, can be anywhere. Just as the name implies, it is on the street. Maybe not literal, and those two people will meet. It's usually very quick. It's obviously illegal. Maybe I shouldn't say obviously. That's definitely illegal though. And it will happen very quickly. There's an exchange of a product, an illicit narcotic of some kind in exchange for cash. It happens very fast, and dealer and buyer will separate, go their own way. Maybe the dealer will stay there depending on what exactly we're talking about. Sometimes it's a pre-planned meet where they will meet and then go their separate ways. We do have also instances where dealers will hang out in a particular location, be that a street corner, an area within a park, a gas station parking lot, a fast food parking lot, etc., anywhere and everywhere. And that drug deal will look very quick. It's a fast exchange. Nobody wants to be in the open for longer than they have to be doing what appears to be a drug deal.
And talk a little bit about your experience with drug distribution rings or some of those more complex drug distribution investigations.
So really any street level drug deal is going to be part of maybe a ring or an organization, in the sense of, generally speaking, your dealer on the street has gotten those drugs from someone else who there's a chain. So in my unit, our primary goal is to work that chain as far as we can.
Would you pause there for 1 moment?
Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry, Counsel. Would you approach for a minute? Grace, can I have a word? Firm. Court TV, I need you to stop recording and transmitting from this point forward until I tell you differently. Okay. I apologize for interruption. For your benefit.
What did I miss? Potty break and I missed it. What's going on? Are they taking a break or are they done for the day? I must know. What's going on, peeps? Anybody know? I don't know. I'm trying to find out. I went to the bathroom. Somebody tell me what happened. Let me see. No, judge told Court TV to stop recording. Okay, hold on. Well, this is not. What is going on? Well, then I'll wait for Long Crime to come on and tell us. They just said stop recording? What? Maybe it's a sidebar. Okay. All right. Well, guess what? You guys know that I love to share things with you when I find a good find. And you guys know I'm an honest person, and I'm not connected at all with this. I don't endorse it. I don't make money off it or anything. It's just this. I found at Costco yesterday these protein bars. Okay. You have to have these. I'm telling you right now. Okay. I got to share them with y'all because I love you guys so much. Okay. Now, I don't make nothing. So you would have to just go to Costco and get them because they're there now. But check it out. They're called Built Sour Puffs. Okay. And I know you can't. Okay. They look. Trying to make it so that you can see it better. Okay. Darn. The lighting is weird. There you go. They're called Built. And they're called Built Sour Puffs and the Sweet Peach Punch. Guys, I live for this now. I'm going to eat these. They are pricey. I think I bought like 12 for like $30 or something like that. Let me tell you something. It's like, and they have, okay, so they've got 16 grams of protein in them, plus collagen, and 150 calories for one. It tastes like a marshmallow completely covered with Sour Patch Kids. And it's a protein bar, and it does not taste like a protein bar at all. It tastes like dessert. It is so good. I can't take it. Like I just snuck one now, and I was like, I got to tell them about this. So, if you go to Costco or even on Amazon, you can order them, but I can't guarantee. I didn't get mine from Amazon. When you get it, like sometimes food items can like melt on the way from Amazon, but it's probably fine. But anyway, you guys have to get these. Okay, they have like blue raspberry flavor, which my daughter liked yesterday. But honestly, this Sweet Peach Punch is to die for. It is so good. All right. So that's just, I'm plugging this product. They don't even know I exist. I ain't got any coupon code. I don't make no money from it or anything. Just go to Costco and get yourself this stuff. Okay. All right. Are we back on? Let's see. What's going on? No, not yet. I just saw the camera flinch. So fat content in them. Okay, hold on. I'm going to tell you. All right. Total fat is 2.5 grams. Saturated fat is 2 grams. Carbs are 15 grams. Protein is 16 grams. And the sugars are only 8 grams. Yeah, it has sugar in it, but it's not like a lot of candy, the grams in that. So, what's going on? You want me to try another channel? Okay. You guys got it. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, you know what? I'd like to go back to Court TV anyway. That was Long Crime. Let me see. Nope, same thing. Same thing over there, guys. This here is Court TV. Same thing. No, I mean, seriously, like, no, they're not going to know now. I'm not big enough for them to know, hey, did you hear this Moms for Justice channel is promoting your bar? Oh my gosh, it's to die for. Like, I've been dreaming about them. Yeah, 8 grams of sugar, but it's not that bad. Some are worse. Look, I'm telling you, man. And it's got protein in it. Doesn't even feel like you're eating a protein bar, and there's no like the chalky aftertaste or anything like that. So I'm just blown away by them. I had to share it. All right. So Sergeant Haskell is on the stand. This is the guy that when the friend was on earlier, the hot woman that used to be friends with Kouri back in high school. I didn't catch if Hayden was her husband or a boyfriend, but apparently Anna is her name. She overheard a conversation on the phone between Hayden and Kouri, where Kouri's asking about the Michael Jackson stuff. And she just testified to that pretty much. But then it was mentioned that something about this guy Haskell was hassling Haskell, was hassling Anna and telling her that if you don't do what I say, I'm going to come for you, and something with her dog. Okay. I was in the car during that, so. Well, they already did show his face, though. So it's kind of like the bump guy from the Adelson trial. But they already showed his face. They already showed it. Oh, boy. Let me tell you right now, the media is going to probably they could be in trouble for that. Maybe it was something that was not, mentioned earlier, but that's supposed to be. Somebody didn't do their job if he was supposed to be hidden. So, okay, we're here. We can chat. Yeah, it's too late now. So, day 5. Yeah, a third of the calories. Yeah, I know, but it's so good. I'm telling you, I would rather, if I had to have calories from candy, I would rather have this than Skittles or like any kind of like gummy sweets, anything like that. Let's see. Thank you, Rosie. I did get it. Okay, thank goodness. Just found out my daughter got somewhere safe and she was taking the highway, and I was freaking out over that a little bit. So while we're waiting, what do you guys want to discuss? How do you guys think things are going so far? Has anybody lost a little momentum about Kouri being found guilty? No, I wasn't talking about the media being in trouble for not hiding. But my worry would be that they would be excluded from here on out, that maybe there'd be a new ruling. Sometimes it causes such a fuss that they're like, you know what? I'm kicking the media out of here. So Teresa's asking if I'm still doing my other YouTube page with my friend. I am. We just haven't gotten on to record another episode. The last couple of weeks have just been really crazy, guys, with personal stuff. And then I've been busy with this. And you know what? You guys are holding me accountable. I need to call my best friend. I have not talked to her in a while. But we're the kind of friends where we grew up together since we were 5. We can go long periods of time not talking to each other. And then the minute I call her, we pick right up where we let off, and we never get upset with each other. Like, hey, why didn't you call me? Nothing like that ever happens. So Teresa says guilty. Leonard says she is innocent. You know what? Let's have some fun. Post in the comments, guilty or innocent, right now. I want to see something. Everybody do it. Post innocent or guilty. Yes, I'm back, Megan. You know what? Even better yet. Don't type yet. Put innocent or guilty, but then put dash if you're a woman or a man. You see where I'm going with this? Okay, Roger. Roger's not swayed by her looks. Let's see. Okay, Mutt Cop. All I see is a cat on your picture. So are you male or female? Brian B says guilty. Adriana says guilty. I want to know if Mutt Cop is a male or female. Who done it? That's a girl. Pin 3153 says guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Thank you. Guilty, guilty. 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 Oh, okay. Are you using like your wife's YouTube page? It says Alexis, or is that a guy's name? And if it is, I'm so sorry. Maybe you know what? I think that can be a guy's name. I'm sorry. Tracy says guilty. Christina says guilty. Tao guilty. Annie Hoon says guilty. She looks very guilty. Bettina. Okay, Pin. It's Pin or PLN. PLN 3153 is a woman. Guilty. Ted Whitford. Guilty. Okay. Mud Cop is a female that says innocent. Okay. Mad respect. I have mad respect for that. And I love that you're holding your own. You should. And a juror could think like her, you know? Yeah, that'll be my next question, Adriana. I'm waiting for everybody to put in their vote. Michael says she's innocent. Jennifer, not guilty. Okay, Jennifer. Ain't no holla back girl is a male? You must be using a female's channel? Okay. Well, it overwhelming vote for guilty here. So like Adriana said, the ones that think she's innocent, list 3 of the top things that makes you so sure that she is innocent. Yeah, Crozier. Yeah, I'm not sure about him. Oh, we might be back. We might be coming back. Either that or we're being teased by the channel. I want to make sure I don't pause it here. There we go. Okay. I'm going to refresh this again just to be sure I don't end up like I did last time. Okay. Court will resume soon. Word is going to be a Casey Anthony situation. Yeah. I mean, when you have a lot of circumstantial evidence and you've got a lot of distraction in a case, to me, the 2 witnesses, Carmen and, what's his name? I'm already blanking out. Robbie, the drug dealer. When you get a lot of fluff in the testimony, there's a lot of confusion and, different color blue pills. And if you said that, if you knew you had fentanyl or if you didn't, and there's all this confusion. Plus you've got two criminals with past history that got immunity. Sometimes the messiness of that can really twist up the jury's mind. And that, to me, happened with the Casey Anthony case. So, yeah. You just never know what they're going to say when they're deliberating, about that. Oh, okay. You're not a dude. Why did I say that? Didn't you write that? Man or something? Didn't you write man? I don't know. Anyway, I didn't think you were a dude. I thought you were a girl the whole time. So you are. Okay. Sorry about that. I hear something. Do they have the sound on low? I don't know. Oh, they just cut off the stream. Okay, I'm switching. Hold on. Something's going on. Something is going on. Let's see. Let's pick. Well, obviously, you know what? East Idaho News. All right, let's go there. East Idaho News. Court TV came down. Crozier looks like a traitor. Crozier is not honest, in my opinion. Yeah. Did she laugh? I didn't see. Why would Kouri laugh at the Michael Jackson reference? Maybe trying to make the jury think how stupid that they're even, talking about this and pointing this out. Well, it's not stupid because the only way you get propofol is when you're about to be knocked out in a hospital. IV only. You can't get it in pill form. She's the one who's the dummy to even ask. How about some of that Michael Jackson stuff? She obviously didn't do her research. Okay, so are you, Mutt are you saying that because she's a Mormon, that's playing a role in why you think she's innocent? Thanks, guys. I so appreciate it. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button. Subscribe. Waiting to see this trial come back up again. But we're having a grand old time in here, aren't we? Yeah. And conveniently after he died, talking about the investor leaving town. Yeah, the walk the dog letter is going to be great. Let's see. Are you still a Mormon, Mutt Cop? Okay, I know Eric comes from a LDS family. I'm not clear on how involved Eric's family was in the Mormon church. And I'll agree, I'm not clear on Kouri's position in the Mormon church and if they had to have a Mormon-like wedding. I mean, they married in the yard. So, okay. I don't know. I'm not sure. You think the family is trying to frame her to cover for the son's sins. But why? Why do you think that? Why? I mean, my mother-in-law would never, ever think that about me. That's not your usual, I don't know. And we saw them on the stand. We saw the father. We saw the sister and the brother-in-law. And how do you explain away the text messages, okay, the testimony from multiple people about what Kouri said and did, and then the fact she was having the affair and all the money she stole. No one's answering to that. What about all the money she stole? I mean, guys, I don't know how anybody could think that this girl is not involved. Let me go over here for a second. It started when, right, the booking of the trip is a huge red flag. Explain that one away too. You know what? In order to confidently say that you think she's innocent, you have to be able to have some sort of explanation for some of these other things. So Eric, married her and really wanted to work and provide and be the sole provider and her to be home and raise the kids. He wasn't really keen on her, working. And then she starts this business, the flipping business, and it doesn't do well at all. She gets herself in a whole heck of a lot of debt. Okay. And little by little, she even messaged her friend saying that she's in a whole lot of trouble. She owes all this money. And she knew that he was going to be considering leaving her. And she was talking about how she's just worried about her getting 50-50 of the kids, getting custody of the kids. That's because she knew. She knew. And that is, obviously part of a motive right there that he could be leaving her. And then you've got this prenup in place that says that you get nothing if he dies. I'm sorry. She gets nothing. Let me get the phrasing right. If they get a divorce, she gets nothing. That's what I think it was. Hold on. I have the verbiage right here in my notes. I'm blanking out. I have a whole section here on the trust. I just want to make sure I say it right. Where her wedding info is. The prenup gave Kouri access to Eric's share of C&E Masonry and his entire estate if he died, as long as they were married when he died. That's the correct verbiage. Okay, so she knew that he was unhappy because she railroaded him and stole money from him and was even having messages that the police know about that are probably going to be presented here that prove that she was telling her friend, I'm in deep crap. I got to pay him back. And I'm worried that, he's going to leave and, what the custody arrangements will be and all that. So with that in mind, she knew that if he really truly was going to divorce her and leave her, she would get no money at all. So that's just another element. He worked really, really hard, this guy. He built up that business. His family knew that he was a hard worker and wanted to protect his assets as well. And I understand that, He was a conservative LDS husband and father. And he did want to be the primary breadwinner. And then she just went and ruined all his finances. All because she wanted her own career and wanted her own way. And you know what? This is not uncommon. If you don't stay on the same plane, this is how marriages can get dicey. When one wants to, I want to try this, and then they're not at home as much anymore, and they're doing other things, and then, they grow apart a little bit, and he was not happy with what she was doing at all. She was losing money, stealing money. And then explain to me, for the people here that are thinking she's innocent, not only the life insurance policies, but the timeline of when she took them out. You know, it's just crazy. And who goes and takes out, $134,000 of their husband's business that they know is already intended to pay his taxes and steal it from their husband? Really? Can you imagine how irate Eric was? I mean, it's not just debt. This is like the ultimate betrayal from a spouse. And then he confronted her and she agreed to pay the full amount of $515,000. There's no doubt that the trust was never earned back. Why would it be? Okay. Anybody know if there's another stream besides this one? No video or audio allowed. Okay, well, they put this up, obviously, but I'm going to check over here on I have another laptop in front of me with my notes. I'm going to make sure that there's not another stream going on. Hold on. So I don't want to miss it when it goes back up. Don't you worry your pretty little heads. I'm watching it. Nope. Okay, so I'm going through them here. Court TV still not showing it. Okay. KSL is not showing it. Okay, so it's still... I'm going to stay on East Idaho News here. So we're still good. It's just us again. So you got these 4 life insurance policies totaling nearly $2 million on top of everything else, right? And then he named the trust beneficiary of his share of the masonry and his $500,000 life insurance policy to Katie, his sister, which Kouri didn't know about, okay, at the time. So Kouri was under the belief that she was getting that too. So there's another motive. I mean, the layers, there's so many. Still waiting for people who think she's innocent to explain those away. Yeah. He married a fraudster, cheating murderer. That's why we're here. Roger says her behavior is very, very telling. Okay, Michael, he never reported her to the police. I've got an explanation for you there. So this is the mother of his children. He knows his children love his mother. That's not going to be how he's going to want to handle it. That would crush his 3 boys. That would be why he wouldn't report her to the police. The best thing for Eric to have done is to figure out and plan a way to get out of this marriage and not do long-term damage to the mother of his 3 children. Reporting her to the police, it's, I think just divorcing her and getting out of that marriage would have been enough for him. Unfortunately, you can't trade her in for a new mom, right? So he's going to have some sort of relationship with her, co-parenting relationship with her at some point. Reporting her to the police or throwing her in jail at that point when he wasn't even sure if she was poisoning him. He just knew she stole and that he was under suspicion. I think he figured, let me just get the heck out of this mess. She's a total psycho, but I don't want it to affect my kids. So there's your explanation, right? Why she would not have the police called on her. Here's another one. Okay, food for thought. If he thought he was being poisoned, why would he drink or eat anything from her again? Well, that's a very, very good question. Absolutely. He had to live in that house, and we don't know if maybe he was extra watchful after that. We don't. I don't think their relationship was, and we're talking about Valentine's Day to March. It's all just a couple weeks here, right? So if he thought the sandwich, that he was being poisoned by the sandwich, I could easily, if it was me, I thought my husband gave me a sandwich that was poisoned, that was trying to poison me. I would be darn sure I'd made all my sandwiches, everything I made. I'd be like, I probably in just a couple of weeks, he could have easily done that. That's the last time I'm taking anything from her. Maybe he was eating out all the time to assure that he'd be safe. Who knows? We don't know that he didn't do that, right? But keep it up. I love these questions because, I'm sure I'll get one at some point where I'll be like, okay, I don't have an explanation for that. But that to me is a good one. Sherry says, why was the undercover cop on camera if he wasn't supposed to be? Because they messed up. They messed up. Well, anywho, if there's any comfort to anybody that's wondering about if Eric suffered, I looked this up. You don't feel anything, apparently. Apparently, when you get an overdose, the kind that would kill you, you are thankfully not aware of it. You apparently just kind of go into like a very deep slumber, and then you die after you're in that deep sleep. And you won't even know what hit you. That's what I heard. And we have a nurse on here. Maybe the nurse can confirm if I'm right about that. I love this one. Kirk's like, I would have made her take a bite of the sandwich first. Right. The problem is the sandwich was left in his car and he trusted his wife. His sweet wife, went and got lunch for him. How nice. I mean, if you can't trust the person you sleep next to every night, man, it's horrible. But I could almost bet money that after that sandwich, he never took anything from her again. And you can easily do that. You can easily do that because Kouri's not going to put poison food in the refrigerator that her kids could get to. It would have to be something specific she made for him or went and bought. I wouldn't have taken her showing up at my work with lunch or anything like that. Look, if her kids were eating it, I probably would have eaten it, right? Because I don't think she's going to kill her kids. So I have something for you on this one too. I would not have stayed with her for one day longer if these things were happening. Well, there are some dads out there that are like, there's no way I'm going to spend even one night away from my boys. You know what I mean? I'm not going to leave my kids if I think she's a killer. She's trying to kill me. I would think that he would want to be near his boys and say, look, I'll just have to endure this woman for a couple weeks till I figure out what I'm going to do and get out of this marriage. But what you're proposing by saying that, Michael, is that it's just no biggie for him to just, pack a bag and leave that night. Well, maybe he doesn't want to leave his kids. Maybe, I don't know. You are welcome, Annie. Yeah, I mean, the greatest, injustice here is that there are two boys. This is similar to other cases that I talk about, is that now there is two boys that their father has passed away under allegedly nefarious circumstances, sinister, and they don't have their mom. Mom's in jail because of mom's stupid decisions. Okay, so and I looked this up, and I'm talking like I went down the Google train. But Ain't No Hollaback Girl says that it robs you of your ability to breathe slowly, and that's why his mouth was wide open when they found him, blood and foaming. And yes, that's true, but I believe that at the moment that that happens, you are not aware because you're just completely out of it. Because there are a lot of people that die from heroin overdose and they're like in such a deep sleep, but they're breathing. It's labored and slow, but they're not aware, right? Yeah, me too. Rain Collector, how are you? Thanks. Welcome back. I've seen your pretty face before. She says, I'm getting worried about how this testimony is going. I see why you say that, but I think things are going to heat up in the prosecution favor pretty soon. Right. So we can agree on that, Michael. No man wants to be separated from his children. The children are with Eric's family. Rosie said that Eric didn't even know Kouri was cheating. You know what? That's allegedly too. Maybe he was starting to be on to her, but no, I don't think he had proof. No. She thinks that he would have left her or told her to get out. Yeah, we're waiting for court because the witness that's on the stand is undercover and was not supposed to be shown on screen. Unfortunately, we did see him on the screen, and I'm actually really worried about that. I'm telling you, somebody's going to get in trouble for that. I'm not saying who. And sometimes when that happens and there's a mistake like that compromises the case or a person's identity, a judge could get very mad and throw the media out, and then we're done watching this trial. That's possible. It's happened. I've seen it. Yeah, he was instantly sick. Yeah, let's see. I'm going back to my notes here for a second. See what else I can. Trying to convince the people that think she's innocent. But hey, innocent until proven guilty. I will say the defense had scored some points. I don't like either attorneys really all that much. I do think the opening was amazing from Bloodworth, but I've got problems with both sides. How about the fact that there's movement from her cell phone? Movement from the cell phone walking around the house. She said she had fell asleep in her child's room and then wakes up around 3 and then goes back to bed. She laid next to Eric and said that she had felt cold. She assumed it was because the AC was just always freezing at night. That sounds familiar. My husband used to crank it. When she tried to cover him up, she noticed that his body felt heavy. That was an interesting word, I thought. She then turned on the light and realized he wasn't breathing. Said she called 911 immediately. Okay? But here's the thing. The phone was supposedly next to the bed on the charger, and they were able to show that before she called 911, she had taken the phone off the charger, and they were able to see that the phone had moved about the house for quite a bit before she called. Mm-hmm. Okay, how about this one? She closes on the mansion the very next day, despite the fact that she's sitting there the day of his death, talking to Katie, and she's talking about business dealings, about the flipping of this mansion. Okay. And closing on the mansion. Who does that? Explain that one away. Convince me. I need to, have like a convince me of this type of podcast episode on this whole thing because it's crazy. And then she throws a closing party. Dude, all plans would have been canceled if I lost my husband. All of it. I wouldn't even be able to lift my head off the pillow every day. I would have to hire somebody to tend to my teenage girls because I would be such a wreck. I've thought of these things. I've actually thought of these things. What if I ever lost him? Oh my gosh, I would be freaking out if I lost him. He's everything to me. And if God forbid something had ever happened to him, I think about what my state of mind would be. And not even within like 2 or 3 hours, she is like busy talking about the business dealings of closing on this mansion. Okay? That is just not possible. That's not possible from an innocent person. Right. How could you be thinking about anything? I would be a blubbering mess. I would look disgusting for the next 3 weeks. I probably wouldn't shower. I wouldn't brush my teeth. I know that's gross. Sorry, TMI. But I would not even be able to get out of bed. I would be so distraught. So distraught. And she's throwing a party? She's throwing a party. No, I would not be able to function either. I mean, literally, there's times because we're in our 50s now that like for a quick second, I look at him and I'm like, thank you, Lord, for this man. Like if something happened to him tomorrow, just forget it. Like, and of course we know, especially when you have kids, you know that you have to go on and you need to pull it together. You have a responsibility, even to your husband, you have a responsibility to go on and, but it would take me so long to get over it. Just can't get over her behavior. And, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. I don't know. Maybe there's one person out there that might see this point out of the people that think she's innocent. I'm like one of the things that I think I'm a feeler, and I'm very much, I'm big on putting myself in another person's position, and the whole social, emotional aspect of things. I just really tap into that. Some people love the forensics and actually it's boring for me when the cops go on the stand and the cell phone data guy gets on the stand. That stuff is boring to me. Of course, I listen to it to be fair, so I can listen to all the evidence. But for me, I want to hear what the best friend says, what the lover says. I want to hear what mom and dad say. I just tap into that. I can just throw myself in. Would I be that way? And would I think that way? That kind of a stuff. So I don't know. Everybody's different. And for me, that's one of the reasons why I'm so fascinated with true crime. This Robert Grossman guy. Somebody came on here before and said that today was the last day of prosecution witnesses. I don't think so. And then I'll be really bummed if that's true, because I was really hoping to see Robert Grossman. I hope he gets called. I wonder how long they're going to be. And how much would that stink if they finish with this witness and then they stop for the day? That would stink. Wait, hold on. Husband's texting me now. Oh, boy. Are you behind though, Mom? You see a police officer with the beard on TV right now? Is it live? All right, let me check it. Hold on, guys. I'm going to check it right now. See if they're back on. No, they're still on break, Mom. You must be behind. Fast forward your stream. Yeah. Hold on, just doing something real quick for my husband. 1 second. Okay. I'm back. Oh, okay. All right. So, Deborah, how are you? Thank you for hopping on with us. Okay, so Deborah Seiler, 4148, says she has already checked out of her relationship. You are comparing her to a committed partner. Right. That is true. But he is also the father of her 3 boys. You know, we don't know what each one of them was really thinking, for sure. But okay, I see what you're saying. So let's say my relationship was terrible with my husband and maybe I wanted out, right? But then he suddenly passes away. And this reminds me of another case, guys. You guys know who I'm talking about. After making babies with somebody that you've been with for X amount of years, you'd have to be one cold person to not have a feeling about that, right? I still, even if I was on bad terms with my spouse and I lost my spouse while I was still married to him, but I was on bad terms with him or I was mad at him all the time or whatever, and something happens to him, I'm not going to go and close on a mansion that I was flipping the next day and then throw a party. I just wouldn't. So I see where you're going with that, but it's still not normal behavior, Yeah, was she always that skinny? I know, he was so young. State said that, yeah, you know why this is taking so long is because of those defense attorneys. They take forever to question. So that's right. Good point. Probably on cross right now. Hey, you know what I'll do? I bet you there's live courtroom updates on X. Let me go look and see if I could see anything about anyone that is in the courtroom and if they've reported anything. Hold on. I'm going to look. See how long this is going to take. Because honestly, maybe I'll just end the stream for the day because it's not, what time is it now? Yeah, you know what, guys? We're not going to see another witness today. That's impossible. So, right? It's 3:47. When did they usually end around 4:30 their time, right? Okay. Let's see. News feed, we have to protect undercover agents. Yeah. This is all over X. They just showed an undercover officer on live during the Kouri Richins case. This is so dangerous, and I pray for him and all of Eric's family. This is not cool. Yeah. You know what? We do need to pray for him. Sergeant Haskell, they did show his face, and for all we know, he could be currently involved in other cases. And because the media is in the room and the cameras were running, and some dope didn't make sure to protect this sergeant, it is very dangerous. No one told CTV not to stream his face. Oh. Hold on. I think they might be coming back. Give it a second. Court TV's not back yet. Oh, Court TV is back. Hold on. Should I go to them or wait for these guys? Let's see. All right, let's see what we got.
Or what programs are you trained to use?
As far as the programs go, Graykey and Cellbrite and Axiom.
Did you receive a request from the Summit County Sheriff's Office to download some cell phones?
Yes.
I want to talk about those phones.
Ooh.
I want to talk about 3 of those phones.
Okay.
So first I want to talk about a white iPhone 12 with phone number ending 1987. Are you familiar with the phone I'm talking about?
Yes.
Is this one of the phones that you were asked to perform a download on?
Yes.
And were you able to complete a download of this phone?
Yes.
Describe how you did that.
So I use what's called the Graykey machine to extract the data. Now all that data, it just comes in a zip file. Once that data is produced, you have to use a tool, forensic tool, in order to process the data. And I use the Cellbrite machine to do that.
And when you got that raw data from the phone, was there any way to manipulate that data that you extracted from the phone?
No.
You didn't change anything?
No.
And when you placed the raw data from that phone into the readable format, same question. Was that data changed or manipulated in any way?
No.
How do you know that?
Cellbrite is a forensic tool that just specializes in just processing the raw data. You're unable to delete or modify any kind of process data that it produces.
Once you put that raw data into a readable format, was that data given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Talking about the second phone, did you do a cell phone download for a green iPhone 11 with phone number ending 9317?
Yes, I did.
Okay, same questions. Were you able to perform a download on that phone?
Yes, I was.
And what was the process you used for that?
Again, I used a Graykey machine to extract the data, and then that extraction was processed through Cellbrite.
The cell phone specialist.
Same questions. Was that data manipulated or changed in any way when it was extracted from the phone?
No.
And how about once it was put into Cellbrite?
No.
Was that information from that second phone then given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Now talking about the third phone I want to turn your attention to, that's an iPhone 7 ending 0904.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that phone?
Yes.
Were you able to complete a download of that phone?
I was.
Describe how you did that.
So I believe the iPhone 7 Plus was in need of some repair. So I fixed it, replaced the screen to a point where I was able to extract the data and get a partial download through Graykey again, and then processed it through Cellbrite.
Now, when you say a partial download, was that on the iPhone 7 or the iPhone XR?
I believe it was on the iPhone 7. Might be getting it mixed up. I believe the iPhone, the first one that I received, the one that I repaired, I believe we got a full extraction on.
Okay. That's the phone I wanted to talk about.
Okay, yeah, that was the one, yeah.
So when you say you repaired it, what was wrong with it?
So when I first received it, I noticed that the screen was cracked and the glass was flaking off. I charged it for a few hours and it was evident that it was not going to turn on, so it was non-operational. At that point, I started the repair process.
How did you repair it?
So the first, you want me to go step by step?
Sure.
Okay. So the first thing I did is, just for my safety, I used what's called heat tape, heat-resistant tape, to cover the screen so that I wouldn't get any shards of glass on me. And then I started the separation process from the screen and the main board. Once that was done, I noticed that there was quite a lot of debris inside the phone, which typically is a pretty sterile environment. I could tell there was some water damage, which suggests to me not only the screen was cracked, but there might have been the water seal around it was most likely compromised. So it was not only physically damaged, but most likely some water had seeped in.
And were you eventually able to get a download from that phone?
I was, yes.
And that was after you repaired it?
Yes.
Anything about repairing the phone that changes the data on it?
No.
So same questions for that phone. You were able to download it, and what program did you use?
Graykey, and then again I used Cellbrite.
And same questions from the download with the raw data in Graykey to the readable format in Cellbrite. Any of that data manipulated?
No.
Any of that data changed?
No.
And then you gave that information back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
Nice and quick. Move it along here.
Marcos. Sorry.
Marcos is fine. My last name is
we were on the phone. So
yeah, no worries.
Sorry. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Kouri Kachia is the
really
last
just
name.
Two things. And we've heard testimony before. The jury has heard testimony before about the phone being extracted by Graykey, and then it coming in a non-readable format. Is that accurate?
Non-readable, yes. It comes in a zip file.
Correct.
Yes, and it needs to be processed in order to be readable.
And that's when Cellbrite comes in.
Yes.
And then you do kind of like a double bind where you compare hash values, correct?
Typically, yes. That's something that you can do.
And is that the same thing you did here to make sure that nothing was, as the state indicated, manipulated?
Yeah, so Graykey does give you a hash value, and then Cellbrite would also give you a hash value, and those were compared.
And you're certified in Cellbrite, of course?
Yes.
And are there different levels of certification within Cellbrite?
Yeah, I mean, you can continue going to classes and getting certified, but I think the most important thing is to keep your programs updated. Okay. That's probably the most important thing, because as a technician, as a phone down person that does phone downloads, I do numerous amounts of downloads, which keeps me fresh and updated with that process.
Well, because the technology landscape is constantly changing.
Yeah, the technology changes, but more so with the device you're seeing?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I can change, yeah.
Correct. Let me ask you about how you received the phone.
Okay.
Phones. Can you tell me, and just go in whatever order you prefer,
okay,
and tell me the state that the phones came in terms of their packaging when they arrived at your office?
Okay. So on, I believe it was May 30th, I received two phones, both in need of repair. The first one was an iPhone 7 Plus. That one came in its original evidence package. I took photographs of those of the package, front and back. Then I opened it up and took photos of the phone itself, front and back. The second package was an iPhone XR. That came in its original evidence package as well. I took photos of the front of the package and the back of the package, and I cut it open and took photos of the front and the back of the phone itself. And then I believe on June 28th, I received two other phones from Detective Root, and it's the same thing. Both came in their original evidence package. Front and back photographs were taken of both, and both were taken out of the bag, and front and back of the phone were photographed.
Now, I heard Detective Root for the last two. Was Detective Root for all four?
Ooh, I'm not quite clear on that one.
No problem.
I believe he was.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Did they come in, or can you explain to the jury what a Faraday bag is?
They did not come in Faraday bag.
And could you just explain what that is?
Yes, what a Faraday bag is, it's a bag that will keep the phone from receiving any kind of exterior communication. So it's the same thing as putting an airplane, or it's the same thing as putting your phone in airplane mode. Like when you take a trip, they ask you to put your phone in airplane mode so it doesn't interfere with communication with, say, the airplane.
Now, there were 2 unoperable phones, correct?
That's correct.
And so that one really wouldn't matter, correct, in terms of whether they were in a Faraday bag or not?
Yeah, that probably wouldn't matter.
And what about the other 2? Were those operable?
They were both operable, but they came to me in a off.
In off mode?
Yeah, off mode, yes, correct.
And also those were similar, just to make sure, I think you said this, evidence bag sealed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when you release them back, could you just tell me who you released them to, and then how you packaged them, if any different than how they got to you?
Yeah, I believe both phones were released to Detective Root. I'd have to look at the chain of custody paper. But what I did was, once I was done extracting the phones for all 4 phones, I put them back into their evidence bag, sealed it and initialed it, and then I took photographs and gave it back to Summit County.
Perfect. 2 last questions. The first one is with regards to analyzing. I know you didn't analyze in this case. You are certified to analyze?
Well, I mean, I've analyzed phones. I don't know what you mean. You have to clarify what you mean by...
Just as an analyzer, instead of in this case, you just extracted the information, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't analyze
I did not analyze any of the data.
Perfect. And then the second question I had is, in your experience, I can't remember how many extractions you said, or you might not. I'm imagining thousands?
Yeah, probably, I don't know, close to, I don't know, mid hundreds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And once you extract a phone, is there any reason to extract it again?
There might be. It depends.
Yeah. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so if you can extract the phone using Cellbrite, you can also extract it just with Cellbrite, and then you can also extract it with Gray Key. Sometimes using 2 different forensic tools may yield different data, so it could yield more data than this one. So it's always wise to have different forensic tools in a lab.
And what about within the same forensic tool? So say you did a Gray Key extraction on one phone. Is there a reason to do another Gray Key extraction of that same phone?
Typically, no. I mean, it just depends how much time has gone by, because the Gray Key does update its program, and maybe at a later time, maybe it can yield more information as the technology gets better with the program.
And same with Cellbrite?
Possibly, yeah.
Perfect. That's all I have. Thank you so much. Good seeing you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
Yeah, very likable witness. I liked him.
May we release this witness?
Yes.
Mr. Ramos.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are free. Thank you.
Let's see what happens. Anybody else?
Your Honor, may we approach and discuss scheduling?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I think they're going to approach and talk about their next witness and how much time that they need, because it sure sounds to me like maybe they're going to call it for today because their next witness might take too long. That's why he's saying we need to talk about scheduling. Yeah, he was attractive. Not as cute as my husband, but he's attractive.
It's almost 4:05 on a Friday. I appreciate your attention and diligence this week. We'll be recessing for the weekend. Please hear me on this. This is an extended period of time in which I will need you to be vigilant between now and returning at 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning, that you do not allow yourself to be exposed to anybody talking about the case, to any audio-visual depictions or reports about the case. You cannot listen, watch, or read anything about this case. You're going to have to put some effort in. It gets some media attention. There's a lot of people sitting in the front row. Court TV is here, so please be thoughtful and diligent about that. Please do not talk about the case yourself. Do not do any searches of any kind. Just forget about it for 2 days. Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Please enjoy your weekend. I appreciate your time. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, I'll wait for the jury to leave, just see if they have any last minute comments or notes that they're going to be talking about with the scheduling. I want to see if there's any witnesses that they clue into us about Monday. I don't want to hang up just yet because what if they talk about who their next witness is? So I'm hanging on just a couple more minutes to see what happens.
Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor,
Yes, sir?
it doesn't have to happen right now,
Okay.
but I need to create a record on the court's denial of the motion for mistrial at some point. Let's just not let that get lost.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. We can do that next week.
I'll be prepared to do that.
Very good.
Maybe Monday morning, first thing.
Let's just get rolling by 8:30 a.m. on Monday, and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay.
See?
Same warning for all of the members of the media and spectators. If you happen to see a juror in the wild over the weekend, please give them a wide berth. I wish you all the very best. Court's in recess. Thank you.
So, of course, we know that it is not uncommon for them to request a mistrial. He just basically hinted right there that he will rule on the motion for mistrial on Monday. That's, no aha moment. They all do that. They look for every reason to ask for a mistrial. What a long day. I was on here so early. In fact, I was on here even earlier than usual because I just wanted to get a head start. But you know what? I couldn't do this without you guys. You guys are so much fun. I love hanging with y'all. Everybody's so sweet here. So, I have the best following. I really do. You guys are the best. And I will be completely off tomorrow unless Wendy Adelson gets arrested. But that won't be happening tomorrow. So anyway, I am going to be completely off. It's my daughter's little party she's having, so I'll be planning that, and I may go on Sunday, but if not, I'll be back on Monday. And I love you all. Thank you to our moderator Rosie, and Rick was on earlier, I think. And did Clarissa show up today? I don't know if she did. Before we hang up though, look down at your computer. Are you subscribed to this channel? If you're not, make sure you subscribe. Hit that little bell button so that you get notifications when I'm on. And like this video on your way out. And that is it. And you guys have a wonderful weekend. God bless you all.
Views and opinions expressed in this podcast are solely those of the hosts and guests. All individuals mentioned are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.